In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a desperate man doing a desperate e-beggar show. And the man with a shitload of headspace in his shot. Have you looked at yourself this morning? Oh, and he muted himself. What a goddamn disaster. Uh-oh, that's an omen. I'm in an omen mood today.
The
headspace and the muted mic. And my general feeling when I woke up this morning is that's an omen, if you ask me. Make it not an omen, please. Here's what we're doing today. It's NPR Fest today until we catch back up because, oh, man, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. It's just teetering on the edge. Sam Show says you're doomed. Fucking yup. Yup. I wake up in the morning and it's a full goal and I panic. I wake up in the morning and it's a full goal the day after we lost the night before. I'm depressed. And if it's a full goal and we lost the night before and I rigged the system by putting my boxing trainer money into the business instead of personal from the night before to make up the shortfall, yeah, everybody's going to be doing this show for free pretty soon, including myself. So here we go, boys and girls. It's going to have to be one of those beggar Wednesdays. I am fully prepared for the numbers to be down, but I'm also hoping that the numbers that do show up and open up their wallet to steel toe. And we have a good money day today. I'm offering an hour of overtime. We were down by 110 when we went off the air last night. And it's not the morning show's fault. The morning show got us $35 into the goal. We literally, by the time we went off the air, it made like $105 on the evening shows that cost $250 to put on. So, fuck, right? And luckily, thank you very much to Kyle, who right at as we went off the air, as we hit stop streaming, did throw $50 in.
Thank you.
Which is thank you so much. If you're a hater of today's show, stick around because it's gonna be fucking desperate. I mean, it is. You guys are getting your way so far. You can't be mad at me. You guys cannot be upset with me if you hate this show because you are getting your entertainment. We have been failing on evening shows with greater regularity than previously, and we are basically begging the morning shows to pick up the pieces. So hit a dub today, basically. 350 is the number for this morning. We missed by 60 last night, so it's basically a $400 day, puts us back on track, and it also gives you guys an hour of overtime today. We will go until 11 o'clock if we hit it. But it's going to be a very beggy Wednesday. And, you know, it's like that one day we had when we fell behind and we hit that dub. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about money a lot at the beginning of the show. I haven't been when it's been getting knocked out. So there's a great one of two things will happen. Something's got to give. Either the audience will just start dropping because they don't want to hear this shit, and I get it, and that's how we'll go down. Or I will do the same sad fucking, world's smallest violin shit, and then the money comes in, and then we shut the fuck up about it. So it's really going to be one of two things today. What we need is your money. We need a rally. Obviously, in order to put on a good show, we need to feel confident and comfortable. That comfort and confidence is fucking shot. And also, I think if the trend continues, I'll have to try to figure out what it is about the evening shows that are going wrong, and I'll have to fix them for you guys. You are the customers. The customer is always right. If the money is coming in, we're doing something right. If the money isn't coming in, we're doing something wrong, and we either need to fix it or we need to go away. One of the two. But full goal Wednesday, that would stress me out enough normally. But full goal Wednesday, and we're behind from Tuesday night. We need your money. Throw it in. Go ahead and make it early and often, or you're going to hear this fucking sad sack shit, unfortunately, for today. And let's see what we can do. Streamlabs. I prefer, when we're this far behind, I prefer PayPal, Venmo, but Rumble and YouTube obviously are fine. Beggars can't be choosers. Whatever you guys have, empty it out. Let's put it on the table. Let's see what we can make for Steel Toe today. And like I said, it's just, we've got good content today. We're going to make fun of Kamala Harris and her 60 Minutes interview and some shit from The View. That's going to be a lot of fun for me. I'm not going to say it's going to be a lot of fun for you. It's good. Look, all I can do is my show. It's going to be fun for me. I'm going to enjoy it. Like, if this thing's going to go down and we're going to come up short more and more, I'm going to go down having fun, doing the show I want to do, and hopefully we get enough to keep her going. But if you are a hater of this show and you think I'm the most disgusting guy, I mean, you follow someone who advocates for CP, so I can't really – I do make a moral judgment of you. But either way, it's going to be uncomfortable for Johnny. It's going to be uncomfortable for you. It's going to be uncomfortable for me. But,
If we knock that goal out, it won't be. We'll just do a show.
It certainly won't be. But again, I will be begging you for your money, and it will be obnoxious. And hopefully you guys answer with one of those big days, man. Hopefully today is one of those days where I just keep refreshing PayPal and I see 50s and 100s and let's fucking go. And yeah, let's get it in for Steel Toe. Let's fucking rally up. Let's make up for those evening show guys. That would be great. And the first 6 minutes of this show has been money talk. It will be on days like this, unfortunately. I'm hoping to spur a rally and bring things back to earth a little bit. Paul, starting us off with $2, says car wash. Yeah, maybe a car wash. Maybe some voiceover work. Maybe, maybe a real job. Maybe it's just coming. Maybe you can't avoid it. And I'll have to ease my way into that. And again, if you're a hater of this show, man, you're getting close. You're getting close. You're probably, I would say if the nose of the plane doesn't pull up, you're probably 60 to 90 days away. You might get your way. We'll see. We'll see if things continue on the way they are. Slap my ass Sally with $10 starting things off today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the $10. 340 is the number. Again, when you have almost 1,000 people listening to you at a time when the day goes crazy, you think about those $10 and you're like, that's 35 people. Like, I'm not asking for crazy. I'm really not. So if you could. This guy with all the Japanese symbols says, in other words, let's fund your golf rounds. Those $40 rounds of golf once a week, if that, those are really fucking causing this problem. 100%. 100% I agree with you. Thank you for the $2. Sam Show with an idea says just suck wieners. I hear that's good money. I mean,
it's weird that your mind went there right away, Sam Show. I guess we know. I mean, $20 is $20. But
no, I wouldn't blame that on Sam Show. What I would say is we asked for an instant fix, and he's giving us the one that probably does work the fastest. So you got to give him that. He's trying.
I mean, she did become vice president.
I mean, at least somebody's trying to think of a way to make this show some money. Thank you, Sam Show. I appreciate that. He didn't say I have to suck dicks. He just said, hey, man, you could try. Have you considered sucking dick? He's just putting it out on the table. It's my job to say yes or no. Right now, I'm saying no. Let's go to the audience here. Dissident says, I feel like I just walked into the county fair and the carney keeps begging me to play his game. Yes, correct. That is exactly what's going on. I am begging you to play the ring toss because for some reason I love being the guy with the ring toss game. And I want to keep being able to play ring toss. So dust off the cobwebs, throw in a few bucks. Let's get this thing done. Easy Money's wife says, take your golf days and throws us $9.99. Thank you very much, Easy Money's wife. We appreciate you. I have permission now from Easy Money's wife. 3:30 is the number for today. Keep that money coming in because we got to knock out this morning and we'll give you a half hour extra. You knock out the 60 from last night, we'll give you a half hour. In fact, if someone throws in $60 and says it's only going to the evening show, I'll take that one and then we'll get started on this morning. Let's go to this one again. Is that a picture of Luis J. Gomez with a mustache or is that? I can't figure it out. Aaron's shirt looks like a soda fountain paper cup. I like that one. I'm willing to take the slings and arrows for this shirt because I really like this shirt. I enjoy it's comfortable. I think it looks nice. People think it's a gay F-word shirt. So really it's a win all around. I don't really understand why me wearing a shirt that you get to constantly make fun of is a bad thing for you. I think it's a win. I love it, so I'm not going to stop wearing it, and you get to make fun of it. Everyone's a winner. Deutsch Chad says, do something embarrassing or challenging if the goal is met in the evening. Let their hate line your pockets. Maybe we have to. Okay, we asked for fan advice. We're asking for fan money. If we're asking for fan money, you got to take fan advice too, good and bad. Everybody gets an opinion. Like I said, the customer is always right. Michael with $20 over on PayPal. We're going to get to your guys' suggestions here in just a little bit. But we're at 310 for today. Guys, it's going to be beggy in here because we're 310 away from today, but we're 60 away from last night. So we're going to do one of those fun early rallies here in the first hour. Then we're going to get to a good show. And if that hurts the numbers, it may hurt the numbers. But I'm trying to make sure we get the financial train back on track, and then the show follows after that. Here we go. Hard truths. Let's hear it from the audience. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, what's going wrong at night? Matt has the likability and conversational skills of head cheese, and he drinks wine coolers. Respectfully, of course. All right. McBuster says, I keep saying Matt sucks. Aaron is tone deaf to his audience, though. Ooh. QAnonymous says, quit the evening show. I can't. If I can find a way to pull in an extra $3,000 a month for this show, then yes, I can quit the evening shows, and I hope I do. I had a plan that was on its way, and then somebody had to, a few people had to go and get themselves in trouble, and then, why don't we just let this cool down a little, Aaron? What do you say? All right. What are you supposed to tell the person? No, that's unreasonable. Can't do it.
After everything that's happened, like, you know what? How about we just go full steam ahead? I'm not worried about it. Yeah, but this isn't just a you thing.
Somebody, too, says, imagine how fat you would get if you pulled the night shift at Quick Trip. Might be less stressful.
Actually, you wouldn't get fat. The night shift has to do a lot of the prep cooking work and a lot of the cleaning work. Like, you're going to be too busy to eat.
Oh, there you go. Maybe I'll sneak some samples. MSO says, if that shirt were any more gay, it would suck dick for you. I mean, thank God, at least, so it'd be working.
Somebody's earning.
Right? At least somebody's earning in this house. XJS says it's hard to give money to someone who wears a shirt like that. Is it really? Do you want me to take it off? Would that make it easier?
I thought he was talking to me on that one. I wear this for the joke. These colors don't run, and neither do I. Like, that's the whole point.
Is that what the shirt says?
Yeah, it says these colors don't run. Everyone thinks it's because I'm some sort of patriot. It's like, no, it's just because it's ironic.
You're not a fucking patriot, dude? You don't love America?
I love America.
Wow.
I got a flag in the background. I don't wear this to be like, yeah, America. I wear this because usually I'm in a wheelchair.
Go fire up your fucking weather control machine, you hippie asshole. Jesus, you don't love America. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says that shirt looks like a Windows 11 stock wallpaper, and you absolutely bought it at Kohl's. Thank God you didn't wear it last night, or Matt would have been easily distracted by it. I actually didn't get this at Kohl's. This is a Goodwill golf shirt find.
That somehow makes it better, but also worse at the same time. Like the fact that it's a golf shirt, like explains the shirt.
Yeah,
but the Goodwill part somehow brings us back into the
right. You know, you just can't believe that somebody would give this up, right? You can't believe that somebody would just donate this.
I can't believe that you would see that somebody realized their mistake and then you would go and make it too. Like I just this is now the second time someone will regret owning this shirt.
Papa Shab says if Matt and Oz were in the same room and I don't know which one had a stroke, I'd guess Matt. Wow. Coming after it today. Treetop Armadillo says, just get Matt to say yeah, yup, uh-huh, and mm-hmm as sound drops. You only have to pay him once, and he won't have to come in anymore. Jesus. Sam Show says, that shirt was somebody else's trash, and you wore it, and everyone tells you just how awesome it is. Thanks, bud. Yeah, who gave up a partially used Fila golf shirt in 2 times marriage runner-up? Says annoyed Wawa supervisor. Budapest says, what happened to all these big plans we have heard? Steel Toe went fucking broke. That's what happened. What do you mean big plans? I can't fucking... When it comes to the Steel Toe account, I got to tell my guys, hey, give me an extra day here. We'll get you paid. Don't worry. So if you think that any fucking big plans are coming that cost money from Steel Toe Media Incorporated, yeah, I can't even fucking run an operating profit right now. So I would just calm down on, you know how I'm going to own Aaron? I'm going to ask him what happened to all those big plans. They all went to shit along with my career. That's what happened to all those big plans. Any other brain busters for me? 310 away from today. $60 away from last night. Thank you, Chrissy, for the $10. Oh God, oh God, they're gonna have jokes now. Not that, Chrissy. Not that, Chrissy, I promise you. All right, guys, you got to 300. Wow me. Go fucking crazy. Get it. Throw in all your money. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, some woman donated her ex-husband's awful golf shirts. At this speed, Aaron will eventually be able to buy back his butter dish for pennies on the dollar. April's Missing Orgasm says, overtime on credit, co-hosts on credit. Yup. One thing I've been honest with you guys about is how fucking not great it's been going. We can catch up if we can get these goals knocked out. You think I want to sit here and talk about money for the first 15 minutes of the show? No, I'm trying to do it with a smile on my face and make it as fun and mockable as possible, because it is the big glaring issue that this show has, is we're missing more goals and having to beg harder to get them. And it's a fucking problem. And I'm trying to wear a smile on my face as we get through it, hoping it's just a phase. So, keep throwing in. We're going to keep needing that money. Benjamin with $3 over on PayPal. Thank you. Every little bit helps. Everybody keep going. Those 50s and 100s look great right now. They look great right now. McBuster says, when you use high shine or semi-gloss on a wall with imperfections, they are accentuated. That shirt has the same visual effects on your fun bags.
Your headlights are high beams.
It's not hurtful. It's not hurtful.
It's
I
also
promise.
not wrong.
It's, Johnny, it's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Why wouldn't it be fine? Thank you guys for answering the call. Keep going. Keep throwing money at us. Don't stop throwing money at us. Don't assume we're fine. We'll never be fine. Just keep throwing money our way. Mary with $10 on Venmo says, chin up, champ. Damien with $10 on Venmo says, got to keep this show on. Mindy with $10 on Venmo says, beta. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So there we go. There's a quick 30 coming in. See? You guys go, what's with all the begging? I'll tell you why with all the begging. It works. People catch us up. We get back to good. Now we're at
do a show.
Yeah, now we're at 270 for today. Now at like 620, I'm going to be able to go into this Kamala Harris stuff, and we're going to be able to have some fun. Japanese writing guy with $5, excuse me, says if
I
you
think it's Jeff Bezos.
Oh, good job. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. If you and Johnny do the rest of the show shirtless, I will clear the goal. It will become the most clipped episode to date, and Win by 2 will love it. Dude, I can't support all these shows anymore. Like, it's, there's, I think Steel Toe being the most talked about best show out there, as it is waning, because even Melton's numbers are down. Like, we do 1,000. He doesn't do 1,000. He used to kind of keep up. Somebody took a screenshot of Keanu yesterday. Misery Loves Clips. Took a screenshot of Keanu's attendance in her show last night. Right. 35 people.
Dude, those are like my early numbers.
35 people. And Misery Loves Clips goes, better get to that Steel Toe content again. Here's the problem. Even when she was doing Steel Toe content, it was 60 or 70 people. Like, if you're taking the biggest show out there, the most talked about show out there, it's basically Brennan and I hitting 1,000. That's about it. Like, A-logging that should get you at least 100, even if you fucking suck. You should be able to find enough people that are, I think what happened was, I think Melton kind of ruined it for everyone now that the internet has turned their attention on destroying him because he makes sexually harassing comments of children on his show. And people find that they're disgusted by it. And he defends cheese pizza on his program. And when you do that, people don't have a sense of humor about it. And they really want you destroyed. And you know, the thing you keep seeing on the internet is, yeah, Aaron's this, that, and the other thing, but Aaron's just a regular run-of-the-mill dickhead asshole. Like, he's a guy you just go, oh, that guy, he's an asshole. He fucking
sucks.
I fucking don't like him. He sucks. But they're watching all these other people, and they're going, these people are traumatically damaged, fucked up, evil people. And, like, Aaron just doesn't, like, reach that level.
Yeah,
so I think I don't
Melton, like I don't people are gonna go, hey man, I want, like, they're always telling me do super chats, do this, Melton will work with you, he'll be totally cool. I'm like, I have a daughter, so I'm just no.
And more people are doing that. And yeah, that's gonna be a fun crash and burn to watch. But kind of sad at the same time. Because it's just like, it's going to be a slow burn because he'll fight it all the way. But, like, all you had to do was watch. Your whole show is watching someone else. All you had to do was stay out of your own way. And he's such a train wreck that he can't do it. There was one. John Jamingo, I'll tell you this. I think that's pathetic, too, that's a show that even exists. You talk about me being the most talked about, most popular guy out there. The fact that I'm saving that channel, too, because it's got nothing, believe me, that made me smile. That was great. I love that. Bigot on Socialist Media said, had a look at Keanu's videos for this week. She seems to be making a lot more videos about you than she normally does. I don't know why either, because the numbers keep going down. It keeps dropping. People see her as a phony bag of shit. I think what people have learned is that you've got people that associate with fucking problematic people, or they are problematic people, or they're phonies, and people are going, look, all we hate about Aaron is that he's a dick who begs for money. But these other people have serious fucking issues. And they have this weird thing where they're going to do shows about Aaron. The problem is they're worse than Aaron, and they have worse connections than Aaron does. And that's why it's not working. I like that. That really makes me happy. $270 away from today and $60 away from tonight. We are doing it. As the legendary Chad Zumach says, keep throwing that money in, keep throwing those dollars in, and we'll keep being the best fucking heels in the business. Like I said yesterday, this show is 1995 HBK, my friends. All right, Kamala Harris, speaking of heels, Kamala on The View and 60 Minutes. What did the polls say yesterday? What are we looking at? Ooh, Pennsylvania, Trump +2.
I keep hearing, I keep seeing articles where people are like, oh, how people are preparing for Kamala Harris being most supported but losing the election. Like, I don't think that's. And then other people are saying things like, oh, it's so close. There's no way to know how the Supreme Court is preparing for multiple cases involving the election because they're expecting it to be such a razor-tight race. And I'm like, I don't think it's going to be.
I think it's going to be close. I think Kamala's going to win the popular vote. I think Trump's going to win the Electoral College, and it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Stop Big Troon says 95 Sean was a gay F word. Well, don't all of you who don't like me think I'm a gay F word, so doesn't it kind of work? Papa Shop says 95 HBK, Playgirl model HBK. What are you trying to tell us, Aaron? That's what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is best heel in the business. Thank you guys very much for your support. 270 is the number today. Fucking keep it going. Like I said, we're going to do one of those front begging shows today, and we're going to get a good response, and we're going to knock this thing out early, and I don't have to worry about money today, and it'll pick me up from last night. Thank you guys. Keep throwing in that PayPal, that Streamlabs, that Super Chat, that Venmo, that everything. Everything. Throw it in there. Somebody, too, with a great point. Crazy that the worst vice president or worst rated vice president is now the supposed most loved to be president. I think the 2024 election should be a great example of like how the media can control people's brains. Because, they sat there and reported her bad numbers while she was vice president, how little trusted she was, how bad the border was. And people saw it. They watched it. Then Joe Biden had that debate performance, and they all went, oh, my God, Joe Biden's, he's fucking crazy. This Joe Biden's an old senile fuck. He's not going to make it, even though they'd been defending him from those charges for the last 3 years. Moment. So then they go, well, he's got to get out of there. And not because they thought it was best for him. It's because they didn't want Trump to win. Then Kamala Harris becomes the selection because if they don't choose Kamala Harris, they have to give back their donated money. So Kamala Harris comes in, and it's like that Louis C.K. joke about the 1970 Dodge Dart that's been rusting in your backyard. Now it's your only way to work. Now the media has to restore it and go, oh, she's so inspirational. She's so amazing. She's so incredible. And instead of America going, wait a minute, you just told me she was fucking retarded a little bit ago. America went, okay, I guess she's good now. And you're like, oh my God,
and
this shit.
We're all retarded enough to just go, yep, that makes sense. She's fine.
And they bought it, and they're still buying it. And they're watching her speak, and she hasn't changed. She's still the same person, and they're still buying it. It's either the American people are willfully that stupid, or I would say the hatred of Donald Trump is that strong.
I'd say it's a little bit of both. Probably more the second one than the first, but definitely both. I think there are people that are dumb enough to be like, what? She said this, she said that. Why would she lie on TV? Like, I don't know, because she's full of shit. But then there's the other people who are literally just like, no, anybody but Trump. Like, there are people that literally think that if Donald Trump gets elected again, it's going to be the Handmaid's Tale. And so they're literally going around going, no, the election is about women's rights. Like, that's on the ballot. We got to stop this. Like, nothing about that shit is going to change.
Right. And
so I wish we could have I could snap my fingers and we could see 4 years in the future from both sides. Like, nothing about that's going to change. It's not on the ballot.
I want to talk to women 19 to 30. If that statistic is true,
It's disgusting. And it
that
probably is.
women 19 to 30, their number one issue is abortion. I want to talk to those people and just go, what the fuck are you doing? Why? Why are you doing this to the country? Why are you holding up everything just so on the off chance that you take some weird dick and it shoots one in you when you're fucked up, you can kill it? Why are you willing to hold the entire country hostage? And I feel like that woman would then turn into a scorpion and then look at me and go, it is my nature.
It's my nature.
This country is the scorpion and the frog parable, and women 19 to 30 are the scorpion, and allowing them voting rights is the frog. The 19th Amendment is the frog, and it goes, if I carry you to the ballot box, you'll sting me with your shitty ideas. And they go, no, because if I sting you with my shitty ideas, it will harm the country, and surely we will both drown. And the frog, which is the 19th Amendment, then goes, good point, hop on. Halfway to the ballot box, the fucking scorpion stings it and goes, I want to be able to have abortions. I want to be able to have abortions. I want to be able to have abortions. The frog goes, what are you doing? We're drowning as a country. As the water starts to turn red, white, and blue from the running colors. And the scorpion, the 19 to 30-year-old woman, looks at the frog as she has her placenta and fucking umbilical cord dropped out of her system. And she goes, 'tis my nature. That was a long way of
that right there.
Yeah.
I didn't sip.
That was me doing a long parable on the destruction of America. You know, the Ku Klux Klan seems to believe it's the coloreds. I break from the Ku Klux Klan. I don't mean to be controversial.
But only a little bit. I mean, because you're saying it's the abortion.
Look, I'm not trying to be controversial here, but I don't agree with the Ku Klux Klan. I think they're wrong. All right, guys.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be controversial, or controversial, but I kind of, I don't know. I've been listening to them, and I gotta say I don't want to agree with them, but tell me where they're wrong. That's my problem.
I purposely, like a lot of those white supremacist guys that have shows and stuff, or people that they call white supremacists. I purposely don't listen to them. Because I don't want to be like, oh, well, that one point was good. No. You know, because
look, I'm not all about the white race, but I got to admit, this guy is saying a lot of stuff that seems right. This shit.
He's flattering us a lot. I mean, it's hard not to take compliments.
Look, man, I'm white.
Look, man.
I'm white, you know? I'm white.
That's all.
And you guessed it, a Jew.
All right. Doorman with $10. This is what I like about people who send in money. They're customers and they have opinions. Doorman with $10 says, as someone who's listened for 7 years, I think it's complacency to want to be king of these low-hanging fruits of the Dabbleverse. More views does not equal better content. Yeah, when I shit on them, I'm just busting balls, and I'm also letting them know you tried your best, but you couldn't get to us. I'm sorry. That's just me kind of fucking with them a little. But thank you, Doorman. You are correct. Chris with $15. Over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Look at this. That's another 25 coming off. You know what that means, boys and girls? We're 245 away from today.
Beautiful.
We're 60 away from last night. That means we're a combined 305 away. We're kind of right on track to get this all knocked out. Keep going on PayPal. Keep going on Venmo. Keep going on Rumble and YouTube. And we will have this thing knocked out and give you 1 hour today. Matt Joe with $2.99 says, I will unsub to Onions. One less place to find you. Not only that, that's fine if you want one less place to find me. You'll not support someone who sexually harasses children on their program. I don't think you want that on your conscience. And if you're okay with it, then your hatred of an internet personality runs too deep for your soul to be saved, and we'll just laugh at you as you continue on a dark path. Coltrane with $1 says, you can bet if she wins and they control Congress, you'll see an end to the filibuster and 51 votes to pass laws. 20 million illegals will be given amnesty and all her horrible policies will be shoved through. So you're saying it'll be the Reagan administration?
Only now it's Democrats and liberals. Well, I suppose at this point, Reagan would be just about there with the paradigm shift. The way it's actually, no, wouldn't he be more based? Not less.
In some ways, no. Think about it. Like, Democrats have become all about the military-industrial complex now, too.
Yeah, but that's kind of like the Israel thing. Now we don't have a party of not funding wars.
Right. Remember
We're
what?
just both like, how about we blow something up?
Remember when we were kids and the Democrats used to hate war and think it was bad, and then Barack Obama got elected, and then they thought war was fucking rad?
Dude, bombing brown people is wrong and it seems racist. Then a brown guy gets like, I think we should blow up some brown people.
Yeah, it took
never
us.
mind, it's cool.
It took us electing a person of color for us to feel more comfortable as a country bombing people of color.
Well, I mean, he was, taking out American citizens internationally without any sort of due process.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
He was rad, man.
he's
He
just
was-
a good guy.
Our first black president pulled drive-bys on American citizens.
And they were worried about him legalizing weed.
Yeah. You know what it was? The Democrats were uncomfortable with bombing Muslims until Obama got elected, and then go, hey, no, we're not Islamophobic. Look, some of our best presidents are Muslim. And that's how we got to keep bombing the Middle East. And everything has been fine for us since.
Oh.
So I don't...
I just can't believe the left didn't really run with that. Not only did we elect the first black president, but apparently, from what I've been told, allegations seem to be coming out that this is the first trans vice president. So I don't know.
Oh,
man.
that's right. MN Welder becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
245 is the number for this morning. Keep it up. Keep it going. We fell behind last night, but as usual, the morning show audience is sitting there. They're in the PayPal. They're in the Streamlabs. They're in the Venmo. They're making it happen today. Ethan with $80 says for Johnny's legs and to see Aaron do the truffle shuffle.
Thank you.
Ethan, you're the fucking man. Make them seethe, baby. Make them seethe. That's going to put us not only 170 away from this morning, but $60 away from last night. Shit, we're pretty close. We can combine the two for 1 hour of overtime. You guys have put us back on a good path. Thank you very, very much. Hey, keep it going, and we'll be done with it. Thank you so much. We got Kamala to watch. The money keeps rolling in. You guys keep throwing cash at us. I keep having to thank people. Don't let me run out of thank yous today. Keep me interrupting the show to thank people for their huge money drops. That $80 is fucking cool. Thank you so much,
We love you for
Ethan.
that. Thank you.
You're the man. And, of course, if you throw in big money, leave a big suggestion, too. Like I said, the customer is always right. You support this show financially, you get a say in shit. So throw a little shit our way and go, hey, by the way, since I've got your ear with this $80, stop doing X, Y, or Z. We'll listen. We're whores. So Kamala Harris has been busy this week, not only just sucking the proverbial dick of her masters and donors, but also Kamala Harris has been busy doing interviews with the media, which, even if I liked Kamala Harris, I would advise is a fucking mistake. She should not be. I wouldn't let Kamala.
I can't believe they've kept her hidden this whole time. I thought, after that CNN interview, I'm like, why aren't you putting this firebrand out on every channel?
Well, what has she had so far? She's had that local news interview where she sounded like a dipshit.
Right.
She had the debate.
She had that one was that the one where Walls escorted her, where she had to have him there, like her
that
dad?
was the CNN interview.
Okay.
Then she had the debate where she actually sounded pretty good. She sounded so good that people theorized that she was actually
parroting what someone was told.
She was wearing the headphone earrings, was their theory.
And she obviously had the help of the moderators in that debate. Like, the general consensus from anyone with eyeballs is that was a 3-on-1 debate for Donald Trump.
Piffy Puff says, oh, no, donos are like holy water to a vampire. Yes, we've said this before, but that's perfect, Piffy Puffs. Donations are how you keep the shitty beg monster away. That's how it works. Cheeseburger Pie says truffle shuffle. Hey, did you hear Cheeseburger Pie got all salty the other day?
No.
Yeah. I don't know why Cheese keeps coming back like he wants to be a pal. He went on some nobody show, and he sat there and he went, and Cheeseburger Pie has gotten too wrapped up in the internet. It's too bad because he was a really cool guy. But, somebody sent me this clip. It's like a 13-second clip, and he was unhinged. He was crazy. He goes, since Aaron has been saying so much shit about me, maybe I should start saying shit about him. And I'm like, dude, A, you're trying too hard to be an internet character, and that's weird. Like, pull up, dude. You need to pull up. I've seen people just get fucking, you're going to turn into another Keanu. But then I'm like, geez, I haven't said shit about you.
Other than the fact that we know you go on other shows and talk shit. That's the only thing that's been said from my point of view.
We called Cheese out. We're like, Cheese, you're a double agent. You come on our show and you pretend to be nice. Then you talk a bunch of shit about us on other people's shows. We didn't say you had to stop doing it. We didn't say it even made me upset. It does. Guys, if you do that kind of thing, trust me, you're not hurting my feelings. But, like, for you to think that I'm shitting, like, if I'm shitting on you, you'll know it. And I would never shit on Cheese. He's fucking Cheese. Like, he's
been here for a long time. He's almost a legend in steel toe lore. Maybe he even is.
But, like, Cheese is like he's trying to do like pro wrestler internet drama thing, and it's like, oh, Cheese, don't do that. Don't do that. That's ew. That's gross. But he's like, yeah, maybe if he says shit about me, I'll say shit about him. Like what? I mean, one thing you cannot hold over my head is that I have secrets. I certainly do not have secrets these days.
I'm going to let everybody know. Know what? He didn't pay a bar tab once. What? Okay, yeah, sure. There we go. That's what you got.
First of all, that would never happen.
I know.
I always get those taken care of. PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. So Cheese does that, and I'm looking at this clip, and I'm like, these people just get weird. Like, people overuse the term parasocial, but it's just oddly parasocial, and when they get addicted to, like, being on a podcast with 13 people, and they're like, yeah, internet famous. It's like, weird, dude. Strange.
If it's a podcast with 13 people, and one, don't besmirch my show like that. Way more than that. But two, the more important part, that's not internet famous. Like, and internet famous means nothing to, like, the rest of the world. But, like, you got to be.
Bro, I can get 1,000 people watching me at a time, and let me tell you, I'm not internet famous. And I've got clip channels that do almost as many views as our actual show does, and these clip channels love us, and they think we're great because we supported them. We said, you guys are great. And it's helped us a lot. Honestly, between all the clip channels in our show, it would not be an exaggeration to say there might be 1 million views worth of Steel Toe content out there every month. I mean, in that regard, in total views, and that's not even counting Melton's show, which should count towards our view count. It's seen by a lot of people. And that's the goal. If you do a show, you don't care if people love you or hate you. You just want eyeballs on the product. And boy, do we have that. And thank you if you're one of those people. But the Cheese thing, I was always just like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Tin Man Taylor with $2 says, watch the SNL bit picking on the Dems. Hilarious. I will, just not on the show because YouTube will fucking knock us out right away for that one.
They don't fuck around.
What is this, Jesus Pesos or Jeffrey Pesos?
Jeff Pesos.
Jeff Pesos. I will donate $1 for every push-up you do right meow. Hey, when we're on the verge of closing the doors, I'll probably take that deal. Schmitty911 gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
That puts us at 160 for this morning. Keep it going. Sam Show says, Aaron, you have a Kiwi Farms thread. You're internet famous. Oh. Yes. Fuck yeah. Although I agree with Piffy Puffs. He says there's channels with 1 million subs that aren't even internet famous. I 100% agree with you on that one, Piffy Puffs. Aaron's best friend becoming a Baby Boot member. Thank you very much. You know, I have to say, we might come up short some nights, but I still believe that this is the coolest fucking audience in the business, man. When we need it, when our backs are against the ropes, they show up. I really just keep showing up, guys. I appreciate it. 160. Away
the leery grin and the baby oil makes me uncomfortable, but yeah, the fact that you show up is awesome.
My nipples get dry. That felt very Jeff Garland.
You're so defensive of that one.
That was very Jeff Garland and Curb of me. My nipples nipples get dry. Larry, what am I supposed to do? That's a terrible Jeff Garland impersonation. Pay me to never do that again. All right, guys, let's go to this Kamala Harris on The View. Here's what's amazing about her. She may be terrible in interviews where people are just asking her hard-hitting questions, but she's also really dreadful on shows where they're doing everything they can to prop her up.
Yeah. She sucks as much at the softballs as she does the hard balls.
But enough about Montel Williams. Hey-o. Hey-o.
Oh, my lucky stars, a Negro.
All right, let's go to our beautiful Bollywood vice president, and let's see what she's got for the girls of The View. I'm sure, Johnny, that she's going to give us primo A1 content that's going to make us believe in this country again. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Kamala.
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the...
Now this is your big chance, right?
Yeah, step out from under the shadow of the other guy and show how if you were at the helm, we'd be in a different place by now.
All you have to do to gain voters and look good is throw a fossil under the fucking train tracks, right? Not hard to do. So
hell, he's probably already down there.
Yeah, so Johnny, is Joe Biden popular right now?
Fuck no.
No.
He's not even visible right now. Half the country thinks he already left.
Joe Biden is not popular right now. The rule of politics is if you distance yourself from someone unpopular, you at the very least don't get any less popular and at best become more popular. Let's see how Kamala Harris handles her opportunity. And this is like The View, because they like her. This is The View going, would you do anything different than Joe Biden?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Do you think that maybe you could have done things differently that would have maybe gone a different direction? Do you hate Trump? Have you even seen Star Wars? All right, let's go. Let's see.
Easy, Matt.
So she's got her chance to knock this one out of the park. Let's see how she does.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms.
Oh shit!
You blew it. What the hell? Dude, this is what I'm talking about. They set this shit up on a tee for her. She has never been in an adversarial position in an interview in the last 4 years. She has not been in an adversarial public position since Tulsi Gabbard took her soul in that debate. And yet she still is they call Joe Biden a gaffe machine, but at least he's got an excuse. He's got shit in his pants and baby adrenochrome on his teeth. He's fucked up. With Kamala Harris, I'm in my prime, and she's retarded. That's hard to do.
Well, look, we all know my history, okay? Like, I started out as a prosecutor, okay? So that means I know how to talk to people that aren't paying attention and just tell them something and go, look, I'm right because I said I'm right, okay? Now let's just vote for me and put this poor person in prison for
And that should secure the black vote. Job well done, Kamala. All right, let's see how the
past 4 years.
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had.
No. Remember,
look, when it comes to the shit show that we're currently in, I helped make it, and I stand by what we did.
Do you remember when they were trying to push that narrative that like she's not the border czar?
Right.
Remember that? They're like
they were trying to push the narrative that she wasn't responsible for the border, and they were also trying to push the narrative that Donald Trump is the reason that border wall, or not border wall, that border bill got canceled because he wanted it as a political issue.
So the whole thing with Kamala Harris was the media was going, oh, she wasn't connected to Biden. She wasn't really making any of the calls. She wasn't the border czar. Now she goes on The View and she goes, you know that fucking geriatric tard you guys all can't stand? Can't wait till he fucking shuffles out of the White House and leaves? Not only would I not do anything different than him, but all the shit I've done that you guys have been suffering through the last 4 years, fucking I put my stamp on that shit. Are you out of your fucking mind? Ladies and gentlemen, the Steel Toe Media can now call the state of Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Wow. This is why Ohio hasn't been in play for like 12 years, is because of bullshit like this. Ooh.
Oh, fuck. Hey, speaking of Ohio, that whole Trump and Vance are horrible people for what they were saying.
We'll get there. Are you talking about the guy? Are you talking about the guy?
That.
Hey, are you talking about the guy with the machete?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. We've got that one. Guys, remember, Haitian migrants chopping up street animals is a fucking hoax, and you're a disgusting, pig-minded, bigoted racist for saying it.
There's absolutely no truth to any of this.
And there is certainly no video evidence that we will play on this show that it's getting fucking weird in Springfield. Oh, my God.
I can't wait for the next episode of The Simpsons if they keep it on track with the actual Springfield, Ohio.
Right? By the way, thank you, Aaron's best friend, for the $9.99 super chat. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, we're doing great. 155 away from this morning. Let's get that. Hey, 10 minutes left. 155 in the next 10 minutes. Let's hit this morning in the first hour. Streamlabs.
We just do a show for like the next fucking 3.
Yeah, I promise you this. You knock out that 155 by the end of this hour, I won't mention that 60 from last night until overtime. I won't put a Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo link up. I won't do any of it. We will go old school as fuck. If we knock out that 155, you know what? We knock out that 155 by 7:30. I'm not going to post anything about last night until overtime. You have my word. And of course, if you hit that $60, you get an hour of overtime tonight. So it's really just $60 for an extra hour. So knock out that 155 on Venmo, on PayPal, on Streamlabs, on YouTube, on Rumble. It's been a hell of a morning so far, and we appreciate it. You have picked our spirits up, and we'll reward you for that. 100%. We appreciate you guys chipping in. So get after it, and let's do this thing. So then CNN played the clip of Kamala Harris saying she would do nothing different. And again, this is a network that has been nothing but vile to Donald Trump and nothing but supportive of Kamala Harris. They love her. They think she's the greatest. Even they saw her moment on The View and went, fuck. Shit. That's not good. Here we go.
Done something differently than President Biden.
I love
during
watching
the
them
past 4
eat
years.
themselves.
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Molly, what do you make of that?
I'm surprised, frankly, that she doesn't have...
One of them is holding a straight razor to their own throat. It's like, fuck! I hate it! And you know, the worst part is I feel for Kamala in a way because Kamala is simply a vessel for all these people's Trump hate. Kamala is insignificant.
All the Democrats' hopes that he won't win.
Yeah, like Kamala is insignificant. She's not an actual player in this game. She's just the thing opposing Trump. You remember, 4 years ago, they wouldn't let Joe Biden out of a fucking basement because they just needed a semi-warm body that people could vote for against Donald Trump. They said, here, we're gonna release this we're gonna let this virus do more campaign stops than we're gonna let you do. You stay in the basement. The virus will run against Trump. That's how we're gonna do this. And it worked.
It did work.
It worked. I mean, sure would be nice if one of those judges said, yeah, Trump campaign, we'll hear your case. Why don't you show us the evidence you have that this election was fucked with? Oh, what's that? If we do that, it goes into the public record and everyone can see your evidence. Yeah, we're just going to not hear the case. And that's another thing that bothers me about the media. They keep repeating this lie. The fact checkers, the people who are so against misinformation, they keep repeating this lie that Trump's challenges to the 2020 election were all found without merit or were all like found by a court to be not legit. It's like, no, that's not what fucking happened. They refused.
They weren't seen or found to be anything. You refused to hear the cases.
Right. That is a lot different than, oh, even the courts found that there was no election fraud. That's not true. That's misinformation. They refused to hear the case.
More to say about this, given that she and her campaign know that this is one of the main questions that voters have about her. And one of the main things she's been trying to establish as part of her candidacy is the idea that she would represent a break from the past 4 years, and to not be able to come up with something to say in that moment. She continues to not be particularly nimble on her feet in a lot of these interviews, and this is the very obvious.
She continues to be the artard that we elected as a DEI hire.
Maybe
it's weird that she doesn't raise to the challenge.
Maybe it's the friends I grew up with. Maybe it's the family I had growing up. But I would much rather just have someone openly call me a retard. You know what I mean? Like, rather
don't sugarcoat it. I'm stupid as fuck. Just throw it in my face.
Right. Like, why do you have to keep using these euphemisms to like salvage my feelings? Just say retard and let's move on.
Just look out at the sunset, Lenny. Just look out at the sunset.
Look at the
bunnies.
Look at the flowers, Lizzie. Look at the flower. God damn, that show was good until it wasn't. That Walking Dead, man, that was a good fucking show. I'm rewatching Breaking Bad right now, and it just gets early. The more you watch it, the more you rewatch it, the earlier and earlier in the show you hate Walt, but you always hate Skyler. You always hate Skyler.
Well, Skyler's like hateable for a reason. Walt is someone who gets motivated to do the wrong thing for the right reasons. Like early on, it's very easy to sympathize with Walt because it's like the dude's gonna die and he wants to provide something for his kids. All he has is his knowledge of chemistry, and it's like, well, what is he gonna do? He thinks of a really bad but still get rich quick fix scheme to kind of solve all of his problems, and then we just watch it devolve from there, and he slowly becomes the person that he didn't want to be doing what he's doing. But Skyler's one of these like stuffs her nose up at it, but then takes all of the advantages and the benefits, and
fuck
when it has
her,
a
I hate
downside, fucking gets pissed.
I fucking hate her. I should have maybe saw this as a red flag in my last marriage. When we would watch that show, I'd always go off about Skyler, being like, fuck her. She's a piece of shit. And April's like, what? I don't think she's a piece of shit. I go, she's against this. Walt's such a terrible guy, but he's the only one getting off his fucking ass and doing something while he's rotting from cancer, and he's giving her all this fucking money, and she's, I hate her. You move out of the house, you get the fuck out of there. Don't take the fucking money if you want to morally preen about it, bitch. Fuck off. Right. You're an asshole. You're a duplicitous cunt. And I would go off on this rant, and April's like, what? I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm like, nah, that's what you got to do. Guys, if you start dating someone, do me a favor. Watch Breaking Bad together, and if they hate Skyler, you can marry them. If they think Skyler is being completely reasonable, fucking run. Run the other way. Skyler's a cunt. Who is the good guy, by the way? Like I've watched so many YouTube videos on who's the baby face in Breaking Bad.
I don't really think there is one, because even fucking what's his name, his brother-in-law,
Hank.
law enforcement guy, Hank. Yeah, even Hank's a piece of shit.
How about Gomi? Or is he too much of a bit player? He's kind of too much of a bit player to be the hero. Jesse's fucking terrible too.
Jesse's garbage. I mean, I feel bad for Jesse in the way, like, especially when Walt kills his girlfriend.
Wait a minute.
All right, when he lets her die. He lets her die.
Attaboy. He didn't kill Jesse's girlfriend. He just didn't. I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you. He Batman Ra's al Ghul. You know what will always bother me about Batman Begins is that it makes me sound like a pretentious douche because they pronounced Ra's al Ghul wrong.
Yeah.
So now when I say Ra's al Ghul, I'll be like, you fucking queer. It's like saying Pakistan. You know, but it's like, no, it is pronounced Ra's al Ghul. And what did Ra's al Ghul always call Batman? He didn't call him Bruce. He didn't call him Batman. What did he always call him?
I thought he called him a detective.
Detective. He always said detective. And that was fucking cool. That's what I love about those Batman video games. Like, it stays, like, really close to the lore.
That's why the Deadpool movies worked out so well, because they stay kind of really close to the universe that made it popular, so everyone loves it. That's why it works.
Tin Man Taylor with $5 says, you can't beg all day if you don't start in the morning. Bingo. Thank you very much, buddy. We've also got Zen Man Builds. Hold on, just updating that. There we go. With $1. Says, hey, Johnny, they identified that chopper that was rotor washing in North Carolina. It was assigned to the Connecticut National Guard.
Interesting. So the Connecticut National Guard dispatched a helicopter to fly to North Carolina and just kind of fuck with people's shit. Weird.
Fun, right? Stephen Bravo gifting a membership and then gives $2 and says, display my super chat, goddammit.
Thank you. And there it is.
I hope that puts us back on the good foot there, Stephen Bravo. I appreciate it. By the way, that puts us at 145. Thank you guys very much. 145 away from this morning, 60 away from last night. Again, if we knock out today's goal by 7:30, I'm not going to bring up the $60 from last night until overtime. And you guys get a shot at 1 hour of overtime today. So throw your money in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. If in the next half hour you guys knock this out, I will shut the fuck up about what we came short. Sounds good. All right, let's go ahead and check out Kamala Harris. The View thing is a warm-up. Let's watch Kamala Harris from this weekend on 60 Minutes. Because, again, she goes on a friendly show like The View, and she just fucking shits the bed, and the whole studio stinks after she leaves. That's not a Curry joke, by the way. That's a shitting the bed joke. And then...
I thought they had Biden there at that point.
And then she goes on 60 Minutes where, look, you can say that 60 Minutes is tilted one way. You can say they're biased or whatever. That's fine. But they are professional journalists. Like, they do have, like, the basics of interviewing down. Like, they do know to ask follow-up questions. They do know, like they're biased, but they know how to keep their dignity, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they know how to look like they're actually doing their job.
Right. 60 Minutes is a little more respectable than The View. So Kamala went on 60 Minutes, and, hey, is your favorite food by chance word salad?
No. Why do you ask?
Because I got a whole heaping helping of it coming up. I got, I think, 4 clips of fucking primo Kamala word salad. And just like any good wine mom, Kamala really gets that mayo thick and rich in the word salad. Oh, my God. Let's go to Zen Man Builds with $5. He says, who's the worst wife? Skyler from Breaking Bad or Hank Moody's wife, Karen, on Californication? Oh, Skyler, 100%.
I didn't watch Californication enough to really know. I'm just going to vote Skyler.
That's
the show I watched more of.
I'm going to say Skyler because Skyler caused a lot of problems for Hank.
Or for Walter, yeah.
What did I say?
You said Hank. Hank Moody's wife, like the Californication thing, like that's the other thing. The whole thing with that, from what I understood of the show, and like I said, I didn't watch a whole lot of it. But I think like Hank Moody being fucked up, messed up, and a problem was always his own actions.
Right.
Like the wife, whether she instigated or added whatever, it didn't matter. Like Hank Moody didn't become an alcoholic because that was the only way to keep his family afloat after he's gone. Yeah, Hank was not perfect, but Hank's intentions were good. He just didn't consider anyone else's feelings ever. Like Hank's I really empathize with that guy. I mean, I'm just saying.
Hank had tunnel vision, and he was like, I'm doing this for my family. He never once asked his family what they wanted. He just said, I'm doing this for my family. And it's like sometimes you look ungrateful when someone does something for you and you go, I didn't ask you to do that. And people get mad. They're like, well, fuck you. I did this for you. It's like, yeah, but without checking to see if I wanted it. It's like, hey, man, I stayed up all night making noodles from scratch and making you your favorite pasta dish. And it's like, I don't feel like pasta today. Well, fuck you. I made this for you. Yeah, I know I didn't ask you to, though. Like,
you kind of took that upon yourself without talking to me, man.
But Hank, I keep calling him Hank. Walt tried You know, Hank Moody was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And he had serious problems. And you can drive your wife crazy doing that. So I'm going to say that Skylar was way worse. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, we've got coons. Puts a fucking link to a story about raccoons up there. You got to love this audience, right?
Thank you so much for supporting the show.
We're about to play a Kamala clip, and he's just like, guys, I got one.
I got one.
Check this out. We got coons. We got coons. All right, Kamala Harris on 60 Minutes. She's talking to the black one. I don't know the people on 60 Minutes, so she's talking to the black guy.
Is he, though? I see that nose, and I think, and we got a Jew.
And you guessed it, a Jew.
This is 60. Let's kick off with this clip. Kamala is confronted by 60 Minutes on if allowing illegal immigration to quadruple on her watch was a mistake. That is a very passive-aggressive border for. That's a very passive-aggressive way of saying you fucked up.
Right? But they're also giving you a very big open window to kind of own it and go, well, look, this happened and it was bad. Like, just address the turd in the room and we can move on.
Right. Yeah,
just have to admit it's your turd.
Right. You just have to go. Yeah, the question being asked that way of like, so it's like you want to chastise someone, but you want them to figure out they've done wrong first. So it's like your parents going, so that dent in the garage door, do we think that maybe we should pull into the driveway a little slower next time? But like the problem with Kamala Harris is like, you're like, so millions of really poor third world illegal migrants who don't speak the language and that we can't vet properly coming into the country. Shithead move, right? She's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, God damn it. Come on, work with us here. We're trying to get you elected. That's how
He looks frustrated just going into the question like, all right, I'm going to give her this, but I know she can't handle it.
If I were the news director at one of these channels, I would be screaming that at the screen all the time. I'd be going, we're trying to win you a fucking election. Cooperate.
Stop making it hard on yourself. More difficult for us.
I just imagine Kamala's defeat. Like if she loses the election, I don't want her to give a concession speech. I just want her to give the speech from Rambo at the end. I want her to just go, you asked me, I didn't ask you. You don't just turn incompetency off. Back then, I could do a vice president job with no accountability. Here, they want to change my poll numbers in 2 days. Joe Biden is president, and the little boy comes up to him, and he says, shine, shine, and Joe Biden is an idiot, so he says, sure, and then he opens a little shine box, and it blows up, and there's pieces of Joe Biden all over, and I'm just looking, and he's telling me that he wants to stop being president, he wants to go back to Ukraine, and I say, I can't find your brain. I can't find your brain. Back in 2020, I could be vice president of the United States. Here, I can't hold a lead in the popular vote for a week.
Wouldn't have been nothing if it wasn't for that king shit Trump, I'll tell you that much right now.
I didn't want to be president. There we go. OBS disconnected and reconnected. Are you saying that an 82-year-old president against your boy is a no-win situation? You bring that kind of candidate, you just remember one thing. What's that? A good supply of adrenochrome. Let's go to the text real quick. I promise we'll get to this clip. Good point. Somebody texting in, Walt Jr. is the baby face.
Ah. See, maybe it's just my own personal things, but I'm just like, whatever, fuck him.
You fucking hate Walt Jr.? You think you two would be kindred spirits, not to be racist.
No. And by the way, handicap isn't a race. We come in all sizes, shapes, and colors. Okay. But most of us are assholes. And I don't trust, something about like him getting a car and getting a driver's license thing, and I'm just like, no, No, I don't think so. And then
Wow.
I'm like, I blame everything. Walt wouldn't feel so responsible to take care of this asshole if this kid had pulled his life together more. But he's lived his whole life of I need a handout, I need a crutch to lean on. He's never going to learn to be self-sufficient or self-supported.
Wow.
So now Walt is turning himself into the proverbial villain to give this kid a life that he can't get for himself because he's not motivated enough, because he spent his whole life leaning on the crutch. Look, man, you got to go out and make yourself, like, if you start out independent and then you become someone who's handicapped, you can, like, rely on people, but then still have that motivation to be like, no, I want to be self-sufficient.
So now
this person is obviously very comfortable with letting, someone do the work for him. So Walt's like, all right, I'll do the work. Let's make some meth. And it's like, how do you let your dad do that and not feel responsible?
Is this a dislike of Walt Jr. or is this a grudge you hold against RJ Mitty?
That's the actor, right?
Who you talking to? Of course that's the actor. Or
yeah.
Or would you rather
fucking talking about any show with him is like watching a movie with what do they call it? The fucking X-ray thing. I did that with Deadpool. Every time I pause Deadpool, it tells me who every actor is on the screen and other stuff they've been through. It's like watching a movie with Imholt. I can't pause it for 5 seconds and go, oh, and this person was in this movie you've never fucking heard of or don't remember. Like, oh shit.
So you're not talking about Hank, aka Dean Norris.
No, I'm talking about the characters.
You're not talking about his partner Steve Gomez, aka Michael Quezada.
That's what I mean.
You're not talking about Mike Ehrmantraut.
If they ever do like a fucking pop culture Jeopardy, you're gonna be rich.
Played by Jonathan Banks. You're not talking about him.
I'll take obscure bit players for 600, Alex.
Well, I mean, you could be talking about. I can think of the actor's name easier than the character. You're not talking about Jesse Pinkman, a.k.a. Aaron Paul.
No.
Okay.
The most known of the Paul brothers, ironically.
Yes, he is. Oh, you're talking about Ron and Rand.
Oh, yeah.
Shaken. Oh. All right, guys, let's get to this Kamala thing. By the way, thank you, Cheeseburger. Did I thank Cheese for the $5?
I don't believe so.
Cheese threw us $5 and said, "My dues, boss man." Thank you very much, Cheese. I hope you're over whatever bug you got this weekend. I'm very sorry about that. We are now 140 away from today's goal, and like I said, if you guys knock out today's goal by 7:30, I will shut the fuck up about that $60 till overtime, and I won't ask for it. So let's keep knocking it out. We're technically only 200 away from an hour of overtime. So rally it up. Let's do an hour of overtime today. We're just 200 away from it. Thank you guys very much. Let's go to this Kamala Harris interview now. It's taking us forever. I'm sorry for my attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Let's watch black journalist guy try to make Kamala look presidential.
Covering the border for years. And so I know this is not a problem that started with your administration.
Correct.
But
they're already starting with ball washing.
Right. I know this isn't a problem that started under your administration, but if you've been watching the border for years and you're honest, you could say it's a problem that got a lot better under the last administration and it got a lot worse under yours. So.
Right. That's like telling Sir Alistair Thorne, like, hey, I know the wildlings getting over the wall and everything. I know the wall's been here for a long time, but that whole wildlings invading thing, that was pretty fucked up, right?
Administration.
Correct.
Well, it was that boy Snow who did it to us. I can't do an Alistair Thorne impression. Of course, Alistair Thorne, great actor, played by, I'm just kidding, I don't know. I don't know who played Sir Alistair.
It's going to hurt me so bad. I barely remember the character. And you're like, this played by, God damn it, man. How do you hold this information in your head?
Well, I don't know. But, personally, my favorite character beyond the wall was probably Craster, played by Robert Pugh.
See, I can remember what they look like. My favorite character beyond the wall was the redheaded lady who became Kit Harington's wife. Yeah. I've liked her since I first saw her in Downton Abbey because at the time the person I was with in a relationship.
I was going to say, are there any shows you watch that aren't gay as fuck?
Oh, this coming from you with that shirt and your music taste. How about you hold off on the Mo inclinations there?
Wow, that was like fucking hurtful. I was trying to make fun of the fact that
You
watch.
just said any show I watch isn't gay as fuck. Like, oh, that's,
I just said your shows are gay as fuck. I mean, do we have to go after wardrobes? I mean, it feels like this. I mean, we're trying to make this personal. I mean,
Look, guys, we need to hit that goal because clearly he needs to go shopping.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you give me a standing ovation?
Take my big, strong hand.
I'm going to be the bigger man and walk away. All right.
I can do it myself.
Of course, Hanson, the caretaker, played by the unmistakable Chris Elliott. And, of course, the wheelchair assistant, played by the talented David Cross. And, of course, who can forget the professor in Scary Movie 2, played by the indomitable Tim Curry.
See, all three of those I actually knew, so I can't feel bad. Like,
that's why I didn't do Saul Goodman for the Breaking Bad one, because everybody knows who that is.
Yeah.
That's Bob Odenkirk. But what they
How
don't
do you not know Bob?
But what they don't know is that Gus Fring was played by oh fuck, I had it. Esposito. Giancarlo Esposito. Oof. That was close. I could be wrong on that one too.
No, you're right. I'm pretty sure it's
Giancarlo Esposito. Yep. Okay, I got Gus Fring.
That's one of those ones where I hated that character so much that the first time I saw that actor in something else, I had to like see him playing the character for a minute before I went, "Oh, he's just a really good actor." And I shouldn't just hate him.
Chips and Diff says, what we don't know is if you'll ever get to this fucking clip. That's a good point.
We still haven't done it.
All right, back to the immigration thing. Guys, 140 away from today. Get 50 in the next 15 minutes. Let's rally up on Streamlabs and PayPal and all that shit, and we'll be good to go. Thank you.
And so I know this is not a problem that started with your administration.
Correct.
Johnny, a Haitian, look out.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
Problem that started with your administration.
Correct.
But there was an historic flood of undocumented immigrants coming across the border the first 3 years of your administration. As a matter
Why is this guy asking this question like he's trying to talk while getting a filling? Like it just seems like the most painful thing for him to get out. It seems like he's...
Look, I don't want to admit that you guys fucked it up, but I've been covering this for a while, and again, it's been a problem long preceding your administration, but it got really, really bad with you guys.
It's less awkward to just go, so how you going to unfuck the border, homeboy? Like, instead of going, look, I know the border. Like, it's like he's having an intervention for an addict. And he's just like, which, by the way, hard to do. I know. It's he's sitting there going, look, I know this border thing was a problem before you got here, but like super fucked up under you guys. What's up, bro? I mean, I feel like if PPP was doing this interview, he would go, now the border has been a problem for a long time, but when you guys got there, it was like, whoa, buddy. Retard alert, retard alert, retard alert. That's what you know what I want? I want Kino Casino to fill in for 60 minutes 1 week.
You guys got the border. Now you're like totally felted. All right.
I would like to talk about all the degeneracy under your administration. There's been a lot more child trafficking. Like, kids are getting fucked, and they're stinky and they're hungry like the Ricada kids. And I need to know if you guys are going to fucking do anything about it, buddy, because the fucking border and this whole situation is fucking felted.
It's the Canadian accent thing that gets it over the line.
Whenever PPP talks about Ricada, he always does the same thing. He goes, your kids were stinky and hungry. And there's something about the way he says it where you're like, it just makes it so much sadder. Like, it does. Like, seriously, to me, it makes... And I actually get mad because, like, the people still ball washing this fucking monster. I don't care if you defend the degeneracy parts or whatever, even though with 5 to 8 kids in the house, that's fucking disgusting and we should all be fucking ashamed of ourselves and we should all have tomatoes thrown at us by the internet. So anybody still ball washing that is a fucking monstrous piece of shit for defending an arrested development having animal. But the fact that people forget about the kid being on cocaine and they don't just want somebody to have to fucking face the ultimate punishment for that. That to me, that gets to me a little bit. Whoa, buddy. All right. I'm sorry. I talk about Keno Casino. I can't help it. We got to get to this clip. But now I just keep thinking of PPP and Worski doing this interview. And I just keep thinking of your line now. Like the border is felted, buddy.
Matter of fact, arrivals quadrupled from the last year of President Trump. Was it a mistake to loosen the immigration policies as much as you did?
It's a long-standing problem, and solutions are at hand. And from day one, literally, we have been offering solutions.
What I was asking.
Oh, my God.
He asked if it was a mistake for what you did, and you just said from day one you've been offering solutions. That's not good because the rest of us don't see it as a solution.
Yeah, we've been offering solutions. Wait a minute, you've been trying?
You mean this is the best that you could do?
We were comfortable in the fact that maybe you were just fucking ignoring it. We didn't think that you were like giving it the old college try and it was this bad. And also you noticed the wine mom word salad coming out. We've been offering solutions, and these solutions are going to be solutions we can solve in the future. Great. So you've admitted you failed in the past. You admitted you're failing in the present, but just trust me, I've got this thing. I agree with Tim Walz. We can't do another 4 years of this.
Was it a mistake to kind of allow that flood to happen in the first place?
I think the policies that we have been proposing are about fixing a problem, not promoting.
If she says policies now in the rest of this answer, I'm going to break my screen.
A problem. Okay.
But the numbers did quadruple.
And the numbers today,
watch.
because of what we have done, we have cut the flow of illegal immigration by half.
So now it's only twice as high as the day you got.
Right. This is the thing I love. This is like their thing with inflation. Like, hey, guys, inflation is down 3%. Yeah, but it was like up 15 before, so we're still up 12. Like,
right.
I think you don't realize how this is better than it was before, but it's still shit.
Hey, guys, you know how we fucked up really bad? We're not fucking up nearly as bad anymore.
We're only fucking up half as bad.
Yeah.
Have cut the flow of fentanyl by half, but we need Congress to be able to act to actually fix the problem.
Well, it would help if when every time you passed a law to fix the problem, the funding went to the problem and not to Ukraine.
Right. Or, you know, I guess it would really help if you guys say controlled the Senate. I mean, all you have to do is, like, in the House, don't you only have to turn, like, 3 or 4 Republicans?
I think so.
Like, couldn't you get a border bill together that 3 or 4 Republicans in, like, Arizona and Texas are like, hey, this would help, and you just have to turn them? That means that your solutions for the border have been so fucking tragic and terrible that even people who live on the border and they get voted in and out based on how the border is still think your ideas are shit. Like, this is a fixable problem. Trump did it.
He didn't like how, but he did it.
Right. Trump fixed the border. He just told people they couldn't fucking come in.
And if they did, he locked them down, and while we vetted them, he didn't keep families together because he had a soft spot. And then people are like, oh, they're separating families. They're putting kids in cages. If you're a parent and you know that's going to happen to your child and you walk across the third world to get to the border illegally anyway, then I'm sorry, that's kind of on you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I believe what Trump did was he pulled down the collar of his dress shirt, and he pulled it down, and he goes, you see this? It means not welcome. And then he went about his business. It was an effective border policy, a lot of people say. All right, Coltrane with $1 says they keep saying Trump killed that Senate bill, the one that did nothing to stop the flood, but they refuse to bring forward a vote on H.R. 2 that has been passed in the House for 2 years. That's the Republican border bill.
Right.
that doesn't give Ukraine and Israel a shitload of money, so Kamala doesn't want to pass it.
Right, because the Biden administration can't get their cut if they don't pay off their friends.
Precisely. Hey, guys, we are $140 away from knocking out today's goal. We're $200 away from getting this morning and last night knocked out and getting you guys an hour of overtime and pulling the dub. We have a chance to pull a dub today, and then we've only got 2 goals left after that. So we've gone on a crazy PayPal Venmo rally today. If in the next 7 minutes you guys hammer out that last one, or you hammer out the first one, I'm sorry, we'll shut the fuck up about the last one and just let it happen naturally. So, oh my God. Thomer Gomer with $150 says, holler if you hear me.
Thank you. Shit.
Money
Well, that takes care of today.
Money needing a lot now.
Wow. Holy shit.
A Methodist and the son of a bitch.
Thank you very much, Thomer Gomer. Let's just play a bunch of shit here.
Let me have a Diablo
Fuck off and shut the fuck up. Who fucking cares?
We start the story now.
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
And you guessed it, a Jew. Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Thomer Gomer, thank you for the 150. That is
huge.
As we take home 145 of it, I'm gonna keep my promise right now. I'm not even going to mention what that puts the other thing at. I'm gonna pin it to the top of the 2 pages. Thank you to Thomer Gomer. Thank you to Ethan, our 2 biggest contributors. And thank you to everybody who threw in money. I only have one thing to say to you guys right now, and that is fucking load, you piece of shit. Wait, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is...
Y nació al día siguiente.
Mira el centro, clave, gol.
Woo! You guys have overtime today. Thank you. Brett Mack says, happy now, cheese tits. I'm jizzing in my fucking pants. Are you kidding me? I'm the happiest boy in the world. You think I'm fucking lying to you guys? One thing I don't do. Unlike the people that A-log this show, I don't fucking lie. I say you knock out the goal, I'm the happiest guy in the world. I fuck off and I do a show. Watch me fuck off and do a show. Thanks for knocking that out in the first hour and a half of the show. I'm not even going to tell you what you need to do to get an hour of overtime. You guys have got this. Thank you so much. Another win for the toe. Suck my dick. All right. Kamala Harris. We got more clips. We got a lot of clips. It's taken a while to get to these. Oh, by the way, black guy, Bill Whitaker.
The interviewing?
Yeah, I just saw it on this clip we're about to play. The guy's name is Bill Whitaker. Bill Whitaker. Let's go ahead and check out Bill Whitaker trying to ask Kamala Harris about the positions she's flip-flopped on.
Okay.
He wants to ask her about fracking. He wants to ask her about the book. Because remember, she was against fracking, environment, all that shit. Now fracking's okay. Or, whatever. She changed her opinion on fracking. I could have that backwards. But then, like he just asked her on the border. Hey, you fucking thought the border was gay and we don't even need to pay attention. But now you want to pass border bills and shit. To quote Hurricane Helms, what Bill Whitaker is trying to say is, what's up with that? Let's see what's up with that.
And the columnists say.
Okay.
They say that the reason so many voters don't know you is that you have changed your position on so many things. You were against fracking, now you're for it. You supported looser immigration policies, now you're tightening them up. You were for Medicare for all, now you're not. So many that people don't truly know what you believe or what you stand for. And I know you've heard that.
You know what
it's true.
You know what I like about this guy is that we know that the network news has a bias, but like at least 60 Minutes, even though they're doing it with kid gloves, 60 Minutes is still going, so you're kind of about a piece of shit. What's the deal? Like,
turns out you flip-flop more than the footwear of the same name. Care to explain?
So you say one thing, you do another, and then the next year you say another. Well, who are you? Host of Steel Toe? Fuck is your problem?
In the last 4 years, I have been vice president of the United States. And
what? Whoa, buddy! No, sorry.
I have been traveling our country, and I have been listening to folks and seeking what is possible in terms of common ground. I believe in building consensus.
What? Fuck you. Are you sucking my dick and calling it ass eating? Did you just say... This is what happens when we knock out the goal early. I'm liberal with my speech. Did you just say that you're about consensus building and like building allegiances and all of that shit, happy horse shit? You know, I'm all for building consensus unless it has to be with those dirty, filthy, Trump-supporting Republicans. I'm all about hearing out their ideas until it comes to, you know, Republican-y things. You fucking demon.
We are a diverse people, geographically, regionally, in terms of where we are in our backgrounds. And what the American people do want is that we have leaders who can build consensus, where we can figure out compromise and understand it's not a bad thing as long as you don't compromise your values.
Yeah, but we're just asking you about why you've compromised your values repeatedly.
Thank you.
In front of your voters.
Thank you. First of all, I was about to jump down her throat already, and she would have got a promotion. I was about to jump down her throat already, just about doing another fucking wine mom word salad with mayo, because he asked, hey, why are you so inconsistent in changing all your opinions? And she's like, I'm about building consensus and compromise and blah, blah. You're answering a question that was not asked to you. And then at the end, you go, we have to compromise as long as we don't compromise our core values. Bitch, he just asked you why you compromised your core values. I don't get it.
Find common sense solutions. And that has been my approach.
So I want to find a consensus and I want to compromise as long as I don't compromise. On my values. Yes, my question was, why did you
compromise your values?
Jesus, this fucking late. Dude, and look, we're a month away. Anything can happen. There is an average to better than average chance that the American people choose that.
I really fucking hope not. I mean, again, this is one of those things like, I don't like Donald Trump, but how can you look at this lady and be like, yeah, no, I'm sure she knows what she's doing. Not a puppet or a stooge at all.
No, why would you say that? Dude, that's fucking shitty of you to say.
Anyone who thought George W. Bush wasn't in charge would totally look at this administration and go, yeah, no, she's got her hand on the wheel.
By the way, about 900 of you checking out the show right now. Let's get up to 1,000. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. We appreciate you guys being a part of the show. We're going to have a fun one today. We've got more Kamala clips with Bill Whitaker. Those first two did not disappoint, I have to say. They were, I mean, unless your expectation was solving America's problems, then they disappointed greatly. But if you were just coming for the entertainment of this woman being a fucking disaster, well then, you're welcome. So Bill Whitaker then asks her about China and Taiwan. A lot of people want to know about this because this is one of the 3 or 4 places on Earth that World War III could begin.
Right.
This is, how would you classify it? I would say China, Taiwan is 2024's East and West Germany. If that makes sense. Like, that's where the clash will happen.
Right. I get what you're saying there. Yeah, the only thing that I see really different on this is just like the fact that in the case of Taiwan, like Taiwan, much like
much like Hong Kong, has been so independent for so long. They don't want to just fall under. It's really weird, these countries and regions in the area of China, when they haven't been under Chinese control for the last couple of decades, suddenly China's like, hey, we're going to take it back and we're going to come over here and take control, and you guys are just going to bow down and kneel to the government. And they all, but we don't want to do that.
Yeah. It is amazing that when countries don't have to be a part of China, they choose not to be a part of China. And then when they have to become part of China, it's like watching kids stay at a grandparent's house that they hate. It's like, no, don't make me stay here. It's like nothing I can do. So Bill Whitaker is going to ask the woman who wants to be president of the United States what she thinks about the China-Taiwan situation. Here we go.
China attacks Taiwan. Would we use military force to support Taiwan?
Bill, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals, but listen.
You're talking about what you'll do if you're president. That whole thing is hypothetical.
Your whole everybody's campaign when they're running for president is a hypothetical. Hey, if I become president, I'm going to try to make these things happen. That's called a hypothetical, you stupid shouldn't be allowed to vote person. That not because she's black, by the way.
Because she's a woman.
Right. Thank you. I don't want to be called racist.
The black part's just extra. Like if she wasn't a woman, we'd have it because she's black. But we can't even get to that part because first she's a woman.
See, I feel
she's
like
black second and a woman first. Both good reasons.
You know, I feel like I opened up the floodgates to be misunderstood, and I certainly that was not my.
No, I got you loud and clear, buddy. It's not because she's black. We don't even need to worry about that. It's because she's a woman. If she was a dude, it'd be because she's black. But then we don't even need to get there. Because again, woman.
Thank you. Do you feel like you've come to work today and you've helped the workplace? Do you feel like you really kind of helped your boss out?
Yeah.
I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad somebody feels like that was helpful.
Close to an extra half hour of overtime, people. I'm just saying. Just let's do it.
I have news for you after this clip.
We need to make sure that we maintain a one China policy, but that includes supporting Taiwan's ability to defend itself.
That's not what the one China.
What the fuck?
That's the opposite of. Do these fucking tards not know what the one China policy is?
My problem is the people who support her, because I'm retarded and even I know what the one China policy is.
Johnny, real quick.
It's in the name.
Johnny, what's the one China policy?
Only China, no other countries. China is the one country. Hong Kong bows to China. Taiwan bows to China. Hell, if they had their way, maybe even Japan bows to China. Like, it's just one country. China. It's in the name. One country. Just China. The one China policy.
Oh, my God. We need to have a one China policy, and we need to support Taiwan. If I'm Taiwan and I see that, I go, can you get us a shitload of fake IDs so we can vote for Trump in this next election?
Fucking Jesus.
Because Trump's the guy. Like, I love when they say that. They're like, Trump. Other world leaders don't want Trump to be president. Really? Ask Taiwan. Ask India if they want Trump to be president or not. Because I'm thinking that they're probably going to be okay with it.
Policy, but that includes supporting Taiwan's ability to defend itself, including what we need to do to ensure the freedom of the Taiwan Strait. We need to make sure we have open lines of communication with China, in particular, military to military.
But she doesn't. Hey, but she doesn't want to discuss hypotheticals.
Right. She just wants to support a one China policy while maintaining Taiwan's independence.
You know what really frustrates me about watching her?
People support that?
Oh, I need a thesaurus for the word retard. And it's upsetting because I don't want to keep saying retard over and over. Phoebe, mongoloid, it's like you run out of dipshit, stupid asshole,
Putz,
fuckhead. There's a lot of words, but you run out because she talks so much. One China policy. You know what I really hate about the people running for president is that it's a fucking Google search. The one China policy. The one China principle is the position held by the People's Republic of China and the ruling Communist Party that there is only one sovereign state under the name China, with the PRC serving as the sole legitimate government of that China, and Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. So we have to support the one China policy while also supporting Taiwan's independence.
China's going to look at that and go, yeah, no, you can't do both.
Right. Make the call. Fuck.
Taiwan's going to say the same thing.
They're remarkable leaders. They really are. Schweitz 111 with $50. Whoa, buddy. Thank you very much, Schweitz 911 with $50. I'm not going to tell you where that puts us for last night's evening show goal. But Kimberly just gave us $10 and says, Johnny is a much better co-host than Matt. Johnny is intelligent, cute, and funny. You guys
All right,
have
that
chemistry.
first one's definitely a fucking lie. I don't know if I believe the second two now, just because the first one. Intelligent, dude, I'm a high school graduate, and I have mentally...
You have mentally what?
Proving it right now.
Yeah.
I have mentally retarded brain damage. I can't even speak well.
You can't even say the mental thing you have.
Right. I'm so freaking retarded out. It's just... Now it's all bad. See, don't you feel horrible for saying I'm intelligent? Now we all look like idiots. Thank you.
Now
Thank you for supporting this show.
You've all made us dumber. You've all made us like what do you call it? Patsies to this whole thing. Thank you very much, guys. That means that we have knocked out today. We've knocked out last night. You know, this is where I feel bad for steel toe haters. We didn't even give you guys 12 hours to enjoy our L. We didn't even give you guys 12 hours to enjoy the L that we took last night. And we've already made it back. And this audience is getting their second 5-hour show of the week. And oh my God, Nick with $100 over on PayPal.
Holy shit.
We are $100 into tonight's goal. You guys are $150 away from pulling the trifecta. We've hit a dub today. Could we get the trifecta? $150 away from tonight. And now you're asking, Aaron, will you give us tonight's overtime today? No. Wait. I will give you tonight's overtime tomorrow, though. So you will get their overtime if you knock it out. But holy fucking shit. Guys, we're $100 into tonight.
Holy shit.
I don't know what to tell you other than more wins for the toe. More wins for the toe. A-log it, watch it, do your little shows, but we keep fucking staying one step ahead of you. 120 from tonight. Pull the trifecta. There we go. All right, now, that's pinned to the top of the page. We're going to shut the fuck up about it. We're not going to mention it anymore. Here we go. Off we go to see if we can pull the triple. All right. Next Kamala clip on 60 Minutes. These are gold for the grandkiddies. Now, 60 Minutes is going to try to talk to her about the expanded child tax credit, J.D. Vance's idea.
Right.
Tax breaks for first-time home buyers. It's going to fucking drive up the cost of homes like fucking crazy. Because what did she say she's looking to give each first-time home buyer? Was it 60 grand?
I thought the $6,000 was the child
No, 60.
tax
I
credit.
thought she was given 60.
Oh, 60. By the way, that just means everybody raises their house prices by
Bingo.
60 grand. Because again, they're like, I know you've got that much, so let's jack this up a bit.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of a similar thing to what the government did with college education. So the government told the colleges, we'll guarantee your loans, because the colleges were like, we can't borrow $100,000 to an 18-year-old with no work history.
Because they think their fucking acting career will take off after they're done.
Right. It's bad banking. That's bad business practices. You know, people like to shit on the banks, but the irony is, if the government would have just let the banks work and cover their own losses and be responsible for their own decisions, any banking problem we've had would have taken care of itself. It would have corrected. The bad actors would go out of business. But instead, The government puts these guarantees on things like mortgages, and then you get 2008. That was a government program. You get college prices going out of control because the government goes, hey, why don't you have more kids going to college? It looks good for the economy and our poll numbers. And the colleges go, we're not going to charge $100,000 for a college education. The banks won't loan the kids money to spend that much. And the government goes, bullshit, watch this. Hey, banks, you know how we let you write home loans with no sense of responsibility? Yeah, we really like that. Cool, you want to do the same thing for colleges? Fuck yeah, but what if they can't pay? We'll cut you a check. Cool, I like it. Like, everybody thinks Biden's...
What if they file bankruptcy to get out from under the debt? We'll make it illegal for them to do that.
Yeah. So, like, Biden had this thing where, you know, he said he was going to forgive student loan debt, right?
Right.
Well, you know, young people celebrated it when they weren't busy wanting abortions. They were celebrating it and going like, wow, this is great. Biden wants to give student loan forgiveness. That's not like a, hey, we like you, young people, you're fantastic thing. It's a fucking giveaway to the banks.
Right. Because they get their money.
Yeah. They're not going to like...
Although, actually, have you heard his latest attempt to pass it? Because he's gone at this a couple of different ways, and he's gotten stopped every time because it's unconstitutional to put it through. It's an entire preview of what will happen to the Harris-Walz administration if they try to just push through Roe v. Wade. Like, look, if we get elected, we will codify Roe v. Wade. Like, there's no legal way you can do that. Like, the Supreme Court, the checks and balances stuff will stop you the same way Biden got stopped with his loan thing. But his current third attempt was to just tell the lenders to not collect. It was like, hey, how about you guys just don't collect on this?
Right. It's all a giveaway to the people who give them money. It's never, anytime you hear a politician go, we're going to give you this great thing. Trust me, there's somebody behind the scenes getting that money and being, you know, rubbing their hands to get, I'm getting to, okay. Nope, stop. That's not what I meant. That's not what
And you guessed it, a Jew.
No, that's not what I said, Owen. Stop it. You stop
Is
it.
it wrong?
Coltrane says the funny part is the stipulations in the it's $25,000. If anyone in your family has bought a house, you're ineligible. Oh, great. That's good. So fuck upward mobility. And not only that, Guy Sartell raised a good point. They're going to raise housing prices $25,000. And then the person that buys that house and everybody around them, because their home value will go up too, they're going to pay an extra $25,000 worth, the percentage of property tax increase.
Right. So the government makes some money off of this too. Really interesting how that works out.
Yeah. It really is just a fuck you to everyone but the dipshit that thinks that these kind of government giveaways are good things. So here we go.
Now I have a house that I can't afford. How will that be bad? Give it a few years.
So now we have Kamala Harris and Bill Whitaker, and they're going to go for 3 minutes. These last clips you guys have been watching, believe it or not, have been like 50 seconds long. Now we're going to have Bill Whitaker let Kamala Harris work long form for 3 minutes.
This clip is going to take us to the end of the show.
I thank you guys for all the money you've given us. We're $150 from pulling a tray.
Lots of signs that the American economy is doing very well. Better than most countries, I think. But the American people...
Since when has that been the metric? Hey, the American economy's going great, you know, compared to Ecuador.
Hey, if you look at the shitholes that are around us, we're only burning half as bad.
Yeah. Hey, have you seen Haiti lately? God, are we fucking crushing? We're doing great. By the way, Coltrane with $1 says their property taxes will increase, and then in walks the wealth tax that gets revised down to anyone worth $100K or more. Yeah, and they'll take the equity in your home. If you have more than $100,000 in equity, they'll say you're worth $100,000.
Yep.
This woman's going to fuck you guys over.
People don't seem to be feeling it. Groceries are 25% higher, and people are blaming you and Joe Biden for that. Are they wrong?
We now have historic low unemployment in America among all groups of people. We now have an economy that is thriving by all macroeconomic measures.
Ma'am, I don't know if you've been watching my bank accounts like I have, but are you fucking high?
Are you out of your mind? That's because it's the thing you were talking about earlier. It's the sneaker effect Patrice O'Neill used to talk about. Everything went way up, and there was a shock. And people went, oh, my God, this shit is up 75%. Now, like he said, now it's down 25%. And now Kamala Harris goes, so see, the economy's going great. It's still way the fuck worse than when you found it. Well, the
Still
Dow
up 50 for us, bitch.
Yeah, the Dow's way up. That's called inflation, motherfucker. That's what that is.
And to your point, prices are still too high. And I know that.
Wait a minute. How can the economy be doing gangbusters by every metric, but prices are still too high? You know what the consumer class runs their spending on?
The prices.
The prices. I'm not yelling about this because I think my audience is too stupid to understand it, and I'm trying to talk them into it. I'm voicing my frustration that there's people out there, Johnny, that are fucking buying this.
I know. I'm in close proximity to some of them.
Sucks. This is your 4-hour-a-day hug box to not feel fucking crazy. And there you go. There's our selling point. People are like, what's the selling point for people to give you money? This is a 4-hour hug box for us to feel not gaslit and insane by the shit they're telling us. So we're going to play there's a lot of shows out there where they just give you their spin and their story. I prefer the way we do it, where we just straight up show you what they're saying. Like, we're not going to sit here and go, here's the answer. We don't have it. What we're going to do is we're going to show this shit and go, we will play their exact words and use them against them and show you that this is bullshit. Because that's the only way to do it.
And we need to deal with it, which is why part of my plan, you mentioned groceries. Part of my plan is what we must do to bring down the price of groceries.
Harris says she'll press.
We have to cut away because we can't let her speak for herself, guys. It's better if we answer for her.
Dude, this is now officially my favorite clip of this 60 Minutes Kamala Harris interview. She rambled like a fucking idiot, and they had to step in. Dude, have you ever seen someone use a translator for someone speaking English?
No, but we're about to get it because they had to fix her interview in post.
This is what they do on like TV shows and movies when a character's losing their mind or saying dumb shit. And they're like, as he sat there talking, I just thought to myself, like, I am Jack's, boiling rage. It's just Fight Club before he starts punching himself in the head.
Congress to pass a federal ban on price gouging for food and groceries, but details are yet to be defined.
That's because you can't define price gouging on food and groceries. Johnny, I grew up with a father. I'm not trying to brag.
Oh, fuck. What are you, an inner city child?
I grew up with a father who was a union baker, and a lot of the bakeries he would work in would be in grocery stores. So I knew a lot about the grocery business and a lot about the baking business. My dad would let me know. He would go, whenever people would complain about the price of food, milk, whatever, he would always tell me, he goes, you have to understand, grocery stores operate, and this is true. If you look this up, grocery stores operate on a less than 1.5% profit margin. So the smallest little increase in the supply of food that they have to buy, if they don't raise prices immediately, they will go under.
Yeah, they eat their shirt if they don't make that cost pass on to you, the consumer.
I mean, imagine this. If you don't sell produce and fruit at the level you did last week, you're losing a metric fuck ton of money because that shit has to be thrown out.
Right.
Like, there's a lot of perishable loss in the grocery business. So this is what I hate. I hate it when these politicians identify a problem and then they go, who we're going to fuck over? Working people. But what we're going to do is we're going to tell the other working people that these working people are actually giant fat cats and they're just millionaires and billionaires. I'm sorry, but the guy managing the grocery store and setting the price, he's not a millionaire or a billionaire. He's a grocery store manager making maybe 60, 75 grand a year.
And if he doesn't keep that little 1.5?
Less than 1.5%.
If he doesn't keep that 1.5 margin of win up, guess who gets replaced because he's not making enough money to keep the store open?
Right. So this idea that these evil grocery stores are just price gouging us on food sounds great for a movie. It's fucking retarded in real life, because all you're going to do is you're going to put a ban on price gouging. Then you're going to call price gouging 2%. Well, if it's 2%, that takes away the grocery store's profit. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to get these communist scenarios where there's no food on the shelves and grocery stores are going out of business. Price fixing leads to shortages, leads to economic collapse. So please do not elect someone who wants to do price fixing, because they call it anti-price gouging, but what it really is socialist price fixing, and it will fuck us to death. Let the market correct the prices. Do you really think the people who run Cub Foods or Lunds and Byerly's are sitting there and they're going, you know what we should do? Fuck people out of money so they can't afford our fuck people out of food prices so they can't afford our produce and we have to throw it all away.
Yes, they're lighting their cigars with $100 bills. And they go, try and buy eggs, you plebs. Wah.
Jesus Christ.
You want to expand the child tax credit.
Yes, I do.
You want to give tax breaks to first-time home buyers.
Yes.
And
No. The homes are already too easy to buy and the prices are going way up. Johnny's idea is a good one. Ban multinational corporations from buying single-family residential homes. It should not be allowed. Second, we need to make it more difficult to buy houses. You need to show proof of income. You need to show that you can afford this house. If we just keep giving away loans to people that are federally guaranteed, we're going to continue to see the price of houses get jacked up, and that's really fucking over people who are trying to get their life started.
Right? We need to put the onus of the lending back on the lender itself and not be like, hey, so you know what? It doesn't matter who you give this money to. It's covered, so just fucking throw it out there. No. It needs to be like, hey, if you lend to this person and they fuck up, it's on you.
If you make the banks responsible for the money they lend, you're going to see prices come down real quick.
I mean, I would vote for Harris Walls or Trump Vance, anyone in a heartbeat if their whole, like, I want to reinstate Glass-Steagall. I want Glass-Steagall back.
I'd go with that. I've come to the realization that being a libertarian is a very childlike, it's an immaturity. And part of becoming an adult is because libertarianism is just a knee-jerk reaction to hating government.
Right.
Instead of an actual solution to the problem of government. Government is not going away. There will always be some sort of organization. And libertarians sit there and they just go, no. And it's like, okay, no isn't an answer. Okay, we're not going to be able to go live in a cave and fucking not be affected by any of society. So libertarians kind of hurt a small government message because they go, no, we just want to do this. It's like, okay, we need to engage in this system so we can find a way to fucking cut out the rot. So if you just sit there and you go, well, actually, we don't have to put Glass-Steagall in because it's government regulation. Is it really it's government regulation, but it's one of the very few government regulations that goes, hey, you know how you guys are the taxpayers who pay your money for us to do work on your behalf? This is actually a thing where we're doing work on your behalf. We're telling you we're being transparent with where your bank's money is allowed to go when you give it to them. Like Glass-Steagall is, you put your money in, they can loan it to other people at interest, and then get paid back. That's how banks work. But they can't use it in speculation and investing. They have to use their own money in real estate and investing. That's a healthy regulation.
Starting small businesses.
Correct.
But it is estimated by the Nonpartisan Committee for Responsible Federal Budget that your economic plan would add $3 trillion to the federal deficit over the next decade. How are you going to pay for that?
Dude, do you know how much of a fucking boner I would get if somebody... I wish we had a presidential candidate who just got rock hard when a reporter asked them, how are you going to cut $300 billion a year? I'd be like...
Trillion.
Ready? $300 billion? Because no, it's $3 trillion over 10 years.
Okay.
So you got to cut $300 billion a year. I'd be like, All right, let's go to the old calculator here, Bill. Mr. Imholt, how is your presidency going to cut $300 billion a year? Department of Homeland, I'll just Google while I'm on with him.
Homeland Security.
Department of Homeland Security budget, $62 billion a year. Well, Bill, we're 1/5 of the way there. Let's go. Department of Education budget. Let's see. We got
Like
62
the
billion
CIA
so
or
far.
the military, because there's a lot of not waste, but there's a lot of like money that just disappears in those budgets. I don't like that.
Hey, so you know how we cut 62 billion by getting rid of Homeland Security?
Yeah.
Federal Department of Education, 238 billion. Hey, Bill, I just cut that 300 billion a year you were asking about. Next question. Let's move on.
I don't know if I want to drop the Department of Education, but we could definitely cut them down. Well, don't they help maintain some level of standards and stuff with the schools? Don't we need them to keep schools together?
Right, but we got 50 other Department of Educations in every state. We already got 50.
All right, fair enough.
Like, we went without a federal Department of Education until the late 1970s.
All right, yeah, then I don't think we need it.
We actually got retarded after we had a
Well, yeah,
Department
because
of
the Department of Education kept saying we had to lower standards for racist reasons. So, yeah, no, I'm smelling what you're selling. Let's go ahead and cook it.
All right.
Yeah, we're already there.
I already did it. Kamala, call me up. I got your solution, sweetheart. Let's do a couple super chats, then back to the clip because Toad Climbs Mountains getting pissed at me. Grand Poobah with $5 says, of course, unemployment is at record lows. Young people are working 2 jobs and old people are coming out of retirement just to pay the bills. It's not wrong.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Toad Climbs Mountain says, holy shit, play the clip, then go back and pick it apart. Oh, that's actually not a
half bad idea.
Guy's not wrong. 105 into tonight. Thank you, guys. You guys are 145 away from pulling the trifecta.
Okay, so the other economists that have reviewed my plan versus my opponent and determined that my economic plan would strengthen America's economy, his would weaken it.
But
my plan...
What he's asking you is, how are you going to pay for it, retard?
Bill,
He's not talking about your opponent's plan. He's asking how your plan is going to work. How are you going to pay for your plan? This is the part where you explain... this is why I hate these people.
Right.
They can't explain how their plan works. They're just like, no, my plan will strengthen, his will weaken. Like, that's not what we asked you, and that's not the question. How do you pay for your plan?
My plan, Bill, if you don't mind, my plan is about saying that when you invest in small businesses, you invest in the middle class, and you strengthen America's economy. Small businesses are part of the backbone of America's economy.
Chilean carnival ride workers is this nation's backbone.
Small businesses are the backbone of this nation's economy. Ask Tim Walz. He understands how important small businesses are. After all, he put his jackboot on their necks for like 2 years and then like tried to legally take people, okay?
Ironically, he knelt on their necks in Minnesota.
He George Floyded businesses like it was going out of style, okay? So we understand small businesses. We've been trying to crush them for 3 years, and my vice president and I have a plan to finish the job on small businesses. Okay?
Wait, he gave them meth and fentanyl? Fucking great governor. But it's so funny to watch. You're right. It's funny to watch the party of COVID restrictions talk about how great small business is. Fuck you.
But
last
pardon me,
4
Madam
years,
Vice
you guys have done
President,
nothing but kill.
the question was, how are you going to pay for it?
Well, one of the things is I'm going to make sure that the richest among us who can afford it pay their fair share in taxes.
They already do. Enough with this fucking boner for rich people. They got theirs. They earned it. Whatever taxes they don't pay, they go through a lawyer and an accountant, and they give them shitloads of money every year so that they don't have to give you fucking vultures every goddamn dime they make. I support rich people trying to pay as little taxes as possible.
I do after I've seen how you spend them. I mean, honestly, with the way you throw all of this money at Ukraine or Israel, I don't want to support taxes because, again, I don't get to say where the money goes, and I don't like how you guys are spending it. But also, ma'am, you had one simple question. Answer how you paid for it. I love that this fucking softball interview. Like, give me one interview with Donald Trump where they've given this much of a fucking, like, here, let me give you a leg up.
Yeah.
Like, you just gave me a word salad answer, so let me respond. I asked how you were going to pay for it. Like, literally, you have your interviewer going, that's not the question.
Hey, you want to lower prices? If you want to lower prices and you want to put more money in the American people's pockets, eliminate all business taxes. What I mean by that is I pay 15% business taxes for payroll. You give that back to me. Do you know what Johnny's eyeballs do when he finds out that I keep 15% more of the money? He goes, time to hit him up for some cash. Time to hit him up for some money. I pay 20% every profit I turn. Every dollar in profit is at least 20% tax, and I don't think that's including the state of Minnesota. If you say, well, we're not going to have corporations, because you're taking employees' money when you tax a business.
Right.
That money is going to an employee at some point, or it's going to buy more product. So you taking that 35% that you take from us, Johnny could hold me hostage for it. Matt could hold me hostage for it. We could.
And Aaron would tell us both to fuck off.
I would try, but then you'd have a strike, and then it gets messy. So, like, this idea that we're going to take government money and we're just going to try and target it and put it in the right people's hands, and that's going to fix the problem. It's fucking retarded. We tried it during COVID. We got record inflation. So what you got to do is, I know you hate rich people, and I know you've been selling this narrative. You've been selling this narrative to poor people that the only people who can give them jobs, we should take more of their money. The people who will hire you, there's only one thing you can hire people with, and that's money. So it stands to reason that every dime the federal government takes from a business, that is a dime they potentially take away from a poor person getting a job. So eliminate all your taxes on corporations and businesses, and I bet you see a massive reinvestment in the American worker. But no. We've spent too much time building this narrative that these business owners, they're all wealthy bastards. I got news for you.
That's what the whole longshoreman strike is about. These businesses and these offshore corporations are making billions of dollars and hundreds of millions in their year-end payouts, and we want a taste. And if we don't get it, I guess you can't buy a car. Good luck getting groceries. Too bad. Gabba da goop.
That's a good Harry Daggett.
You're welcome.
You've been working on your Harry Daggett impression.
I do have a Harry Daggett.
Oh. Trim it. By the way, they're not an advertiser, so I can say this. Don't buy a Manscaped lawnmower. They don't last very long.
No, they're a fad.
They don't last long. Like mine, I plugged it in the other day to charge it because I want to, trim up my cock and balls real nice. I want to get them nice and shorn, like a baby's bottom. And I fucking plug it in. I unplug it. You hit the power button. Light blinks on and off and goes, and it doesn't work. It just makes this, and then it doesn't work. I've had it for like maybe 2 or 3 years. It should last longer than that.
It depends, I guess. I don't know how often you're trimming your nethers, but
I'm not Greek, for fuck's sake. I'm trimming some ball hairs once in a while. It's pretty harmless.
I'm a big fan of just going natural, so I'm just full bush. It's just like a reverse.
Oh, fuck's sake!
It's a reverse bonsai tree. It's just fucking shrubbage and then a twig. But
you ever go down on a chick and she has long hair, and but she shaved,
and you go, hey, I don't have to floss tonight. Sweet.
But like you go down on a chick and she's got long hair, and then you get a hair in your mouth, and for a second you're like, oh God, she missed shaving, and she's missed this one pube for 7 years, and it's and you're like, oh wait, nope, that came from her head. Okay, we're fine. We're good here. She doesn't.
The bigger problem I have is when they have like the really long hair, and then I have to unwind it from around my dick. I'm like, how did it get there?
Rapunzel, let loose your hair. All right, let's go back.
Just let me grab my balls.
Bro, Toad Climbs Mountain is losing his fucking mind right now. I'm so sorry.
It is not right that teachers and nurses and firefighters are paying a higher tax rate than billionaires and the biggest corporations. I plan on making...
But, yeah, right. Like, even 60 Minutes is trying to call bullshit. And you saying that, hey, how are you going to pay? This is not what the American people want to hear. Hey, these programs you want to do, how are you going to pay for them? We're going to tax the fuck out of people. The American people should know by now that anytime a politician says we're going to make rich people pay their fair share, most Americans don't see themselves as rich.
Right.
And when they come out with what their definition of rich is, you're going to go, oh, fuck, I better not work so much overtime this year.
I would really like to see some taxes made on the gains that you guys who get to do insider trading. Like, could we do that? To maybe throw some money at the government? Because, again, you guys get to kind of be above the law and make really, really good money doing it. And, by the way, if you look back at the history of Congress and the Senate, they've all done it. Why can't we tax that?
I think,
and that's the other thing, too. We're going to tax the wealthiest, the wealthiest and the corporations. Like, no, you're not, because those are the people who paid to get you here now. Right. So you're going to say that, but you're going to tax the rest of us.
And
Again,
and if you tax those people, they're just going to pass it on to their customers anyway.
Right.
So you're going to cause inflation. Great job. But it's, oh, God, you said something. It was fucking perfect. And then I made my gay little quip, and now I lost it. By the way, somebody emailing and saying your Harry Faggot impression is dead on. It's Harry Daggett. You guys are mispronouncing it. How dare you?
That fair.
But we're dealing with the real world here.
But the real world includes...
How are you going to get this through Congress?
You know, when you talk quietly with a lot of folks in Congress, they know exactly what I'm talking about because their constituents know exactly what I'm talking about. Their constituents are those firefighters and teachers and nurses. Their constituents.
Are they small business owners? Because you're talking about taxing the piss out of small business owners. And I can tell you something right now. I know people look at people who run small businesses and go, that guy must be fucking loaded. If his business has a bad year, he's taking his own money and putting it in there to keep people paid and keep people around. I'll tell you this. I bet you a lot of your small business owners make under 200 grand a year. Most of the people you know, if you live in like a small town or whatever, you know someone who owns a business, under 200 grand a year, easily.
Are middle-class, hardworking folk.
And Congress has shown no inclination to move in your direction.
I disagree with you. There are plenty of leaders in Congress who understand.
Stop. I already know you're lying.
I disagree with you. And if you elect me, we'll get to find out whether I'm right or you're right.
Yeah.
So, okay?
And
so just
know
put me in office and we'll see
that
what change.
the Trump tax cuts blew up our federal deficit.
I agree with you, but the answer is not to repeal tax cuts that all of us really enjoyed getting. The answer is you fucking assholes take a goddamn haircut. Jesus
Stop
Christ.
spending the money. Stop shipping it to Ukraine. Like, again, the Trump tax cuts blew up our deficit.
I agree.
Yeah, because when you guys got in, you doubled up on the credit card.
Not only that, I was criticizing Trump when he passed those tax cuts and said, I love tax cuts. I'll always support tax cuts. I'll never not support tax cuts. But they have to be accompanied by spending
with
cuts.
Decreasing spending.
If you cut
which nobody wants to do.
If you cut taxes by $1 trillion and then you cut spending by $1 trillion, the government will end up making more money. You will have a surplus. It won't be a zero sum because as you cut those taxes, people will have more money in their pocket. And as you spend less money, you're already at zero. You already have balance on that tax cut. But as those people have more money, they will spend more money and pay other federal taxes, and the coffers will start filling up again. You will get a surplus. This shit is not difficult. You just put really fucking stupid people in charge, and they make it look really hard. It's an art making this shit look so difficult. All right, let's talk to the audience here. Jeff Pesos with $2 says, how about we reduce all government employees' salaries by 10%? How about we reduce the government workforce by 25%?
I was always a big fan of the idea that as a government employee, you should make minimum wage. You're a civil servant.
I like
You're working for the people.
Jeff Bezos.
And you guys get to profit off of so much shit. You shouldn't be making a whole lot of money for your job.
I like Jeff Bezos' idea. My point is, let's go even further. How far you want? Jeff Bezos, get weird with me. Just get fucking weird, buddy.
How about we start offering razor board retirement plans? Oh,
Stephen Bravo gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Toad Climbs Mountains with $1 says, you good. I didn't expect you to change. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. So, all right. We are now, let me update this so we're not overcharging the group. You guys are a fucking 145 away from tonight. Away from tonight. Yeah, sorry. If you're a hater and you tuned into today's Steel Toe to see a loss, we're 145 away from pulling a trifecta. So I'm sorry. I hate disappointing you guys like this. I know it happens a lot, and you and I should both be used to it, but it still hurts me to know I'm hurting you. And so enjoy the show as you will. It's been look, I think this is like a nice haters day off. So you guys, you don't have to seethe about this. What you can do is just like the fans do, sit back and enjoy what really has been a very fun, high energy show today. So,
yeah.
I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is
you're welcome.
You're welcome. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go ahead and oh boy, I'm I'm reading
Do we have any more Kamala clips?
I'm checking some notifications that are really making me happy, and I'll have to investigate them further after the program. That's all. All right, let's go to this. We got one more Kamala clip. It's 36 seconds long, and then we'll move on from our lovely and talented vice president. This kind of shocked some people. Did you know Kamala's a gun owner?
I mean, I'm not surprised, but I didn't know.
I mean, kind of weird for someone who is in an administration who does not seem that friendly about guns.
You recently surprised people when you said that you are a gun owner. And then if someone came into your
That
house...
was not the first time I've
they would get
talked
shot.
about it. That's not the first time I've talked about it.
So what kind of gun do you own, and when and why did you get it?
I have a Glock.
Oh, so she is black.
And I've had it for quite some time. And I mean, look, Bill, my background is in law enforcement.
Fuck these people. They try to limit gun rights and everything, and then look at how happy they are when they get to talk about their guns.
Right?
They're so happy. This isn't just a self-defense thing. She fucking loves having a gun.
Look, my background is in law enforcement, and I'm a Democrat, so as we all know, rules for thee and not for me.
Yeah.
I don't think people should have guns. I think we need to do something about the horrible epidemic of gun violence in this country, okay? Just so long as I get to keep mine and blast any motherfucker that comes near me, okay?
And so there you go.
Have you ever fired it?
Yes. Of course I have.
I live in a Jewish neighborhood. No.
I'm black. I just pop off when I feel like it.
You know how many kids I've shot?
You ever seen YouTube?
Yeah.
At a shooting range? Yes, of course I have.
Oh, yeah? What do the targets look like? Let's investigate. Let's find out what's really going on over here. All right. Susan M. wants to know, what is high energy about today's show? Well, first of all, I have a sore on my tongue because I bit it. I was yelling so hard. I'm playing hurt here. I'm fighting through. Number two, we've both been screaming and yelling. If you don't think today's show is high energy, you have a crack addiction. $2 from Stephen Bravo says, Johnny, how come you won't go on MLC? Let me answer that first, because I won't let him.
Because I don't want to go on a show to talk about this show. I've gotten asked for that before, and now I'm done with it. So I've made that pretty clear.
In fairness, the last time that happened, you didn't go on that show to talk about this show.
Right, but that's just what, like, it's very obvious certain shows, that one, and again, MLC, I'm not going on there because they're so interested in what I'm up to. No, they want to talk about this show, and that's fine. They can talk about this show all day long. That doesn't mean I have to do it.
I will say this. I think the one show you could go on where you could talk to the host beforehand and say, I want this, and this, is Kevin Brennan.
Right.
I will say this. I will take this to the grave with me. Kevin Brennan is very fair with how he runs his show, how he treats his guests, how he listens to his guests. He's actually, like, in this whole arena, Kevin's the most reasonable, human, fair guy in the whole thing. Everyone else is just an internet monster who's, like, not even human anymore. Kevin's a solid dude. Kevin's a good guy.
Which is funny given the sound drop we have of him.
Well, how is this not the coolest thing ever?
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Right? He's great. Bappa Shab says Kevin Brennan is a gentle lover, according to Aaron. I think the reason I kind of gravitate towards Kevin Brennan more is that Kevin's like me. He does a show. He has children. He has a family. And he fucks off and goes and takes care of them, while all these other people that hate him just go on the internet and seethe all day. And he's just like, I don't give a shit. Like, Kevin and I are very much alike in that sense.
But I just, again, like, I don't know why people don't understand this. I'm bored of going on a show. Literally, I'm bored of talking to anybody on the internet. And, oh, so tell me about this about Aaron. Give me this about the Steel Toe show. I want to know this or that. Like, I don't want to talk about this stuff. If that's what you want to talk about, that's fine. But if you can't understand, the simple person's willing is like, oh, so you want to discuss this topic? Yeah, I'm kind of bored with that.
Well,
I'm not going to do it.
Well, here's the thing. Like, you have a show that you do, and you would like to see its numbers get better. So when someone asks you to go on their show, you look at it and you go, I can grow my numbers. I can use this audience
about my shit.
Grab more fans. And I just imagine, like, the deflation and the shitty feeling you get when you go on there and you're like, I'm going to promote myself. I'm going to do this. And then the people go, so Aaron, what do you, and you're just like, well, fuck you, dude.
I get annoyed with it on my show at this point where I'm just like, guys, can I do a show about my show? Like, oh, this is Aaron or that guy's there. Like, can we leave Steel Toe out of it for 5 minutes? Like, this isn't the Steel Toe show.
Like, that's why, like, I've said this before and I've been right about it. And as the internet tears them apart, it's kind of true. I've always said Melton has to have the lowest self-esteem and the lowest sense of self-worth, that his whole show and the only reason he has an audience is because I have one. And he watches, like, it's about someone else. It's like, that's such a cucky fucking way to do a show, is that you couldn't do it on your own, so you had to tap out and just try to grab people who dislike someone else. It's like, if you have dignity, you can't do that. Like, you have dignity, so you're like, I'm not going to go on a show so someone can trick me into coming on then talking about someone else. But if they tell me to talk about someone else, then I can decide if I want to do it. But, like, if you don't have any dignity, you can be like, oh, any port in a storm, it's fine. It's like, that's a prison of its own making, and that's too bad. Sam Show says, I find Kevin Brennan yelling at people pretty funny. It's always pretty insane. Really
I'm not saying Kevin Brennan doesn't do a good show. I didn't, or anything like that, or that it's not entertaining. I just said, clearly the stuff they want to do isn't what I'm interested in doing. I do this show. I don't want to go on other shows to talk about this show when I'm not doing this show.
How dare you?
And I do my own show. Like, this is the thing too. Like, I went on Mikey's show on Monday. It's just like, if I keep scheduling and doing other people's shows too, when do I have time where I'm not sitting in front of this computer? Monday I had stuff I wanted to do at my desk, but after I got done with Mikey's show, I was like, I gotta go to bed. I got other stuff to do. And then this this morning when I got done with the show, I'm like, I need to just not sit at this desk. Or not this morning, yesterday morning when I got done with the show, I was like, I need to not sit at this desk for at least, like, an hour. So I literally left the desk and I just sat somewhere else, did something else. I don't want to sit here all the time to go on other people's shows to talk about stuff I'm doing on this show. Like, you can watch me on this show, and if you want to support me when I'm on this show, support this show. Like, and I know the concern trolls don't mean it, but, oh, we want to support Johnny. Yeah, then support this show, asshole.
Don't you love that they think they're playing 3D chess and we just laugh at them?
Yeah, what's Johnny's PayPal? I want to support him. Like, one, we both know if I linked it, you wouldn't support jack shit. Two, you can find my PayPal on your own. Like, you could look me up, like, watch my show and support that stuff. Three, the whole, like, oh, I want to support Johnny, so let's fucking cream this guy into the ground so that way he can't pay Johnny anymore. That's support. What?
There's nothing worse than being like like this Jack Peters guy on Rumble. He's like, we're just ripping you to shreds. You're not. You're embarrassing yourself as we do a fun show and make a shitload of money today, and you have to seethe about it. They're like, oh, no, we're just like thinking that they're pulling one over on us or playing 3D chess. The best part about it is them not knowing or not being able to realize that we're going, guys. It's like a little kid thinking they're sneaking out of their bedroom and the parents are just staring at them going, what are you doing? Like,
I can see you.
We see you. It's not, you're not sneaky. They're like, yes, I am. I'm totally sneaky. Sorry, kiddo. You're not. And I know you pissed your pants. All right. Stephen Bravo. What a guy. $20 says, thank you for answering my super chat, Johnny and Aaron. No problem, Stephen Bravo. Thank you for the $20. Fuck you, dude, with $5 says Johnny's show is the best. Where else are you going to talk about gorilla cum and diphilia?
Yeah, that's apparently having being born with two penises. My Rumble chat really likes just going off on a tangent and just forcing me to like deal with it. And somehow now that has created this weird thing that they've got going on.
Bro, that's seriously why I've stayed away from like the weather control shit, because I know this audience and I know that 900 to 1,000 people at a time sitting there going, look into this weather control shit. I know I'm going to go down that rabbit hole, and I know by the end of it, I'm going to be like, I think this weather control shit there might be something to it. And
well, somebody was posting on Twitter, I forget exactly what they said, but something to the context of, yes, the administration that effed up COVID response, the administration that effed up this and that, and the withdrawal from Afghanistan totally has the ability to control weather storms to prevent people from voting and to do a massive land grab. So they made these weather storms systems come together with cloud seeding and all this technology because these people who can't fucking get their way out of a paper bag with a GPS are at the helm on these things, too.
I mean, yeah, but I hate them so much, I'm still willing to hear people out on it.
Right?
I still hate them that much. By the way, great, what do you call it, segue there. By the way, thank you, Stephen Bravo, and fuck you, dude. We're now just $120 away from tonight. Thank you guys so much. Hurricane response. Johnny, what is, and you can have multiple guesses because this is an open-ended question. What is one of the main things that gets knocked out during these storms?
Usually power.
Power, yes. Electricity, power is what gets knocked out.
Power lines is just a problem.
People do not have electricity, and this is an issue, so we need to get them aid. We need to get them help. Well, thank God, Johnny, the government is at work in the Carolinas, helping clean up from this hurricane that's left thousands upon thousands without power. They've sent them these.
Yeah, chainsaws. What's wrong with that? Everybody needs a chainsaw if you got trees down.
Exactly. Yeah, you got trees down and all that shit. You need chainsaws. Thank God the government is at work here. And
name brand Caterpillar chainsaws look great.
Great chainsaws. I mean, and I'm not trying to play a highlights game here for you where you guys got to figure out what's fucked up about this or why the government might look incompetent. Those are top of the line, expensive as fuck, your tax dollars at work, name brand electric chainsaws that have been given to people who don't have fucking power. Guys, we're doing great. Every time I see our government, now I believe that every generation as this country continues its descent, we will every decade, we will have more and more people who believe the moon landing was faked. And I'll tell you why. They're going to look at shit like this. The government sending electric chainsaws to people who don't have power. And they're going to go, there's no fucking way this same group of people went to the moon. It's impossible.
And they'd be right.
Well, a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people. I'm still not quite there on the moon landing yet.
I've actually I don't know about the moon landing, but I've started getting very questioning anytime I see footage of stuff in space now. Now I'm like, well, how come I don't see any stars in the background? Like, those things should be glowing, right? Like, why is it pitch black in the sky? And we're always told about the huge debris field and, God, I don't remember the name
Van
of it.
Allen radiation belt.
Yeah. Like, I'm always told that, in scientific circles that, like, we have so much debris from our bootstrap, like, NASA getting into space kind of style that, like, they made a movie about this where this field could start, like, hitting and collapsing and falling in on itself and then just destroy everything that's floating around the planet. But when you look at the footage, it just looks like, hey, it's a black backdrop and it's a blue marble. I don't see any shit anywhere. I don't see any stars in the background. What's going on here?
Are you, like, how far are we from your flat Earth arc?
Oh, I'll never do the flat Earth.
Okay, I was like, we're getting. I feel like we're heading there.
To be fair, I'm fully of the opinion that we live on a little blue marble spinning around the sun. I don't know how much I believe how in control and outside of it we are. Just because, or if we are, I don't know that they're giving us the real stuff. Because again, I look at these videos now and I'm like, I've seen video games with better graphics, so that's a problem.
So you think we went to the moon or we didn't go to the moon?
I honestly, now looking at technology the way it is and looking back at it, I question if we actually went to the moon.
Cool. I definitely am of the belief that the footage we saw was shot on a soundstage, but I'm still thinking we went. I just don't think we filmed it. That would be that's my final answer for right now.
I have trouble believing that we were able to film it and beam those images back. Like, all the way that far back, we had all that technology and all that capability, and we just stopped. We're just,
Yeah, I don't buy it. Gray Duckling with $2 says, to be fair, there is a gas shortage as well. I mean, but there's literally zero. There's not a power shortage. There's a power outage.
Power is out because, again, all of the lines are down. But hey, we can cut up those trees that are holding your power lines down and get your power back. Oh, shit.
Right. I'll go with the gas shortage versus the power outage. That's kind of look, after a massive hurricane, there are very few good answers. I will give you that. But I know that electric chainsaws seems like more of a gag than it does an answer. That's all I'm saying.
But don't worry, guys. We're stopping the civilians because they can't help. You guys, you'll do more harm than good. It's better if you let us handle it. We've got it under control.
Exactly. Guys, we have... God, you guys are only $120 away from tonight. You're incredible. Thank you so much for your generosity. So we're going to do the Springfield Haitian chopping up pets story in just a second. There's been an update to it. I'm going to go refill my water. I'm going to go make a urine, and then we're going to get to this Springfield stuff. And oh boy, is this, it's too bad we don't have any more debates, because this would be interesting to talk about. Johnny, you take over for a little bit. I will be back. Thank you guys very much for being so cool today.
So glad we got that goal knocked out. We get to have a fucking chill show for the rest of the day.
Just in case my stomach goes off.
Okay. I'm going to get a text in 5 minutes like, my ass is blowing up over here. You got to hold the fort down for at least 10, 15 minutes. All right. But yes, we're doing a show at 2:30, excuse me. Doing a show at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. So we'll be going over some stuff. I have a story about a Colorado man fighting off bears that invaded his home. And we don't need to talk about what bears were doing the home invasion, okay? It's just a complete coincidence. It is not a sign of a larger problem. And we have a CBS inclusion expert. You know, kind of person you bring in when, hey, we have people here that are being insensitive to other ethnicities, races, religions, what have you. So you get an inclusion expert to come in and go, hey, everybody get along because we're all different, but we all work together. You'd hate to have that inclusion expert also perpetuate racial stereotypes or racist memes because of political affiliations. But oh boy, do we have that in spades. So it's going to be a fun thing to talk about today. And that's just for the first hour. We've got a bunch of other stuff that I'll be ending up picking up after the show. And we'll be going for 3.5 hours. So I hope you'll join us. We'll have fun over there. Come join us at 2 for a tour of Johnny. No, King Kong Dong. There is no milking farm. Why is this rumor refusing to die? There's no...
What happened?
There's no milk farm.
I love rumors.
They keep starting this rumor that I'm operating a gorilla milking farm, and I keep telling them, no, this is not true.
When did you start doing that?
I didn't. It's just something King Kong Dong has hoped for and Landers ran with, and now everybody in my Rumble chat on my show just kind of has continued to keep alive.
Could you go ahead and let us know, like, how do you milk a gorilla?
Well, I don't know specifically, but I would imagine if it comes to milking a gorilla, you do it the same way you milk anything else. You just put those
grab its dick and jack it off. Right.
Well, I mean, you could go that way with it too.
Or you could stick your fingers up its asshole.
Just find that go button and give it a little rubs-a-do.
So you run a gorilla semen milking farm?
No, I don't. That's the thing. Like, people keep pushing that I do, and I'm just, again, pointing out that there is no farm milking gorillas.
Milking gorilla cum.
It all started because King Kong Dong had to explain to us the sheer volume of jizz that the actual King Kong could put out if he were real. And it kind of grew out of that.
Well, I mean, good luck. I think it's always good to diversify your business ventures, so I don't know why you're running from this so hard.
Just because I feel like if I don't actually run the business, I don't want to be associated with it. So I don't know what this business does or how they go about it. I don't know if they're maintaining proper like safety rules and regulations while milking these gorillas. So I don't want to be tied to any of it.
To the people in the chat, because Johnny's bashful about this clearly, is he milking the gorillas for like the female gorillas for milk? Is he getting semen from the male gorillas, or is it both? And before you even try to shit on me for this, yes, it does matter to me. It does matter. They're calling it Johnny's Gorilla Milking Emporium, says Landers. Oh, thank you, Landers, for this information. Chevrolet JB says, can confirm I have seen the website. Landers says, as the head milkmaid, we usually prefer to do it orally, but hands work good too with plenty of lube and Barry White. Okay. Sam Show says, we ask the same question of you, Aaron. Why do you deny the cages of Asian women you have down in that basement? I don't traffic Asian women.
Yeah, and I'm not running a gorilla milking emporium, but
don't
tell these assholes
piggyback on the fake shit they make up about me. Just to hide your
it's fake when it's Aaron. Even though mine is more preposterous, mine's got to be real.
Just to hide your delinquent fucking gorilla
nobody
cum.
ever sells Asian women. But hey, there are lots of places around the world where they milk gorillas. So
that's how you know mine's fake, is they're using one that a lot of people do already. Like the market's cornered.
Oh, it's just there's no way he's squeezed into that.
Why would anybody make up a jacking off gorilla farm thing?
I don't know. You have to ask these people. They're the ones who came up with it.
None of these people have any reason to lie.
Right. The people on the internet are always upfront and honest.
Sam Show saying Tim Walz is his biggest customer. I see we're
can certainly afford it.
I see we're still making my favorite lol cow, Jack Peters, seethe in the chat. Jack, I know you get off on me mentioning you, buddy. I'm glad to make a bit out of you. You're my favorite lol cow, and I appreciate it. Now, don't respond, or I'm going to know I got to you. Atomic Ray says, have you seen gorilla tits? Well, Johnny and Landers have, apparently.
No, I haven't. Again, I keep saying I have nothing to do with this thing.
Oh,
People
Landers. Okay, since you're since you're obfuscating the truth, Landers is letting me know what's up. He says, "No, you guys just milk the gorilla semen." Good.
And if you can trust anybody, it's Landers83 in the Rumble chat.
Oh, I trust Landers with my life, except the gay rumors he's made up about me. Sam, I love controlling Jack Peters with just my program. Sam Show says there's just a whole cage of them making butter at all hours of the day. The fuck are you doing to these gorillas, bro?
Again, you're asking me like I'm actually involved in this.
Chips and Dip says, hey, I make a good living delivering gorilla cum from Johnny's house.
Oh, so now
wait a minute. You don't even hold on a minute. You don't even have a farm for the gorillas. You just keep gorillas in your house, jack them off, bottle their cum, and hand it off to Landers. You can't even leave your home.
I was trying to get them to the farm, but they showed up late.
Oh, because they're gorilla. Oh, black gorillas. Wow.
No, because zoo animals have horrible attendance records. But yeah, I don't actually run a business, so.
Sam Show says, read the message before that, Aaron. The gorillas aren't making the butter. Your Asians are. Guys, look, I'm all for having fun, right? I'm all for having a good time. And Johnny's side business of milking gorilla cum is very funny. I get that. But making up rumors that I'm trafficking Asian hookers is really disgusting. Can we just keep this to real businesses like Johnny milking gorillas from their prostate for their jizz? Because I feel like if this takes off, Johnny could really make a good amount of money doing something like this.
Yeah, the high demand market for gorilla jizz.
Klopogram says Aaron is in with the local Minnesota triad gang trafficking the slave girls, so he has to pretend he doesn't have slaves in his garage. That's why he moved the show upstairs. I'm still downstairs. I literally turned the camera around. Guys, you know what? We were having fun, and now you guys got fucking gross. We were having a good time talking about Johnny wanking off gorillas and bottling their cum, and then you guys had to take it to street level and get weird. Way to ruin it, guys. Way to ruin it. Let's move on to something a little more palatable and less disgusting.
I did not have a missing monkey on my bingo card this morning.
That's because nobody ever reports them missing. They don't care. Let's go to Springfield, Ohio. When Donald Trump and J.D. Vance started talking nationally about Haitian migrants and their, what do you call it? The eating.
Pension for murdering and eating people's pets or just wild animals?
Or ducks or anything like that. Oh, wait, before we get to that story, I don't want to miss any of these. Here's a text coming in. It is plausible that Johnny has a gorilla milking farm. After all, he is retarded. So there is
it's hard to argue with that logic, really. I mean, you got me in a box here, buddy. What do you want?
Oh, another text from someone who said that they used to be a hater of mine for a long time, but I can't deny your ability to survive. Another win for the toe. I'm a fucking cockroach, baby. I'm a cockroach. I saw your guys' lips just salivating last night, $60 short, and then not only did we knock today out, but now we're more than halfway to tonight. Thank you, guys. You're the best. Keep them seething. All right, let's go to Springfield, Ohio. One of the things they said during the debate and after the debate is Trump and J.D. Vance are making all of these wild claims about Haitians killing animals and stuff like that.
They're putting people in danger, causing bomb threats and all this bigoted shit because of these white supremacist assholes.
They don't have any proof that any of this is happening. It's just their word. Well, I don't know if I can show this proof. Can I?
I showed parts of it, but I didn't keep it going the whole time. It doesn't zoom in at any point, so you can't make out quite what he's doing, but we know by.
So you played this on YouTube?
It's not gory. I don't know. I played pieces of it, but again, I didn't play the whole thing. Maybe do pause screens.
All right. So, Johnny, to me, that looks like somebody's pet dog or cat.
Yeah, I can't make out specifically what it is, but it is a small animal.
And that is a Haitian migrant.
Cutting it up. Yep, you might want to drop it for a minute.
He is butchering the animal.
The animal's dead already, by the way.
The animal's dead, and he's cutting into it. And basically,
hacking off pieces.
Yes, skinning it, filleting it, getting the meat, essentially. Here, we can show you a little bit. He's not doing anything yet. Now he goes and he looks for another tender cut, and he goes in there.
Get them drummies.
There is no audio, by the way, to this.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's just cutting. He really is. He's cutting like the top layer, like you would watch someone field dress a deer, essentially. Wow.
Again, guys, it's completely unbelievable that anyone would think that these people who've been eating dirt cookies and each other for the past couple of decades would come over here and see somebody's pet and be like, you know what? I can make a stew out of that. I mean, what kind of bigot are you?
I mean, it doesn't matter, though, because we're never going to see any kind of proof. Like, people have made up their minds. And you're never going to see someone who's made up their mind on this and gone, it's racist, it's disgusting, it's awful. You're never going to be able to show them enough proof that makes them go, oh, shit, you're right. We really should do something about this, because their opinion is not just their opinion. Their opinion is also tied to their philosophy on race and immigration and, globalism and all this other stuff is wrapped into whether or not Haitians are butchering animals with machetes.
But can't we just use some critical thinking in our own fucking eyeballs to go, that guy looks like he could be a Haitian. That looks like an animal, possibly somebody's pet. That is definitely a machete, and he is cutting that thing up. What is going on?
Again, it depends on how much you've invested into that position, and unfortunately, a lot of these people have invested their fucking life's blood into it. Like, they've really gotten into this shit. And so you're not going to convince them otherwise, because they'd have to change the way they believe about a lot of shit. They basically overcommit. Now, also, you have, on the other side, people who believe that these Haitians are just third world monsters who are just going around chopping up dogs and cats. So let's say this video didn't exist and we couldn't provide any evidence or proof. On the flip side of that, they're not going to change their opinion and go, oh, I guess they're not doing that and I overreacted, because their whole belief system in immigration and refugees and all this other stuff is wrapped up and tied up into the Haitians are chopping up dogs and cats, and we shouldn't. And then off of that, they go, and we shouldn't allow more immigrants into this country. So both sides have this dishonesty about their position. I probably do too, but I'd like to think that my process on this whole Springfield, Ohio thing is, I mean, you show me a fucking Haitian chopping up a dog, I'll believe that it's happening. You know?
Yeah. I don't know if it's happening to the extent that people might say it's happening, but I have no problem believing that it's happening given what those people were doing to survive. Again, realize an adult Haitian was living in Haiti like a couple of months ago. They might have been doing some horrendous, they might have been barbecuing somebody's arm for a meal, a couple of months ago. They're like, so coming up to fucking mittens and, decapitate.
What is that?
Decapitating.
I believe.
Decapitating someone's cat.
Wait a minute. I believe it's decapitated, champ. Whatever, motherfucker. Did he decapitated them?
Decapitated the cats.
I hit him so hard, I almost decapitated him. No, fucking, I'm gonna bring Sean's super chat up in just a second, but it's funny.
Yeah, I know. I saw that a minute ago.
God damn it, did that distract the shit out of me?
Yeah.
I was looking at you on OBS while you were telling Gorilla Cum stories and whatnot. And you said decapitated, and fucking Sean's super chat popped up, and it's
fucking with you.
Every
Why do you think I said decapitated? I read his super chat.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Sorry, but it's not my fault. I'm really funny with it. I just can I tell you though, like going down that road, like reading that chart and stuff, I full honesty, full disclosure, I know I save my fucking mental shit and all that for off the air and therapists and stuff like that. I will say that going into that chart and stuff and going and reliving that time,
not helpful.
It fucks me up. It fucks me. Look, man, I can joke about it. I can laugh about it. It's great. It's funny. I love when the audience jokes about it. I don't want anyone to stop doing any of that shit. But I will say, like, I feel it after I'm done. I need to unwind. Like, I literally went golfing after that show because I'm like, I need to fucking calm down. Like, I'm wound up. And I'm thinking about that shit, and I'm getting angry, and I'm ashamed of myself. Yeah, I'm getting ashamed of myself, and I'm like, you're not that fucking guy. Hey, you're not that fucking guy anymore. It's like, fun when we do it on the show, and then, like we say, you got to leave it at the show, because otherwise you're just like, it's hard to think about what a monster that guy is. And then to look at that chart, and when I looked at that chart, that was a lot of shit I didn't know about until after. And to know what a fucking Arrested Development, 14-year-old sex pest fucking developmental brain this guy has, it's like, and then you think about children that you knew and the abandonment and the testing positive for cocaine. It gets you mad all over again. And then the people who were addicted to drugs, who you tried to talk to and you tried to help, and then they fucking just beat that fucking resistance.
Artie Lang. I fucking tried.
And then beating that resistance out of you. And then you're like, when you get off the air, you realize how far you've come from that place, and you realize how close you just went to it again, and you're like Icarus, and you're like, don't fly too close to the fucking sun. That being said, let me put something up on the screen that's very funny after I just said something very remarkably unfunny. I love this guy. The law Führer. What did I call him? The Obergruppenführer of LawTube. LawTube's Obergruppenführer, Sean from Potentially Criminal, who, if you do not subscribe to him, you and I are not speaking any longer. $5 from Potentially Criminal says, you'll never outproduce the Rekieta Caribbean Gorilla Milking Ranch.
Well, good thing I'm not even trying.
Sean, I just want to say the subtlety of your incidental racism in that joke is beautiful. Beautiful. You do have a long way to go. Like, if he's Gus Fring in Los Pollos Hermanos, you're cooking in the RV. You know? That really is something. Thank you, Sean. I always like it when Sean drops by. Jeff Pesos with $2 says, check X DMs. Ooh, I love it when I have X DMs. I don't know.
He's plumbing a couple other rappers' bitches too, but I ain't gonna say it on here, so get in my DMs and I'll help you up with it.
Ah, Johnny, we have evidence that you're fucking running a gorilla milking organization, you piece of shit. You lying asshole, you cunt. Banana, the super cool gorilla milk, fair trade, grass-fed gorilla milk. Why don't you admit it, dude? You're fucking ethical as hell. You're fair trade, grass-fed. These gorillas are having the time of their lives.
I don't see anything that says me on this. There's no Just Kidding Gorilla Milk. There's no Johnny Crutch's gorilla. My logo's not on there.
Okay, you're right.
I certainly don't look like that gorilla.
You know what, Johnny? You're right. You don't. There is no evidence from that photo that you run a gorilla farm. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. You deserve to be treated fairly.
I'm worried there's something else here about.
Why would there be something else?
Because you're doing that thing where you're like, hey, I'm on your side.
No,
right?
no,
I'm
no.
not going to burn you in 2 seconds.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to be fair to you. I don't think it's right that these people are accusing you of having a gorilla milking ranch and that somehow you don't deserve your day in court. So you're right, Johnny. That pouch of gorilla milk that was grass-fed and fair trade is not evidence that you run a gorilla milking operation, correct?
Right. So you're approaching this like a lawyer, so I imagine you've got another piece of evidence. I'm excited for this. I didn't get to see this in Discovery.
I learned from the Obergruppenführer of LawTube. I watch a lot of Potentially Criminal. I know how to set you up. Fucking old Sean Perry Mason over there, Sean Matlock over there walking him into it. You know, one time I actually, Sean doesn't know this, I saw him in court one time.
Really?
Yeah, he had a murder trial. You wouldn't believe this if I told you. Sean had a murder trial, and it seemed like the two defendants that he had, they had him dead to rights, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not like Nick Rekieta says dead to rights and he's just retarded. I mean like dead to rights, dead to rights. So Sean starts interviewing the eyewitnesses one by one and is just magically poking holes in their story. The first lady, she's this older woman, right? And Sean realizes she wears really thick glasses.
Okay.
And so Sean, during this murder trial, goes to the woman and he says, wow, those glasses are really thick. And he talks with a weird Brooklyn accent. And he goes, how long you been wearing glasses? And she says, since I was a little girl. He goes, you know, they always been that thick? And she says to Sean, she goes, oh, they got thicker over the years. So Sean finally makes her put on her thick glasses. He asks her how far away the defendants were when she saw them to make a positive ID. Takes a tape measure, walks the length of the courtroom to about half the distance they would have been. And he asks her, how many fingers am I holding up? Now, this is a brilliant line of questioning that Sean's doing, right?
Right.
But the judge then blows it for him and goes, let the record show that Sean from Potentially Criminal is holding up 2 fingers. But I hear Sean, like Sean had balls. He confronted the judge. He goes, Your Honor, please. And so he goes, how many fingers, sweetheart? And the woman goes, 4. And Sean from Potentially Criminal just slowly walks up to the witness stand and shows her that he's indeed holding up 2 fingers. And she goes, and he said, are you sure about that, dear? And the woman goes, maybe it's time for a thicker set of glasses. And Sean poked a hole in her story. It's fucking brilliant. It's fucking brilliant.
God, that shoehorn is huge.
There was one time I saw Sean during that same trial, right?
Right.
I saw Sean fucking get right in a guy's kitchen. Like, he got right in his face because the guy was like, oh, yeah, I looked out the window while I was cooking breakfast and I saw them go in and then I saw them go out. And he's like, well, you know, what were you making for dinner? And the guy told Sean, I was making grits. And Sean just like, he starts getting him comfortable. He's like, how do you like yours? Creamy or al dente? You know, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, creamy, I guess. He's like, I like mine al dente. I like mine creamy too. And Sean's just kind of, you know, commiserating with this guy about grits. But he asks him, he goes, it takes about 15 minutes to make grits, right?
Right.
So are you sure that, you know, this guy said it was 5 minutes. They went in and they came out. I saw him in 5 minutes. He said he saw him go in when he started cooking breakfast. He saw them coming out when he was finished and sitting down to eat breakfast. That would take 15 minutes, right?
Right.
Well, Sean realizes that and he starts fucking yelling at the guy. I saw Sean in court and he's yelling. And remember, he's defending 2 guys who are fighting for their lives here. And I see Sean in court and he goes, are you sure about that 5 minutes? Are you sure? Are we supposed to believe that water soaks into a grit in your kitchen faster than any? Does your kitchen, do the laws of physics cease to exist in your kitchen? Did you get those grits from the same the giant that sold Jack the Magic Beanstalk beans? And he's yelling at him. He's like, are you sure about those 5 minutes? Are you sure about those 5 minutes? And he goes, it could have been longer, I guess. And Sean, instead of Sean saying, like, no further questions, he goes, I got no more use for this guy. And
Should
then
we do the whole movie?
And then at the end, Sean went, the aristocrats. All right. So anyway, Johnny.
Yeah.
Like I was saying.
I don't even remember what were you saying?
Just because that gorilla milk that we showed on the screen exists, it doesn't mean that you run a gorilla milking farm, correct?
Right.
Right. That would
Did
be
you find what you're looking for yet?
That would be preposterous to say that you run a gorilla milking farm simply because some asshole found a pouch of gorilla milk.
Right. That'd be fucking really, really jumping to conclusions.
I ask you to address this then.
Yeah, I took that photo. I'm standing up. It's so badly photoshopped.
No, we're not going to hide behind that, Anthony Weiner. No fucking way. Not on my watch.
This is obviously clearly this is a picture of me when I was still doing comedy with Adrian Washington. I think this is when we were doing something at the zoo. It was
that gorilla. That gorilla said to Johnny, he goes, "Well, but for me, man, I don't know. I'll do like 30." This is proof that not only does Johnny run a gorilla milking farm, but he runs them like chattel slavery, where the babies are born. The babies are born into servitude. I mean, this is truly what we're uncovering about this, and thank you guys for sending these.
He's younger, his face is rounder, his eyelids aren't as crow-footed as they are now. Obviously, this is This is a real photo.
Guys, I just want you to know that this Johnny Gorilla milking farm bit was funny at first. I didn't realize how deep the rot was, and I didn't know that Johnny was essentially running gorilla chattel slavery. This has ceased to be funny to me, so any more photos you have...
Run. The milk is going to get you. Run one. You better get away.
Gorilla run, gorilla fast, stove his head in a hornet's nest. Run, run, Johnny gonna get you. Run, gorilla, run, well, you better get away. Some people say gorilla don't steal. I caught 3 in my milk field. One got a bushel and one got a peck. One had a rope, it was hung around his neck. Run, gorilla, run, the Johnny roller gets you. Run, gorilla, run, well, you better get away.
I'm reading the chat and I shouldn't be.
Oh boy! Well, if you guys have any more photos or evidence of Johnny's disgusting milk
I'm sure
farm,
we won't see any more now.
I would love to hear these stories, and we need to. We honestly need to make sure that this doesn't happen to any more gorillas.
Are you proud of yourselves? Why wouldn't we be, Chips and Diff? We got the goal kicked out. We're doing a fun time with the show, and apparently now I'm being exposed to the gorilla milking operation I've been running.
This is fucking disgusting.
This is fucking amazing.
Chevrolet JB with a conspiracy theory. I still think he's trying for some cut rate adrenochrome. It's possible. It's possible. King Kong Dong says,
forever.
Johnny, am I in trouble later?
Who?
Who's
asking?
King Kong.
I wouldn't. Why?
Approachable says, Johnny, you're just getting confused. You're thinking back to when you had to milk Adrian to get a cut of the comedy show money.
That was the one that I was cracking up too early.
Hunky says, wasn't Sean assassinated by Israel last month? I swear he was the Hezbollah leader. Well, the way he went after Joe from Good Logic on his program, I would say Sean is definitely an anti-Semite. I'm fucking kidding. I'm joking. I've been watching some of that Joe Good Logic stuff, and I can't cover, like, people have been asking me to cover it on my show. I don't have any connection with the guy, and clearly I'm not a lawyer just because I spend a lot of time around him now. But I can't really comment on it for 2 reasons. One, it's very legalese. He got a $117,000 judgment against him for violating debt collecting practices. And I got to tell you guys, as a guy who's known to be a little frivolous with Jew jokes, that Joe Good Logic lawsuit is so goddamn Talmudic that I'm going to slip up and fuck up. I mean, it is so rich in Old Testament-y shit. I mean, it is... Oh my God! It just you after you read 2 sentences of each line about the case, you just go, Joe. Dude, it's so Jewish. It's a lawyer who's also a debt collector bothering another Jew about money he owes, like doing anything he can to justify collecting the debt, even forging documents and creating documents that don't exist. Pressuring the guy, harassing the guy about money he owes. The other guy's too fucking cheap to pay his money back. Like, it's just, the whole thing is, it reeks of Golden Dome, Iron Dome, or whatever the fuck it's called. I can't cover the story. It's too much.
Well, it seems like you think you know every trick in the book, but you forgot who wrote it. I'm sitting right here.
If you ever watched this Joe Good Logic guy, you would go, I can see why Aaron can't watch this. He would get himself in trouble. It's honestly, if he wasn't hiding behind Trump stuff and you just his face was talking, you'd go, oh, when is this rabbi going to start the service? Like, it's... Sam Show says he harassed the shit out of this guy for 7 years and had to pay the guy back $117,000. Yeah. I bit my lip just now. That's how bad this story. When I watch any coverage of the story, I go, I have to tap out. This has gotten far too Jewish for me. The German side of me just starts going, you can keep watching, you know. And I go, no, I can't. No, I can't. There's no way. All right, let's...
Suddenly we don't seem so crazy now, do we?
Carlos Cameo says, new show from Sean, potentially Hezbollah. All right, I got to see this Hezbollah leader that Israel killed. And they say he looks just like Sean. Israel Hezbollah leader killed. Images. What fucking guy are you? Oh, I was about to say, what fucking guy are you talking about? I see it a little
you
bit.
Got to this one.
Well, not this guy.
No.
That doesn't look like
not.
Sean. That guy doesn't look like Sean. That guy looks more like Good Logic, ironically, than Sean. If you guys are talking about this guy, I don't think well, you know what? You take off the hat a little bit, potentially Hezbollah. I see it a little. It's not, look, man, it's not a 1-for-1. I have to say that, but it's close. I'll give you guys credit on that one. Not bad. All right. He wanted to know. Oh, Sam Show. Yeah. See, these guys have dug into the Joe Good Logic thing deeper than I have. Sam Show says he wanted to know everything about this guy, down to what furniture he had. It was hilarious. Yeah, like it got way too Jewish for me. I actually saw that his couch was worth $787, not $772. The man's clearly a liar and can pay us back. Because, like, Joe, I believe, was one of those guys who buys people's debt for pennies on the dollar.
Right.
And then collects from the person to turn the profit. I think that's what was going on. Don't quote me on this. Because, again, I can't get too deep into this shit because it gets very Talmudic. And then he just started Jew on Jew criming the fuck out of this guy. And it just, the guy kept tripping over stereotype mines every fucking step he took. It was amazing. An amazing story. All right, enough before Alyssa clips me and I got to be involved in this shit. Let's go to, we did the Springfield thing. That got us to the Johnny gorilla milking farm scenario that we've all become so familiar with now. Johnny's new side business.
Yeah, I'm sure that bit'll die now that we've given it some air.
No, that's good. Yeah, you let it breathe a little bit, and then it just kind of goes away. By the way, guys, we are going until 11 today because the audience knocked out 2 goals in one show. So like, subscribe, enjoy the program. We love having you guys here. About 700 or 800 of you checking out the program at the moment. Go ahead and like and follow. Let's, oh, I forgot. Amidst all the Chris popping and wrist watching, I was just sitting back and just watching and getting nauseous, walking around with an empty bottle of Remy Martin, starting shit like a 26-year-old skinny Cartman. I forgot we had Tiffany Henyard news today.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. They've all pretty much, I mean, they've all turned on her in general. Like, I think even one of her cops, like,
is kind of now going against her.
Yeah. So, Tiffany Henyard, I didn't even know you could do this. She came to the board meeting late. You know, she's under federal investigation right now. What? Go ahead. Go ahead. The black mayor showed up late to the meeting. Go ahead.
This was her first time doing this, or was this just like a regular thing?
There you go.
But
Tiffany Henyard showed up late to the meeting. And I don't know if I've ever seen this before. The people at the meeting, like the citizens who were there, legit just wanted her to leave. Like, they booed the fuck out of her for being late and were basically like, just go. Like, go home. Like, fuck you. Like, honestly, just leave. They're so sick of her shit that they don't even want her there to boo her anymore.
They just want her not there.
Yeah, if she shows up late, they all just go, thank God. But this is the scene yesterday from Dolton.
Appearance at the Dolton Village Board.
Goddamn, Tiffany Henyard's got kind of a juicy ass. I didn't know. No? Am I wrong?
You know what? She can stay mayor so long as I get to hit it. That's my new rule.
I'm not much of an ass guy. Or I'm not into black chicks either. God, that sounds so fucking bad. I should really start finding a different way to say that.
I'm just not attracted to melanin. I guess I don't know how you would say that.
How do you say I'm not into black chicks without sounding like a racist.
I don't think you do. But then again, according to the left, if you say I'm into black chicks, now you're fetishizing, so now you're still racist.
That's
so,
true.
I mean, bigot if you do, bigot if you don't. So
yeah, I don't fetishize black women. I fetishize Mexicans.
Yeah, I do it with Asian women. So
attaboy.
Board meeting this evening. That meeting was being held at the...
I fetishize tits, let's be honest. And then people go, well, what about your second wife? Well,
Park District building, since Village Hall cannot legally accommodate the crowds at a typical meeting. But Henyard tried to hold a separate board meeting at Village Hall anyway.
She's the best.
Jesus
She
Christ,
fucking
lady.
rules. It's like Tiffany Henyard wasn't supposed to be at this board meeting, so she just fucking threw one anyway. I love her. She's like a kid in high school who doesn't get invited to the party. Instead of sitting there seething and bitching about it, they just throw their own party. Come on, man. She rules.
I mean, it's very exciting. She's like, hey, you know what? You can't. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Like, she's doing a very Eric Cartman thing where she's like, you guys can't tell me that I'm bad or that I'm fired or that I'm gone. I'll just hold my own board meeting where we all said I was awesome.
I love her. I love her.
A separate board meeting at Village Hall anyway. She had to abruptly cancel it after not enough trustees were there.
Oh.
Henyard then drove...
So nobody got her back. She was like, I need enough trustees to have a quorum so that we can start a meeting. And then we just saw a cricket sitting on a chair. And that's all. No, not. Wait, hold on. Terrible choice of insect. I should have picked a different insect. I was not. Shush.
What kind of cricket was it?
It was just a normal, generic cricket. That's it.
A few minutes down the road where trustees were going through the agenda.
She was kind of tasty at this meeting, though. I got to give her that, dude.
You sure you're not into him? You keep
she was
first you're
looking
fawning over the butt, and now you're like, it's not bad.
She was looking plenty fuckable that night.
Like I said, man, maybe you just haven't found the flavor of chocolate you like.
Bro,
you
I
know,
might. She's milk chocolatey. I might.
They got to have the milk in there, just a little bit of white, you know?
Yeah, well, I guess we can turn it that way.
We're going through the agenda, but was booed out of the room.
The next thing is my vetoes. So I got several vetoes here that the board has.
She had a lot of vetoes there. Why so many pedophiles in one place? I'm kidding. I was only kidding. It's a fucking joke. She meant VETO. That's what I meant by the...
Trustees continued business, calling out Henyard in the process.
When you back somebody against the wall, eventually they're going to show their true colors. We're going to continue to...
Wait a minute, what? What?
She's
Whoa,
black.
lady.
I mean, she is black. I mean,
I thought she was Samoan.
The Rock told me it's pronounced Samwan.
All right, I thought she was Sam 1.
Sam
She
1.
ate Sam 1 or 2 because, like, she's a big lady.
Sam Witch. What can I say except you're welcome?
What can I say except I'm hungry?
to do what we need to do as the Board of Trustees and move forward.
And that meeting
That's
was
right.
called to an end.
That we the Board of Trustees. Trustees nuts.
Rob and Cheryl just across the street, really, from the studio right.
Oh, there we go. So she's still, I like that she's still out there just doing shit. Anybody else would be humiliated. Anybody else wouldn't show their face in public. They would just let, their lawyers take care of everything. And not her. She's like, I got a job to do. I'm fucking showing up. I'm showing out. I'm looking good. I'm wearing my pink lipstick. I'm making my ass look nice. Let's get it. There's something about Tiffany Henyard that I oddly respect, and it's because she's too dumb to just fucking stay away.
She's just an unapologetic, unforgivable piece of shit, and she doesn't care. She just keeps going.
There's something about an unrepentant piece of shit. Approachable says, give Johnny a break. He's a little distracted, thinking that he could get at least a couple gallons out of that one. They called her a gorilla. Citizen M says the new Joker movie fucking sucks, by the way. The internet is right on that one. I've seen nothing but negative things about that new Joker movie.
I didn't have to see the movie to know it was going to suck. They told me the premise, and I was like, wow, that's going to suck.
Yeah, and thank God, because that Joker fucking sucks anyway.
Yeah.
It's not even a Joker. It's kind of like the female Ghostbusters movie. It's like, just call him something other than the Joker and don't have him wear clown makeup. Like,
yeah, your obsession with your mental health shit pushed you into a different thing. Just don't use that character to get your crap out there.
It really is Taxi Driver meets Falling Down. That's kind of what the first Joker movie was. And the people who idolize the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, it's like, tell me you're a sad, pathetic white boy without telling me you're a sad, pathetic white boy. Like, you want to talk about beta energy. People who think that, if you ask people who their favorite Joker is and they say Arthur Fleck is in the top 2, don't talk to those people anymore. They're damaged. But, like, the Jared Leto Joker, too, like, the last couple Jokers they've picked have been...
They've been shitty. It's like it's this curse that came out when Heath Ledger died. Because before that, we had great Jokers. We had Jack Nicholson playing Jack Napier, and then we had the voice actor, the guy from Star Wars.
Mark Hamill. Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Hamill voicing the Joker in the animated series for a long time. So that was a pretty big thing. That was pretty good. That Joker.
What did Hamill look like in 2008 when they made The Dark Knight? Did he look like shit already in 2008? Could we have gotten him to be a live action Joker, or would it have looked shitty?
I think it would have looked shitty.
Okay. Because he would have done well. Like, I would love to see that Joker be in a real world kind of a setting. It's a great voice. But, oh well. Joker 2 Rotten Tomatoes. That's what I wanted to look at.
But yeah, the Heath Ledger Joker, everyone's like, oh, this Joker's awesome. It's like, yeah, and then as soon as that happened, it ruined everything.
Ooh. 33% from critics, 31% audience. It's very rare to see the audience and the critics line up that much. So everyone thinks that movie fucking stunk. Good. And it only made $38 million at the box office. I mean, it fucking bombed. That Joker movie. Good. I'm happy then. Susan M, becoming a member for 6 months, says, my Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl again. You're right. They are going to the Super Bowl again, where they will meet the Minnesota Vikings, and we will finally take our first Lombardi trophy home. I fucked up my shoulder in boxing yesterday, and I didn't realize it till just now. It's clicking every time I do my skull chant. I hurt my sculling shoulder. I'm going to the game on the 20th. I can't fuck up my sculling shoulder. Oh, no. It's clicking right there. It clicks. And then when I bring it back down, it clicks again. Oh, boy. That's no good. You got to get your sculling shoulder fixed.
You say that, and I keep thinking of Chew. Like, I think someone's, that's your dipping shoulder? Like,
like I saw one guy in our chat the other day. It's like, tell me you're a gay F-word loser without telling me you're a gay F-word loser. Not that I'm being too mean to him, but like, I did the skull chant thing, and he's like, what are you ripping off Stuttering John? I'm like, dude, if you want to be the most non-male, gayest internet homo ever, see a skull chant and think of Stuttering John and not football like fucking men do. It was the saddest
thing
I've ever seen.
Or the very least, Vikings, okay? The skull chant is a Viking thing.
It was the saddest thing I've ever seen. And I've seen death. Krautcat with 199 says, the Vikings are 50. I think he means 5-0, but I'm going to accept it. The Vikings are 1961. The Vikings are 63, so they're older than 50. Krautcat writes, Mersh Fat Krang, NJ Ranger, 499. Thank you very much. Why do you got to shit on Mersh? Coming to my show to shit on Mersh. It's just so mean-spirited. Zenman Build says, Hamill played a live-action trickster on the 90s Flash show, and the most recent Flash show, he used the voice of the Joker as the trickster's voice. I don't like that.
Yep. He also played the Cockknocker in Jay and Silent Bob.
I was thinking about that. He did play Cockknocker, didn't he?
Yep.
Well, then shit. I mean, as long as we got a live action Cockknocker.
They did it just for the scene where they cut off his hand so he could hold it up and just go, not again. Like, oh, it was beautiful.
I don't get it. What does that mean?
Oh, it's something he's known for having happen to him. It's a big scene.
What?
In Star Wars.
Chevy fan says Skull Chant is tarded. Hey, you better get that one-way ticket to Blocksville ready, you asshole. We're fine. We're gonna get it this year. This is
who doesn't love the Green Bay chant? Pack it in the back. Wait a minute, what?
How dare you? Wow. Wow. I will say this. I do have an affinity for Chiefs fans. They when I went to Kansas City to watch a Viking. When I went to Kansas City to watch a Vikings game, they were really cool. They were fun to hang out with. K Fallen the Great says, John, with $5, says, Johnny, we have a problem. Approachable didn't show up to pick up today's shipment. We need a driver stat or all the Gorilla Cum is going to spoil. Oh, dude, you don't want Gorilla Cum to go bad.
Yeah, that stuff stings.
That would be bad. Susan M. with $10 says, Chiefs made a new record because they have won all their games. So have we. Fucking fight me, bitch. No. You're 5-0. We're 5-0. This is what we call a collision course. And let me tell you something. I think you're shit out of luck because you guys have Patrick Mahomes, but we've got Sam Darnold. Your quarterback was drafted like 10th or 12th overall. Ours was drafted number 3. We're number 1. We're number 1.
And you are forgetting, Aaron, that they have the greatest football asset of all time, which is Taylor Swift. So, I mean, we don't stand a chance.
That's true. They do have Taylor Swift. By the way, that also brings us just 105 away from tonight. Yes, that's right. You guys have knocked out today. You've knocked out last night. And now you're just 105 away from knocking out tonight's goal, which will give you their overtime tomorrow. We're giving you last night's overtime today. We're going to go an hour over. But we're going to give you, if you knock out tonight, we'll give you that overtime tomorrow. We'll give you a little something extra. Thanks, guys. Marjorie Taylor. All right, fine. I'm going to get into it. I don't want to because people are going to try and talk me into it, and it's going to be a thing. Prepare for this to be a long segment. Marjorie Taylor Greene absolutely insists that the weather can be controlled with lasers. Bro, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not saying the weather can't be controlled. It totally can. And as far as the technology that we have, we probably can do it. Chemicals and things like that. Cloud seeding's very, very real. But lasers.
Well, Anthony Cumia, back when he was still funny, he made a really good point that Neil Patrick Harris he has weather control.
He does?
Yeah, he can use his fist and make a mudslide.
Oh.
It was a funny fucking joke.
It wasn't bad.
It was pretty fucking good. By the way, guys, about over 800 of you watching the show at the moment. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, whatever platform you're using. We appreciate it. All right, Marjorie Taylor Greene. People are saying she's a retard. She's stupid. Let's give her a chance. Let's hear her out. She absolutely insisted over the weekend that who are they, by the way?
I don't know. They is usually just a catch-all for everyone you don't like.
Really? Because I think they recently got fined $117,000 for bad debt collection practices. That might be who they are. I don't know. I would love for like that Good Logic guy to like see a clip of me talking about it and watch him go, oh, well, this guy's clearly anti-Semitic, guys. He's anti-Semitic. And then watch our fans find it and go,
yeah.
Yeah. Do you have anything else you'd like to add to this, or do you just want to scream other? He's also 6'4". Do you want to just point out other stats about the guy?
Breaking news: water wet.
Yes. So Marjorie Taylor Greene says they can control the weather with lasers. Greene came under fire. Dude, that's hard to do. Like people are shooting at you and you can still have an orgasm. That's really hard to come under fire. You ever seen a guy in a foxhole beating off like crazy? His bullets whiz over his head? Shoot the tip of your dick off, man. but yet you can still blow a load.
Hey, man, sometimes you got to get it done before you go.
Aaron, we get it. Come under fire. Let's try to stay on task here, buddy. Green came under fire. She's a squirter.
As she flicked her bean.
And you just heard that sound. Sorry.
It's the same as the Pauly Shore weasel noise, really. You just got to flap your tongue against your teeth really quick.
Show's fucking
so gross.
Show's fucking stupid.
What did you guys do for? Oh, just this.
Yeah. Hey, what happens when they hit the goal early? They just try to make clit flicking squirting sounds into the microphone. It's really weird. It's really weird, bro. And not only that, they laugh off mic. They're fucking proud of it. It's disgusting. These people are pieces of shit, and nobody should support them. I also want to point out we're 105 away from tonight's goal. Oh, my pussy's not wet enough. Sorry. Hold on. Your wet pussy sounds better than my wet pussy.
Yeah. Mac and cheese in a pot like a wet-ass pussy.
Is that one of the lyrics of the song?
One of the lyrics is mac and cheese, stir it like mac and cheese in a pot, that wet-ass pussy. Yeah, something about mac and cheese is in there.
That's right up there with Penny Lane. 105 away from today. Thank you, guys. Chevy fan says Aaron's horny as fuck this morning. I think I'm more retarded. Well, you know what? Same thing. You ever seen those guys hump away? Holy shit, it's mostly inanimate objects, but they got staying power.
I mean, if that tree could talk, it would say, stop!
You would just yell the R word and blow a whistle.
Oh, it's a naughty pine.
If that tree could talk to that retard, it would go, I'm pregnant already. Sorry. You understand we have to do an hour of overtime today.
Well, you do.
This is what... Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can fuck off whenever you want. So, Green came under... Marjorie Taylor Greene came under fire.
That jackrabbit was working overtime.
Talking about weather control. She pushed the claim and decided on Saturday to double down that, yes, they can control the weather. Here is Obama's CIA director, John Brennan, talking about it. Anyone who says they don't or makes fun of this is lying to you. By the way, the people know it and hate all of you who try to cover it up. Wow. Marjorie Taylor Greene just fucking going right for it. Oh, she has the clip of Brennan? Okay. You can control the weather. That's like, I'm the head of the CIA. Like, I know that we can make it rain, you piece of shit.
I'll cover you in a flood, you fun man.
We can control the weather from the sun shining on the agates.
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
Remember I said we can control the weather. You can tag it.
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
You wanted a hurricane on Fire Island, and we gave it.
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
We made weather so easy you could chop it and bag it.
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
If we need property levels to go down, we'll use the weather to drag it.
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
You need a distraction from Harry Daggett?
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
You think these are problematic statements and you want to flag it?
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
And Kevin got fired from the CIA. He now works at the grocery store. Do you want me to use paper or plastic when I bag it?
I'll fucking kill you fucking faggot.
Oh, he got fired from Coburn's too now. God damn it. I'm the CIA director. You want an assassination done? I'll stage it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
That was him planning the Kennedy assassination. Oh.
I'm trying to find ways to rhyme into
I know. You know what's funny about this show is that you're like, hey, what'd you do at work today? You're like, well, I really struggled in the last half of the show because I ran out of words that rhymed with faggot. What'd you do? Oh, we did research for a new product that could cure diabetes. Oh, so you and I are like doing the same thing.
Yeah, we're just making the world a better place.
Yeah, right? Jeff Pesos, right? You wanted milk, so I got a gorilla and bagged it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Approachable says, if you think this has become an overused bit,
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
We're funnier than all your favorite shows. All right, let's go to Marjorie Taylor. We have now interrupted Marjorie Taylor Greene's discussion about weather control devices to bring you retards humping knotholes in trees and Kevin Brennan working at grocery stores. We're better than you, and we know it.
I mean,
we're the Globo
that's
Gym
a
of
low
podcasts.
bar, apparently.
Oh, man. All right, let's go ahead and check out Kevin Brennan's brother, John Brennan, talking about weather control.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do.
Great. So we have shit that we can put in the clouds.
To cause a new ice age?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, to cool down the planet. You know what? Dude, it's fucking 70 degrees in Minnesota in mid-October right now. Leave the fucking climate the way it is. It's fine. It's okay. Oh boy, someone writes, don't carry the body, just drag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures.
Fuck you. I'm not going back to Minnesota Octobers where it's 40 and 50. Suck my fucking dick. We're not going back to the 1992 blizzard on Halloween. I golfed 2 days ago. I did 18 holes 2 days ago in fucking October in Minnesota in shorts and a t-shirt. Eat my ass. By the way, golfed my best round of the year. And I was wearing a t-shirt and gym shorts. And I'm thinking I should maybe keep that up. Instead of wearing like these and like Ben Hogan fucking collection golf shorts that I get from Goodwill. I think I should just go with the comfy clothing. Bro.
I mean, you're going to look like you either way, so how much are we helping?
I mean, really bummed me out. Bro, I hit a fucking tee shot on a par 5 2 days ago. Right down the heart of the fairway, fucking killed it. There was a dog leg, right? And I hit it at the trees, and it bent around the dog leg, just kind of hugged the tree line. Boom. Right in the middle of the fairway. I got it like 150, no, it was about 160 away from the flag. And I take out a 7-iron. I fucking bust my 7-iron, hit it straight, and it looked like it bounced into the rough in front of the green, and I ended up just short.
Right.
I drive up, I take the cart, drive up the path, get to the green. It had fucking hopped up on the green. First time in my life, I'm not ashamed to admit it, I was on in 2 in a par 5, long putt for an eagle. And I'm sitting here going, if I 2-putt this for a birdie, I'm the happiest fucking little monkey in the cage.
Right.
I take the eagle putt. I've never eagled before. I've never eagled.
Not even bald eagled?
No bald eagle. No.
Spread eagled?
Not spread eagle either. I putt. I play the break fucking perfect. And it's rolling. I'm like, holy shit. I'm golfing by myself. I'm like, nobody's going to believe it. I'm going to fucking eagle this hole. Holy shit. 3 inches short of the cup. I measured with my dick. It was 2 of my dicks. And so I knew it was 3 inches away from the cup. And I tapped it in for birdie. I've never been so bummed to get a birdie in my life, mostly because I never get birdies. But to be that close. The only thing that worked out in my favor was there were 2 guys behind me, and they saw me do it. Like they let me play ahead. So they saw that it was, legit. But fuck, missed it by that much. All right, sorry, back to weather control.
And providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly.
So fuck you. Like all these taxes these guys want to put on us, all of these regulations they want to put on, and we could just seed the clouds and fix your little climate change problem for $10 billion a year? Then do it already.
Why the fuck are we paying Ukraine, and why are we doing all this other shit? Why are we going ahead and saying, hey, we got to get rid of gas stoves and get rid of all this stuff and switch everything over to electric? Well, apparently we can fix this problem.
And also, isn't it like warm weather helps hurricanes get stronger?
Supposedly, yeah.
So why can't, when we see a hurricane forming, why can't we go and seed those clouds with the sun reflection shit, cool down the air that the hurricane is by, and then fucking weaken the hurricane?
I mean, you're asking the wrong guy. It sounds like that should totally be a doable thing.
People are fucking evil bastards.
As promising
the
as it may
guys who
be,
want us to stop using fossil fuels but continue to use private jets to fly around the world all the time?
Yeah, they're
are
dicks.
just like, hey.
I know you're not going to believe it, but yeah, I think they're dicks.
moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government and for the international...
Did you say government?
Government.
Government. G-man. G for godless. G for government. Boot liquor. Shoot me. It'll only hasten my reward. Shoot me. Shoot me. Shoot me. Agent Keenan. Special Agent Keenan. What happened then? I was able to subdue the defendant with a headbutt. A headbutt? Yes. The perpetrator was standing unnaturally close.
Community. On the technical side, greenhouse gas emission reductions would still have to accompany SAI to address other climate change effects.
So there we go. So they can't just seed the
So we
clouds.
still need the part you want to do,
Yeah.
but now we've got this too.
So we still want to fuck you guys in the ass. We still love that sweet, white, tax-paying asshole of yours, and we're going to fill it full of our government CIA cum. But we also want to fuck around with the clouds and dick with the weather. So in another case of the CIA having its cake, eating it too, and killing a bunch of brown people, we continue to win that game.
Such as ocean acidification, because SAI alone would not remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere.
You know what would remove the CIA and FBI? Just a whole lot of SA. That's right. I want to R-word the CIA and FBI until it disbands. Would anyone feel bad if someone bent over the head of the CIA and just cornholed him?
I mean, I'm not gonna, but...
But would you feel bad for him?
No.
He's done way worse. Way worse.
On the geopolitical...
In fact, I believe J. Edgar Hoover may have been dressing up like a woman and getting cornholed while he led the FBI, but I think he liked it.
Yeah, he was into it.
Yeah. It was his second favorite hole other than the one he put in Kennedy's head.
Now all the FBI does to maintain his legacy is fuck over the American people.
Now all the FBI does is try to kill guys before they even become president. It's crazy.
Or get reelected.
Oh.
Technology's potential to alter weather patterns and benefit certain regions of the world at the expense of other regions could trigger sharp opposition by some nations.
Yeah, like the African ones we're clearly going to fuck over to do all of this shit. They're not going to like it. But I say to you again, when has that ever stopped us before?
Others might seize on SAI's benefits and back away from their commitment to carbon dioxide reductions. And as with other breakthrough technologies, global norms and standards are lacking to guide the deployment and implementation of SAI.
I don't like how like professionally evil that guy was.
Yeah, I don't like how easily he talked about manipulating the weather and the environment like we have
Right?
any idea what the domino effect of that'll be.
Yeah, like I don't like that this guy basically just went, we're looking to fuck over a shitload of people, but I'm going to say it like I'm giving a sales presentation on, buying plastic caps. It's just, he's just very matter of fact about it. Holy shit, though.
I want someone to come in and explain it like an idiot. Just like, look, we ground up a bunch of tinfoil hats. We're going to fart them into the air, and it's going to make the sunlight bounce back.
Dude, I'm not trying to brag, but I'm so good at explaining shit to people like a retard's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's my bag. Like, there's been a lot of times on this show where people have been like, man, I don't understand all this lofty language people are using. And I'm like, I don't either. Here's how I would explain it. And then I just basically go, and then everyone goes, oh, I get it now. And I'm like, yeah, you get it. I'm not sure it's right, but you understand it. It's like you trying to explain harvesting gorilla cum to people.
Again, you're really stuck on this thinking this is a thing.
It's a fascinating way to make a living. That's all I'm saying.
I guess you should look into it. Landers apparently needs a face for his business.
I can be the Heisenberg of gorilla cum?
Yeah.
Wow. Sitting there. Have you tried my product? Your product is some off-brand, generic. Mine is classic Coke. Well, who are you?
It's a nice pick, by the way, Walt. Classic Coke. You realize what was in classic Coke?
Yeah, something better than the shit you're peddling, queer. 105 away from tonight. That's right. We're doing an hour of overtime today, but you guys are already $105 away from knocking out a third goal. Thank you, guys. Very much appreciate it. All right, Johnny, I got to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. While I do, let's talk about All Care Towing. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care. They do such a great job, man. We're talking about trucks and wreckers big enough for anything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. It's all there. They can do it all at All Care Towing, and they do it quickly. They can come get you in no time. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Again, 320-253-5203 for All Care. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Check out their selection of optics, parts and gear, knives, stuff for hunting, self-defense. You name it, they've got it at Midland Armory. If you have any questions about what you're looking for, whether it's for hunting, self-defense, sports, whatever, ask them. Derek and Tracy know their shit, and they will be able to give you a lot of that knowledge so you're making the best decision. So whether you're buying online and having it delivered to where you are, or you're going to downtown Foley, visit Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online at midlandarmory.com. Hey, this weekend is the last weekend of Stoney's Garage for the season. That's right, the patio bar is closing up shop for the year after this weekend. So go out there, enjoy yourself. It's going to be great. They're going to have live music every single weekend. It's a great place to watch the Gophers game. Great place to watch football. Have one of their world-famous Bloody Marys. Grab a pizza. Have a great time with your pals and watch football all day at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. And then you can watch Sean from Potentially Criminal later, and he can do that read better than I do. Better than I do. Thank you guys very much for being so generous today. You've been fucking incredible. All of the giant contributions that have come in. You have made my greedy beggar's heart smile, and I appreciate that. There was a story on media I wanted to grab from that last one, and I clicked off of it. It was Howard Stern talking to Kamala Harris on his show. And I don't think I'm going to find it here. Shit. Yep. Looks like I'm shit out of luck on that one. Auto workers, who gives a fuck? Nope, nothing on Stern. Damn it. I guess the only chance we have is to search Howard Stern and Kamala Harris on Twitter. People were giving Howard a lot of shit for having Kamala on, just basically saying, like, old Howard would have never done this, and this is I think it's too late to jump on the, like, fuck Howard Stern, he's a liberal bandwagon. Like, we already know that. Like, that's already been determined. Yeah, we don't have... Oh, here we go. We do have some Howard clips with Kamala. Let's check this one out before Johnny gets back. He's milking gorillas right now.
I think that, Howard, people ask me, like, what do you think is going on and what is the tension here? What's at stake? And there are many things, and I can be much more articulate than what I'm going to say. But ultimately, I do believe that this is an election that is about strength versus weakness.
I agree, and that's why we can't vote for you. Okay, I'll jump on the shitting on Howard bandwagon for a second. This bothers me. Howard Stern will not have Donald Trump on. Hates Trump, wants to see him lose, fucking thinks he's a cancer on America. Old Howard would have a guy like that, and he would bring him on the show, and he'd fucking beef with him. That's what Howard used to do. It would be, dude, I think Howard would have his best radio he's had since Artie left if he had if Stern had Trump on the show. Stern versus Trump. Sirius would get more subscriptions that day. The listenership, I can't say ratings, there are no ratings. The listenership for Howard's show, the YouTube hits, Howard will have never been more relevant in this century, I would almost say, than if he had Donald Trump on his show. But he won't fucking do it. Like, today, Howard won't have Trump on. He wants to take his little pot shots behind the microphone, but doesn't want to talk to the fucking guy. And the Howard Stern that I idolized and I wanted to be like, man, he would bring Trump on the show and they would hammer it out right there on the air. That's what people want to see. Not watch the fucking hug box interview between him and Kamala.
Yeah.
And weakness as projected by someone who puts himself in front of the American people and does not have the strength to...
Better than someone who hides behind the American people and lets them take all the bullets and arrows while you get rich. Rather have someone that stands in front of me. Might block a little bit of that inflation, lady.
Stand in defense of their needs, their dreams, their desires.
I don't want you. This is what I hate about Democrats. I don't want you to be a part of my dreams and my hopes and desires. I want your boot off my fucking neck. I want your taxes out of my fucking pocket so I can pursue my dreams and wants and needs. I want you not regulating the fuck out of everything. I want you not reaching into my pocket every time you need a buck to go bomb some poor people. I need you to fuck off and leave me alone. I don't want you to be my partner in accomplishing my dreams. I tried that before. It ended poorly. I want you to fuck off and let me do it. I got this. You guys get out of the way. Let me keep more of my money. Make it easier for me to get the goods and services that I need. Don't overregulate the shit out of them. And then you watch them. Most American people will accomplish their dreams or some similarity of such. This idea that you need to be just in there and we're going to help. Come on. It's like the government's grabbing you by the hand and just yanking you going, come on, I want you to accomplish your dreams. And you're like, my dreams are that way. We don't want you to go that way. Come on, we're helping you. Fuck off.
The work that must happen to make sure that we are a secure nation, that we are nurturing and protecting our alliances around the world, that we are supporting America's military, that we are fighting to bring the cost of living down for working families, that we are building businesses, building...
That's the end of the clip. You don't have to fight to do any of that. By the way, what a boring fucking show Howard has now. You don't have to fight for that. You need to get out of the way for that to happen. It's two different things we're talking about here. God, she's real. Like, he's hard to take, and she's hard to take. Howard is jealous that Trump got huge on the New York asshole grift, and Howard was relegated to the morning New York radio corner of the culture. Mild, you have a good point about that. Howard Stern we found out, really wanted to be part of the in crowd. He really wanted to be one of the popular kids. And when it didn't happen, he went, oh, I'm going to put on this counterculture, fucking dirty, rotten scoundrel routine and just do that. And then the minute they let him be on America's Got Talent, and the minute he softened his edge a little bit and they welcomed him into the party, he went, ooh, sounds good. And it was right at the time that all that cancel culture stuff was starting to take off. And Imus was getting in trouble. Howard Stern was like Hogan dropping the leg on the Macho Man and joining the NWO and turning heel. Because just when we needed Howard's help for cancel culture shit, he went, oh, no, I think if you say offensive things, I think you got to go. It's like, you motherfucker. You talk about slamming the door behind you, lesbian dating game, Ted Danson in blackface.
Your Sibian?
Riding the Sibian, all that shit. Look, man, I understand getting older and losing your edge. It happens to everybody. It's natural. It's normal. It should be part of getting happy. Sure. Got it. But the way that you didn't defend people, the way that you fucking threw people under the bus, the way you could have gotten people's backs and protected free speech, we should have listened to Howard when he told us. He always said, I'm not for free speech. I'm for my free speech.
Right.
When people tell you who they are, believe them. He was always a disingenuous ass, and he's proven that. Will she donate her salary like Trump did? Of course not.
No.
Of course not.
When she can't afford to.
Frostalicious says, retards on Reddit thought this went out to Howard's 10 million listeners. Did it not? Well, whoever's listening to Howard now, did it not go out to his listeners?
Then who did he do the interview
He did it live on the show. Or is Frostalicious saying there's no way he has 10 million listeners anymore? Well, that would be true.
I'd believe that.
How many subscribers does Sirius have? 34 million. So if they have,
but are they all Howards?
If you have 34 million subscribers, I'm going to guess, what, a third are listening in the morning?
Okay.
That's 11 million. So I doubt that every single Sirius subscriber is tuned into the Howard Stern. I bet Howard right now has 2 to 3 million listeners, which is still an amazing number. But I don't think he has much more than 2 or 3 million right now. And by the way,
certainly not anyone who loves old Howard.
Yeah. Would you like the source for that number?
I'm going to guess it's located somewhere in the vicinity of your asshole county of your sphincter.
It's actually inside of my asshole.
Oh, wow.
That's right.
It was remarkably close.
Pulled that number from. Papa Shab says Aaron should pull a Howard and get a wig and never acknowledge it. That'd be so awkward for everybody. Like for me to just go on doing the show and getting like a wig that looks nothing like what I wear. Different hair color, length, everything.
Okay.
And just, not only will I'm not even going to deny it. I just won't mention it. Papa Shab says Aaron couldn't go skullet.
System.
Aaron couldn't go skullet for skullet with Nick Cage. He would look more like King Cobra JFS instead. Thanks, buddy. Frostalicious says Howard has 100,000 listeners. That's being generous. Oh. J-Bra says, I used to love Howard Stern. Maybe that's showing my age and where I grew up, but he's dead to me now. But dude, he had some of the best stuff. I even think like the early years of Sirius were really good until Artie left. And, you know, I mean, up until that point, that show was, it produced some of the greatest moments in radio history, in entertainment history. Anytime Beetlejuice was on.
It inspired people that ended up inspiring like the shows I work on and I do. So
right.
I can't hate on it. It was a progenitor for so much stuff. I'm not saying that we owe it specifically to him, but I'm like, without Howard Stern, do we get Alex Stein?
That's a good point. Alex always says he's an Andy Kaufman guy.
Right, and you can see that in his performance stuff.
Yeah.
But I just mean in general, like Alex Stein is kind of like in a way like a more new age Howard Stern. Stein and Stern, it's getting me tripped up. But anyways, because like Howard Stern made a name for himself being kind of a firebrand and kind of going against the grain. And that showed that there were people who actually had a thirst and a taste for people who weren't pitching the narrative. And so you open the door for everyone that does that, which Alex Stein does a lot of.
I think Howard deserves a lot of credit for what he accomplished back in the day, and likewise deserves a shitload of criticism for what he's doing now.
Oh, yeah,
I
he's a
think
piece of shit.
Both of those are fair. We're watching the end of Howard Stern and Aaron Rodgers in the same year. Aaron Rodgers is pretty much done. By the way, the Jets fired their coach.
Yeah.
He's gone.
So Aaron Rodgers will perform a lot better now.
I mean, if they trade for Devontae Adams, he might. Devontae Adams. Do we have any? Yeah, what's going on with him? Devontae Adams trade rumors. Jets and Saints are in the driver's seat.
Well, you always talk about how pitchers will have a whole bunch of arm injuries, but that's the same with quarterbacks too, because you've got to really, twist and throw to get the ball out there with momentum and spin. So, I mean, you got to wonder too, how is his arm holding up? Because we haven't had any arm injuries for him, thank God, but you got over the Achilles thing.
Your arm takes a beating. Your whole body takes a beating.
Well, yeah, it's like getting hit by a car every day.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Let's go to, we did the Kamala Glock bit. We can click off of that one. Oh, this is a fucking creepy one. Do I want to do that? We do have Corinne Jean-Pierre storming out, talking to Peter Ducey.
Oh, no.
They're having a bit of a lovers quarrel, those two.
She got her new job, and he's not happy.
Yeah. We've also got some Diddy news, which I'm very excited about. And you know what? Good for Triple H. Apparently, somebody had a question. This is so annoying. Like, Triple H, if you didn't know, is basically running WWE right now.
Yep.
And some asshole, like, I don't know why, whether it's sports or entertainment or whatever, I don't know why this shit has to get shoehorned into everything. But somebody raised their hand to ask a question during a press conference Triple H was having after their last pay-per-view, Bad Blood. And the question was about inclusivity and race in wrestling. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but if you look at the population of, say, the Isle of Samoa, and then you look at the percentage of Samoans that have been world heavyweight champion in WWE, I think it's a pretty good fucking representation. I think they're doing all right. But
honestly, if we're going by the numbers, we need to get some more white people up there. Like,
if anything, I mean, Jesus Christ, where have you gone, Bob Backlund? That's what I'm saying. So this person asked a question, and I hope that this is tagged to the time. Oh, good, it is. All right. This is, by the way, are you ready to feel old? I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys Triple H. If you're ready to feel old.
I haven't seen him in a while. He hasn't really been in front and center. He's been more behind the scenes.
You remember Triple H, the wrestler, though? You remember vaguely what he looked like?
Yep.
What kind
Sledgehammer wielding, fucking.
What kind of shape was he in?
Degeneration X? Like, yeah, dude, Triple H.
What kind of shape was he in?
He's in fucking awesome shape. He's ripped. I remember him back when he was with China.
Yeah.
China.
Here's businessman running the company, Triple H.
All right, so he's clearly still in shape.
Your fucking heroes get old, though. He looks like Heisenberg.
Yeah.
Say my name. You're Triple H. You're goddamn right. All right, let's check out this question.
Classic tonight, but talk about return of old school classic Saturday night's main event, December 14th. So big things coming. Netflix just around the corner on January 6th. So,
oh my God, how could you? How could you debut Monday Night Raw on this nation's 9/11 times Civil War plus Pearl Harbor divided by the Mexican-American War and the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo? I can't believe that WWE would honor a bunch of traitorous, barnstorming insurrectionists. Nobody should be working on January 6th, Johnny.
Yeah, we should all be honoring the sacrifices of that day. Well, how do we do that though? Looting?
You want to storm the Capitol?
Oh, dude.
Oh,
let's
shit.
run the
God damn it. Fuck.
Fuck.
I keep forgetting that's what you're not supposed to do on January 6th.
I know we can do the whole peaceful protest thing where when we're done, there's a city on ashes. Peaceful protest.
That's a peaceful protest. I like a peaceful protest. That's good. Yeah. Just do me a favor. Keep them coming, okay? Keep them coming.
As crazy and wild and hot as things are right now, I only expect it to get better. So
that's what he says to Stephanie in bed every night.
I'll turn it over to you guys.
All right, first question in the second row.
If the first fucking question ends up being black people, I'm going to be upset. You've been warned. Fucking act right.
On the right side, Paul.
TJ Legacy, Soapbox Run the Road.
Yep, it's going to be a black guy asking about race. Cool. Awesome. Excited.
Oops. There's been some reports leading up to Bad Blood regarding the representation of black male wrestlers within WWE. They haven't been on a PLE in the last 3 cards. There was no black male wrestlers on the Bad Blood card. How do you...
Well, talk to Bobby Lashley. If he would have signed a new contract and kept wrestling with us, it could have worked out.
Look, we just can't help it. They're unreliable. They're addicted to drugs, and they don't. I mean, come on. Let's be honest. There's just, I don't know, a lot of people in the world, as Jerry Seinfeld did in the. What do you see when you look around the room? A whole bunch of whiteys. Oh,
well,
come on, man.
If I could answer your question, it would be, this is a white trash form of entertainment, and we're giving these hillbillies what they want, which is not a lot of blacks.
Making sure that there's representation and making sure that there are...
By the way, do you think Triple H looks a little pissed at this question?
Yep.
He's fucking annoyed. You know why? Because he came in and he was like, wow, Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns teamed up in the main event. The Rock came back. Goldberg and Gunther had a showdown. That was fucking cool. Everybody got to see Goldberg again at fucking 60. I don't know why. But they got to see Jimmy Uso come back. Man, that's pretty cool. CM Punk and Drew McIntyre had an amazing match together. Wow, we had a great... Guys, ask me questions about our incredible event. Not only that, Triple H has been doing an amazing job running the company. The stock price is crazy. They sold for billions of dollars. Shawn Michaels is running NXT. Basically, DX is running wrestling right now. It's great. So he's like, I'm excited for these questions. Go ahead. It's going to be a Triple H dick-sucking fest. Let me hear it.
Where are all the black people?
Triple H, you hate black people or something? Because I didn't see any black people. What about The Rock, motherfucker? His dad...
he doesn't count because he's not black. He's Hawaiian.
First of all, he's Samoan.
Right, but they don't. Again, these very, very.
But his dad
very
is
concerned about equality. People are idiots.
His dad is Rocky Johnson, a black man.
Oh,
yeah, he's half and half. I don't think you're allowed to call them that anymore.
So then if like half and half, but the other one's that's mulatto. So what do you get when half and half, but the other one's not? So what do we call that?
Volcano.
Is that horchata?
I believe we call it volcano. Oh, sorry.
oh, boy.
Let's continue on.
Crickets.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hearing. Crickets.
Beach crickets.
Beach crickets.
There you go. All right, let's continue on before I get canceled.
Wrestlers that get opportunities that are deserved.
I see everybody gets the opportunity. Like if I don't see the difference in anybody, I don't see the color, I don't see the nationality, I don't see any of it. I just see talent. I don't see the difference between men and women.
Now, cue this guy writing an article. Is Triple H saying black people don't have wrestling talent? What about Coco Beware?
Look, you guys had Booker T, okay?
Right. Fucking Hall of Famer, dude. Booker T is good enough for like the next 50 years of black wrestlers. Can you dig it, sucker?
We gave you a platform to show us what you can do. You gave us the spinneroonie.
Yeah.
I feel like we're equal.
Macho Man was kind of black, right?
See talent. We tell
Ultimate Warrior ran around like a gorilla.
And isn't Roman Reigns isn't white either? Like, why is it that like if they're just again they're not dark enough on the screen?
Roman Reigns is Samoan.
Again,
Same
That's not
family as The
right.
Rock. He's The Rock's cousin.
Yeah, I know. That's my point, though. Like, we have people in the card, people involved with the event who weren't white, but that's not good enough because we need a representation of specifically black people. What do you mean by black people? Black people is not a race. That's just a generalization.
He means, why isn't Kofi Kingston on the card?
Stories with those talent, how they can handle those stories and how they can represent those stories and how we can bring those stories forward. So, I don't keep track of any of that. I do what's relevant and what is best in the best in storytelling and what's being delivered the best, and then that's what goes.
Who would have thought pro wrestling would be the last place you could be based? Because, how about the fact that the Overton window has shifted so far that answer is based? That's pathetic.
We're just basing things off of results. Oh my God, you fucking conservative asshole.
Honestly, that answer used to be the politically correct answer 20 years ago.
Right?
Because
we go based off of your performance.
The based answer used to be, shut the fuck up. That's what based used to be when you got that question. Shut up, you pussy. Now the based answer is, I don't really look at the color. I see the guys that are working their ass off and we're trying to tell stories. And we all know black people can't read. So, wait, whoa. Wow, Junkyard Dog objects, Triple H.
Look, this business operates like a well-oiled machine. Everything needs to be working on time. This is something we drive into all the rest. Everything needs to happen on time. And I don't want to point fingers, but some people aren't on time.
Triple H, a lot of people said that Bret Hart always showed up late. Fuck him and his Canadian ass. I screwed him once, I'll screw him again.
And, the men and the women who main events, whatever the biggest stories are, that's where we go.
Next question here on the left, third row.
Hey, Paul. Raj Prashad from Uprock Sports.
Hey, man.
Atlanta always loves seeing Goldberg. See him get in the ring tonight.
All right, so then they moved on to wrestling questions.
They went on to actual questions that mattered.
What do you think? You guys have enough black people? That'd be awesome if they asked Triple H, if they were like, do you think you have enough black people on the card? He's like, well, I didn't want to get into this, but too many, if I'm being honest. As a matter of fact, look for layoffs in the future, and we're going to try and direct them at black wrestlers. Kloppo Graham says, who's Paul? That's Triple H. Triple H is Paul Levesque. Actually, I don't think he wants to be called Triple H anymore because he's the office guy. I think he does want to be called Paul Levesque.
Paul Levesque.
So if they say, hey, Paul, you're like, Paul Bunyan, Paul. Just start saying
Paul Bearer.
Hey, Paul. Yes, what would you like to ask me, Undertaker? What we need is less black wrestlers and more urns.
That's where you need to hear the Undertaker theme start up. So how do you feel about black representation in the WWE card? We had for the past 3 major cards, we've had a severe lack of diversity. What do you have to say to that, Paul? Do you have any thoughts about the diversity that we've had in the cards? Particularly this event, everyone was very happy, Goldberg, Roman Reigns, but we feel like there aren't enough black people.
I would like to direct everyone to one of the greatest promos ever cut by a black wrestler. Here it is for you. See?
How long did it take that stuff to come off his face again?
Dude, he had to go through the fucking airport.
In half blackface.
Because that would not wash off. I think he said 2 days. He was scrubbing for 2 days.
Oh.
And he would go from airport to airport just in half blackface. Fucking Roddy Piper, man. He was the best.
After learning that fact, that's literally the only thing I can see when I see that promo. I'm like, 2 days.
Yeah.
2 days.
2 days walking through the airport. This next story is not going to make Minnesota look good, but it doesn't surprise me because I know Blaine, Minnesota. And if you don't know Minnesota, Blaine is in the north suburbs. It's about 10 minutes from where I grew up. And one thing Blaine, maybe not known for, but one thing Blaine had an ample supply of was your stereotypical MILFy housewives. Blaine was the bedroom community of bedroom communities in the
All
suburbs.
right, so Hot Mom Central.
Lots of hot moms. And also the National Hockey Center is in Blaine. It's where all the youth hockey gets played. It's a super center. And so there's a lot of fucking hockey moms in Blaine. And they are, are they cute?
I don't know why. That's always a thing. Like, you'd think there'd be more chubbos.
With
Just
hockey
because of the
moms?
cold weather.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I know I picked the right sport. Because the moms were hot. Like, football, baseball, basketball, lame and gay. Hot moms were over on hockey.
Dude, I fucked a hockey mom back in the early 101 days. Oh,
I triple deked her like you wouldn't believe.
holy shit. Just fantastic. God, you know what? You know what I want to say? God,
Could she take a puck?
God save the hockey moms. That's what I say. God save the hockey moms. A married Blaine, Minnesota mother who was arrested after a staycation at a hotel with her husband and children early in 2024 has now admitted to sexually ruining two 15-year-old hockey players after visiting from Colorado for a tournament. Victims she had allegedly acknowledged were, quote, young enough to be her kids. What the fuck, lady? Like, even for those of us who are like, where are these teachers when I was in school and blah, blah, blah. 15 is fucking young, dude. 15 is that's a boy. That, like, if we got teachers or we got parents or whatever, let's say you got parents who are like 35, 36, 37, and you got like an 18-year-old high school senior and they fuck. Is it weird? Yeah, it's fucking weird. But there's something about the 18 part where you go, all right, it's not like this guy was a victim. 18-year-old dudes are horny as fuck. He was probably just as, pursuant.
He
to
had
this.
some say in this.
Yeah.
I don't think he got. I don't think you had to lead this horse too far to the drink of water. Like, I think he was already there.
But 15 is fucking. Ugh, that's a bridge too far.
I just can't do anything like, oh, you could be my kids. Like, all right, and we're out.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
like the whole like young enough to be my children thing. You just explained that scenario. Yeah. So I'm sorry. Like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If I'm still alive in the next, what would we say, 20 years? We'll say 20 years. If you were born in the same year as my daughter, guess what? I'm not sexually attracted to you. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, we're not fucking. Allison Lee Chardine, 39, formally changed her plea Friday to admit to third-degree criminal sexual conduct, the crime of engaging in, well, it's quoted here, engaging in sexual penetration with anyone under 18 years of age. Oh, God, the wording of it is just brutal. The plea deal resolved the shocking case that began on January 14th when Chardine apparently approached the victims in the hot tub of a hotel in Roseville. If you have those big hockey tournaments and they're going on, those hotels and hot tubs are filled up, man. They are. It's if you're like in high school and you're looking to hook up with girls, not fucking moms, but girls, and you're a hockey player and you go down to that hot tub after the tournament, you might find some girls. You might find a few.
Depends whether or not the cheerleaders came with, really, or if they are girls, then they're like sisters of somebody else who's like who's a hockey player,
right?
That's dangerous.
Yeah,
because then it's like now a face-off. It's like, dude, you fucked my sister. I'm like, yeah, I did.
The only thing is you're probably staying in a room with your parents, so getting laid is going to be kind of difficult.
I mean, by fucking is probably mostly just a lot of hot making out and some titty grabbing in the elevator.
Right. What I was just gonna say, when I was like at hotels for events, and I was with my parents when I was like 16 or whatever, because I was driving by then. I would make out with girls in elevators, and that's about all you got. You got the elevator, and that's it. Otherwise, you couldn't bring them to the room.
If you pulled a finger pop, you got the W.
The plea deal resolved the shocking case that began on January 14th when Chardine apparently approached the victims in the hot tub of a hotel in Roseville, began complaining about her marriage. Oh, you fucking bitch.
This is wrong.
Which has since reportedly headed towards divorce. By the way, if you go to strangers and start bitching about your marriage and it's over, blah, 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 you're the problem.
Right.
The first person you hear start going around going this, that, the other thing, they're the fucking issue every single time. and then said she had recently cheated on her husband with another hockey player. Oh, for God's sake.
So
You're
let's
fucking telling
make it
people?
clear. You're baiting this hook real heavy. Like, hey guys, so I'm unhappy with my marriage and I've already cheated on my husband with another hockey player. You guys aren't young and dumb and stupid enough to fall for this, are you? Cue hormones and an erection, and that's all that was thinking at that point.
The complaint, citing V2, said that Chardine, on a staycation with her husband and kids, was in the pool area with the victim when her husband appeared and yelled something like, "If you don't come upstairs, our relationship is over." First of all, let me say this. If you're saying things like that already
in public,
your relationship is over. Like, I may or may not have yelled at someone I used to know, "If you don't stop doing coke, I'm leaving." It's either the cocaine or me. Either the coke goes or I go. And you might get an answer like, why would you even? That's so fucking mean of you to do that. You're a fucking monster for even saying that. Why would you fucking say that? Something I enjoy doing, something that's fun, and you're going to try to take that away? You're a piece of shit. And you're all right. I really thought that might go differently, but
I guess your decision has been made. Thank you.
I guess addiction is a real bitch. You know what? Just you know what? You know what? Before I leave, just remember, keep it off your debit cards. Keep it off your debit cards.
Question: have you seen my butter dish?
You fucking bitch. Show me it. Where's my fucking butter dish? I'm over it. I'm over it. But rather than acting to salvage a marriage that was apparently on the ropes, Chardine exchanged socials with the victims and contacted victim one later via Snapchat asking, "Can I come into your room?" Way to not leave a trail. A fucking snail trail. Once there, she was accused of telling the minors she was 38 years old, that they were young enough to be her kids, and that she was saying things like, "Let's just do more. Let's have sex. We're already here. You already have a 38-year-old woman, a female in your bed. Don't you want to do more?" Actually,
oh my God, you.
Actually, when a woman asked me that, when she said, "You have a 38-year-old woman in your bed," I go, "Ah, fuck, what?" No, I'm just kidding. I'm fucking kidding. There are gorgeous, beautiful 38, 39, 40-year-old women out there.
But they're porn stars and they're mentally damaged, and you don't want anything to do with it.
They're
or,
lovely.
Or if they're local, they're strippers. I'm sorry.
They're-
and again,
They're gorgeous. They're beautiful. It's just not her.
they're tattooed. They're damaged.
Like I can talk. Hey, do you know what a polycule is? Good.
I didn't used to.
Yeah, let's keep it that way. This is her, by the way.
What are you, my parents?
She's not awful.
I
mean, wait, she's awful. Like, she's a terrible fucking human being. But, like, she's not awful looking.
See, this is one of those things where I'm like, no, that's what you're aiming for, because that lady, that lady could go to a bar with a boo-hoo, poor me, I'm unhappy in my marriage story, and that's all you'd have to drop, and you'd have so many dudes throwing themselves at
Right.
you. Like, hey, I will fix that void, and I won't even call you.
Right. It's fucking doable.
You got a 38-year-old in your bed. Don't you want to do more? Well, fuck yeah. That's why I picked you up at the bar in the first place. When you have to make that pitch to the 15-year-old, how desperate are you? Like, look, don't you want to do more? No, I really don't. You're old, you're wrinkly, and I'd like you out of here. Like, I wanted to do this with your daughter, not you, ma'am. Oh, Jesus.
Someone said, oh shit, I lost it in the chat. Yeah. The fuck? I lost it again. Oh, here it is. Clopogram writes, "See you in hell, butter dish." Oh, boy. Clopogram says, "Aaron is sleeping with Gordy tonight." Oh, man. Los Federales with $1 on Rumble. Let's see what he's got there. Uh-oh. What's this Instagram post? Oh, this is fun.
Go. What you gonna do, Hulkamaniacs, when the Hulkster, the entire country of Canada, the Niagara Falls Comic-Con, and the 24-centimeter python run wild on you, Jack? Let me tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna be the cream of the crop, and I'm gonna watch Hulkamania do his grandstanding and his hot dogging, but the Macho Man Randy Savage is the cream of the crop. Nobody does it better. Oh yeah, dig it!
Oh, that was good. I got to give credit to that one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, boy. Sam Show says mentally damaged woman sounds redundant to me. Oh, for heaven's sake. MSO is pissed.
Uh-oh.
That we hit the goal already. He goes, tell me he didn't hit the goal already. No, this can't. I'm sorry. Not only did we hit the goal today, we knocked out last night's, and now we're $105 away from tonight. So if you guys want to hit tonight, go ahead and hit tonight. Otherwise, it's just 105. Thanks a lot. So now that mom has, I believe, pled guilty, and she went on to be arrested February 1st. She admitted to joining 3 boys in a hotel room and admitting to having contact with 2 of them. She allegedly said that she had asked if anyone had a condom, though she insisted she was not going to go through with it. She said, I think things were starting to progress, and I think I thought about it for a moment, and then I was like, yeah, no, that's not. And I think at that point it was pretty evident that victim 1 was kind of uncomfortable, the complaint said. Oh, so she's trying to do the whole, I went up to their hotel room, I asked about condoms and shit, but, I wasn't really.
But they got grossed out, and I thought better of it. No, the asking about condoms for me is a bridge too far. I'm sorry.
Tim, thank you for the $1.99, but I know what you're trying to do. Oh, I got you, buddy. Sorry, I got you. Oof, that's a rough one. You guys got to try harder. You've really got to try harder. I'm offended at the level of disrespect you have for how much smarter I am than you. God damn you, Tim. But I will say this. If you want to get knives, optics, parts, and gear, and anything for hunting or self-defense, go to Midland Armory. MidlandArmory.com. They got an extra plug on you, Tim. Sorry, bud. I'm used to it, though. It's always fun to me. Corinne Jean-Pierre ended up storming out of the fucking, would you call it, press conference? Press briefing.
Okay.
Yesterday because of old Peter Doocy. Said that Peter Doocy was engaging in misinformation, which means that he was saying something that was really, really true. That
she doesn't want to have to take the time to disprove.
She doesn't want to have to discuss it. Not at all. Let's go ahead and watch this exchange.
Let's head to the White House. Peter Doocy is asking.
I'll be really honest with you. I do prefer the old days of Peter Doocy and Jen Psaki.
When you're just waiting for them because they're staring daggers, but you're like, yeah, after this, they meet up at a hotel.
They're gonna
and then like they fuck it out. Like, right?
Oh boy. Johnny, before we get to that, I have an announcement to make.
Oh shit. What's your announcement?
I have an announcement to make. Gray Duckling just dropped $75 and said, I got a good idea for a movie, New Boot Goof. No, we're not going to do watch-alongs. They don't go well. Like, they're hard to pull off. But
giggity.
That now puts us $30 away from tonight. Guys, if you knock out the evening show's goal, it means that you get their overtime tomorrow, and they don't get overtime tonight.
And I'm totally fine with this because I won't be.
If you guys hammer out tonight's goal, $30 away, you got it. You've got it. So anyway, Peter, you guys knock out that $30. Well, this is great. We've almost pulled the trifecta today. That's fucking huge. Thank you, Gray Duckling. Thank you, everyone, for throwing in buckets of money at Steel Toe today. Again, $30 away. You guys want to do it $5 at a time? Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo, PayPal, etc. Let's do it. I love it. Peter Doocy, Corinne Jean-Pierre, No more interruptions by fantastic drop-ins from our audience.
Head to the White House. Peter Doocy is asking questions of Karine Jean-Pierre. Let's listen.
Home, who are wrongfully detained and held hostage. And again, frankly, we have had an extraordinary record of doing just that. And that's going to be the president's top priority.
And on this issue of funding, the administration has money to send to Lebanon without Congress coming back. But Congress...
By the way, is it just me? Or is young man Peter Doocy, as he getting older, is that face getting a little...
Yeah, no, he's looking like he's getting some sweet double chin music.
He's getting some sweet double chin music for sure.
It's because he's not working off the pounds. He's stress eating like he used to, but he used to bang it out with Basaki, and that kept him fit.
He misses his girl. That's what it is. He's eating his feelings because he misses his lady. You're right. That's exactly what it is. And by the way,
he's overeating his feelings because he's not filling up on box anymore.
I'm gonna make the controversial statement. Peter Doocy more talented than his father, Steve Doocy.
I don't know if that's that controversial.
Oh, okay. I'm a Peter Doocy guy. I think he does a good job at his job. Pakistan says the campaign would actually be hilarious to watch. I mean, yeah, it's a good movie. It's funny to watch, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just not good at doing watch-alongs.
Humor is subjective, so everyone thinks this movie's going to be hilarious to watch. And it's like, in general, just movies are subjective. Everyone thinks this movie's great or that movie's great. It's a personal opinion. I love the shit out of the third Deadpool movie. I've watched it like 5 times since I bought it on Friday. And, I play video games with friends online. I was talking with them last night, and some were like, it's okay. It's overrated, whatever. And
Ooh.
I just didn't even bother trying to convince them because I'm like, you know what? They've got their opinion. I've got mine.
Does have to come back to approve money to send to people in North Carolina. Do I have that right?
Here's what I'm going to be very clear about. The president and the vice president has had a robust whole of government response to this. Hundreds of millions of dollars. I said it at the top, more than $200 million that we have directly put towards survivors here.
That's the thing. Like, just because you're right, this is Democrats' biggest problem. Just because you've written the checks and you've spent the money doesn't mean that you've gotten results. They equate money spent with results received, and that's not how this shit works. I mean, how many times have you seen the government spend X amount of dollars and then some private organization goes, well, we spent 1/10 of that and we've helped X amount of people?
Right. We never get to the part where the money equals action.
Right. Like she's like, we've spent this many hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, cool. What have you done? Well, we sent a bunch of electric chainsaws to people without power. Cool. Great job. Or like, hey, if the amount of money you've spent equals effectiveness, then Ukraine should have conquered Moscow by now.
Right. How much money do we have to spend before that actually sees some results?
So there's no like money spent equals effectiveness.
For disaster help. And that's because of this president's commitment to make sure that we are there for communities that are impacted. We take this very seriously again.
It's weird when lesbians dress like dudes. I'll always think it's strange.
I'll always be grateful because then I know that's a in this case pink and pinstripe, but usually just red flag that you don't you don't need to worry about that. That one's not in your lane. Like so, you see that out and about, and you're like, good.
I'm sorry, I was talking about Peter Doocy.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You went the other way on me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought you knew by the haircut which lesbian I was talking about.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I was focused on the ineffective one.
That's why his face is so flat from eating pussy all the time. I know. It's fucking stupid.
I'd like to mock him, but he's eating more than I am, so why should I dissuade?
This is what you guys get when you buy yourselves an extra hour of overtime. You're welcome.
We take this very seriously. And before the hurricane hit, we pre-positioned more than 1,500 federal folks on the ground to help. And so we have made sure that every state has gotten their storm requested emergency declaration. They requested it, and we made sure they received it.
Cool. So they got a declaration that shit's fucked up. You're right. You guys are killing it. We're wrong. Nice.
Right. All the Twitter posts about people saying the government's not going to help you. We have to help each other. The information coming out about government agencies, agents, and just questionable shit, literally impeding the local relief efforts that just good, honest Americans are putting together.
Yeah.
Right, you guys.
Are you running for office? You just said good, honest Americans. That's a very politician-y word.
Well, I mean, I don't care what color, age, or ethnicity you are. If you're like, hey, I flew fucking down here or down, up, left, right, sideways. I don't know. We're on a ball.
If you flew sideways, you fucking did it wrong.
Well, I'm just talented.
What are you, fucking plane drifting?
Yeah, dude.
Oh.
So fast in the flying.
So you're Japanese.
Tokyo drift.
We've taken this very seriously. More than $200 million that we have provided to the impacted areas. But instead, people want to do disinformation, misinformation, which is dangerous.
You know, fuck you guys and your passive-aggressive bullshit. I wish one time you guys would actually answer honest criticism, because I'm getting really tired of the word disinformation and misinformation growing and swelling into a catch-all of shit we don't like hearing. Because you guys now have made it effectively so that you can't be criticized, or that at least you don't have to hear the criticism and you don't have to answer the criticism. You don't have to answer to anybody because you have enough of the country brainwashed into believing that if anyone said mean things to you, that it's misinformation.
And where did we learn this? It's fake news. Fake news.
True. But the media... The Biden administration is doing that thing where they act like the media is the really, really powerful one, and they're just picking on the poor Biden administration. And it's like, no, you guys, you're the powerful ones, and the media, like Peter Ducey's trying to hold you accountable, and then you play the victim. It's fucking infuriating.
Which is dangerous, because then when folks on the ground hear that, they may not want to ask for the help that they need. That is there for them.
I'm sorry, but when the folks on the ground see Peter Ducey asking shit about the recovery, they already know the recovery's fucked. They're living it. They know.
Again, if we're going to talk about misinformation, you acting like you guys have it in hand seems to be the biggest pile of misinformation if you actually talk to people who are reporting from the ground.
Is she really saying that if Peter Ducey says the relief effort sucks a dick, that if a government worker comes by on a fan boat and goes, come on, we're getting you out of here, they're going to go, oh, no, I can't. I hear you guys suck. Like, shut up.
That's right. People that are without power, haven't eaten, and are just, on their last fucking hope, standing in front of a fire and a giant rock written message that says SOS. They're going to turn away the first helicopter that shows up if it's a government official.
They would jump into Ted Bundy's Volkswagen Beetle if it pulled up, okay?
And jump into Hitler's.
Well, I mean, I'd do that if I just wasn't busy.
I have so many questions. I'm such a huge fan.
So there had to be a reason, right? What did they do?
You knew.
Dude, like the older I get, I was going to be fucked up. This is going to get clipped.
Yeah, it is.
The older I get, the more I do say like, yeah, but okay, they pissed him off somehow. Like what I'm not saying.
Oh, I thought that was going a different way.
No, like I'm not saying like nobody deserves that, but at the same time, it's like that didn't come out of nowhere. Like this guy perceived a slight somewhere along the line. Like this guy, if you asked Hitler, he wouldn't have gone like, just one day I woke up, hate the Jews, felt like killing them. Like he would lay out his case and he would give you the reasons why, and then you could take it back to the Jews and be like, you want to answer any of this? Because he's fucking mad. Dude, I'm telling you, like before shit gets out of hand, he's fucking pissed at you, dude. Like I asked him why, and he just gave me this big long list. So do you want to answer?
See, I thought you were going to say something else that just like, oh, well,
no,
the older I get, the more I'm like, oh.
It's hard to buy the narrative that for no reason at all, out of nowhere, some guy just started wiping them out. Like,
no, I think it's because they had a lot of control in the government and the film industry, and a lot of them happen to be people of financial wealth. And you had a country that was dealing with severe economic depression and issues made worse by the Treaty of Versailles, which really fucked over Germany.
Take her easy.
And so then you had people looking for someone to blame. You had people very easy to blame, and so they did. And then on top of that, you have to consider that this isn't even the first time this has happened. If we go back, mathematically speaking, I mean, you could say that this wasn't even the 30th time that this was happening. Some people might even say that this was not even the 80th time that this kind of thing. Oh, boy. I'm just saying, in all of the countries we've had that have had these issues, it just seems like if there's a trend and an ongoing pattern, at what point do you blame the people for noticing it, right? Like supposedly I'm the racist for noticing that these people don't pass a test all the time and they all happen to be part of one group, but that's my fault for noticing it. It doesn't matter if that group is actually enforcing that stereotype by not, like, we can't ask, like, why does that group not measure up? Like, is there a way we can fix this? But no, instead we turn around and we go, what? I don't know. It's obviously because the world is racist against this group. No, or maybe you need to study, again. Not saying Japanese people are smarter than us. I'm just saying they study a lot more than we do, and that's why white people suck. Kotat, thank you very much for that. I think we got it all out of our system. We're good now. We're good.
All right. How's it going, guys?
109. That's all I'm saying. I'll just do the last half of the show. I can just repeat a stand-up bit I heard once for the last half of the show.
Yeah, but I thought you wanted to be funny. Clopogram with $1 said she's wearing Lloyd Austin's suit. And Riding Dirty Llama with $50 says,
you.
and the call of Jim Duggan, ho, USA, All right, that's going to knock out tonight's goal, put us $5 ahead. And while we're on the subject, thank you very much to Timothy, $30 coming in from him. Says, fuck the evening show. I want the overtime. All right, you guys are getting 30 extra minutes already tomorrow morning.
Nice.
We're already $315 away from tomorrow morning's overtime. That would be a quad. If you guys knocked out, I mean, we're not going to get $315 in 25 minutes, but if we did, you guys would have the quad. The evening show will have the opportunity to steal tomorrow morning's overtime. Now, they can't steal their overtime back. So the morning show already has 30 minutes of overtime. If the evening show knocks out tomorrow morning show's overtime, that's going to be a quad, and the evening show can get their overtime back by stealing it from Thursday. Wow. Thank you guys so much. This has been a ridiculous. Can we do the count here? 410 plus 250. That's 660 plus 35. $695 for the toe today.
You're welcome. Awesome. I'm taking all the credit for it.
You can take all the credit. Yeah, absolutely. You take all it.
Especially after that last bit.
It's all Johnny for today. Well, holy shit, you guys. Thank you so much. Tonight, between the next 25 minutes and tonight, we have an opportunity to nail a quad for the second time in 3 weeks.
And I don't want to be a dick, but I think I'm gonna have a little bowel issue coming up here. So I'm gonna let you have the last half hour.
All right. I'll take the last 25 minutes or so. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
All right. Let's say goodbye to Johnny and say hello to the trifecta. We've knocked out the trifecta today. You guys have been incredible. We've already got seethers in the chat about it. Jesus, guys. I mean, you'd think you'd be used to losing to me by now. I don't know what to. I'm sorry, Jack Peter, but you'd be used to losing to me by now. I hand you L's every day. You're my favorite lol cow, though. I love you. All right, back to Corinne Jean-Pierre and Peter Doocy. So when we left off and Johnny started ranting about Jews, Peter Doocy was asking, why is the hurricane recovery so fucking dog shit? And Corinne Jean-Pierre says, what dog shit? Your misinformation, your fake news. Let's check it out.
That's our focus here.
But President Biden is fond of saying, show me your budget and I will tell you what you value. If he's got money for people in Lebanon right now, without Congress having to come back, what does it say about his values? There's not enough money right now for people in North Carolina who need it. That's not misinformation.
That's a good fucking point, man. If he can, we dragged money out for Lebanon and he didn't even have to get it approved through Congress, and we can't give that kind of money to North Carolina and get down there right away. I hate that they get to dance around this shit. Yes, he's biased. Absolutely. Fox News is against the administration. But they're not wrong on this one.
That's not misinformation.
Wait, no, that is your whole premise of the question is misinformation, sir. What you do? Yes, it's misinformation.
Is there money to send to Lebanon right now?
I just mentioned to you that we provided more than $200 million to folks who are impacted in the area, and I just shared with you that people are deciding not to. People are deciding not to.
President wait. To Congress that there's not enough money to help people in North Carolina.
We're talking about the SBA disaster loan.
That's money for people in North Carolina.
And that's important, and people in North Carolina need that. Wait, this is not...
Right! What he's saying is people in North Carolina need that money. Why didn't you take the money you were going to give to Lebanon and give it to North Carolina? Fuck Lebanon, no offense.
Nothing new. Peter, this is nothing new. Congress comes together...
We know it's nothing new. That's the problem. This is the way shit works.
They provide money, millions of dollars, for disaster relief. We're asking them to do the job that they have been doing for some time.
From a letter that President Biden sent to Johnson, McConnell, Schumer, and Jeffries. The president's letter is not misinformation. Would you agree?
No, the way you're asking me the question is misinformation. There's money that we are allocating to the impacted areas, and there's money there to help people who truly need it. There are survivors who need the funding, They're not getting enough of it. They're telling you this, and you keep shipping money out of the fucking country. How are you not getting this? The funding, and it's there.
That you don't like misinformation.
I actually said we have the money available to help survivors of Hurricane
What are you doing?
And also Hurricane Milton. Now,
I heard Hurricane Milton only attacks children.
Now, there's going to be a shortfall, right? Because we don't know how bad it's hurricane.
That's what he just fucking said. You just lectured him on misinformation, and then you repeated his fucking point while giving money to Lebanon.
Is going to be. And so we're going to need additional funding.
Right.
We're going to need additional funding.
Look at his face. He's doing that thing where he's like, yep, that's exactly what I just said.
That's exactly what I just asked about. And you said it was misinformation. Yes.
What you're asking me is why Congress needs to come back and do their job. That's what you're asking me. Congress needs to come back and do their job and provide extra assistance, extra funding to disaster relief fund. That's what Congress needs to do, and we're going to continue to urge that. You may not want that, but that's okay. That's what this president wants, and that's what the vice president wants. Thanks, everybody.
Wow, and then she storms off. Wow. Well, give Peter Doocy another raise, because that was brilliant. You did a fucking great job on that one. Holy shit. Sam Show says, typical woman, it's the way you ask me the question. Bitch, just answer the question. KG fuckers are so funny. Oh, Christ. J-Bra making this a vaudeville bit. Women, am I right? Yeah. By the way, somebody just texted into the show. Let's go to this one. Ooh. Challenge, can we make $1,000 before 11 o'clock? I mean, probably not. We've, what are we, 3:15? We would need 3:05 to get to $1,000 in 20 minutes. I don't think we're going to get $305. But we are on to our last goal of the week from tomorrow's goal. Whoop. Let me just put this up there. 1K by 11. Here, we'll put 305 from 1K by 11. There you go, guys. We'll put that link up. There's your challenge. 305 from 1K by 11. Thank you, guys. You're the best. You're awesome. We've damn near pulled off a quad today. It's rare. Nobody else does it but this show. The Diddy story took an interesting turn yesterday. So apparently one of his accusers, and if I'm Diddy's lawyer, I mean, I got to try and ride this as hard as I can, right? One of Diddy's accusers has an ex, and this is why you try to break up amicably if you're pulling shenanigans. One of Diddy's R-word accusers has an ex who now claims that she offered him a bribe of $3 million if he would back her story. Basically saying, I'm going to say Diddy R-worded me. I'm going to sue him. I'm going to get a shitload of money. I'll give you $3 million if you say, yep, totally happened. I believe it. That's fucking evil. Like, because obviously we're talking about a very serious crime, one of the worst crimes you can commit. And when you lie about it, I believe if you lie about one of the worst crimes you could ever commit, you become committing one of the worst crimes you could commit, because you're hurting the believability of the next person who's going to come forward. Getting caught lying about being R'd should be an imprisonable offense. It should be a felony because of the damage you do. It's not a victimless deal. So this woman, Talia Graves, is suing Diddy and his head of security, Joseph Sherman, for allegedly R-wording her back in 2001. And the suit, she says, she was dating Diddy, one of Diddy's employees, who was shown a video of the alleged incident. However, TMZ has seen a November 2023 text exchange between Talia and the man who was her boyfriend, and in it, she reveals she's planning to sue Diddy because, quote, he's the one that has the money. It also appears she offers to give the boyfriend $3 million if he agrees to back her version of the alleged events after asking him to attest that he's seen the alleged video of the incident. The actual text reads, what do you N $3 million? I'm sorry, but if this guy's seen this alleged tape that's out there and it does exist, you don't need to pay him $3 million to say he's seen it. He'll just say he's seen it. Now, TMZ has spoken to this woman's ex, who confirmed the validity of the text messages and told us he interpreted it as an attempted bribe. I mean, that's clearly what it was. After receiving the text, he says he blocked Talia's phone number and also blocked her on social media. What's more, Diddy's lawyers also have a copy of the same texts. Talia's attorney, of course, Gloria Allred, said it's very common that rich, powerful men and their supporters attempt to discredit, shame, and humiliate accusers who have the courage to come forward. The complaint speaks for itself. Our client is looking forward to her day in court. That, someone like Gloria Allred, shit like that should be unforgivable, because Gloria Allred is supposed to be a women's rights attorney. And what she's doing is fucking over women who have actually been victimized to defend what looks like a total piece of shit. Who's saying, he's got all the money, I'll give you $3 million to say you saw this tape. That doesn't sound like a woman who's heartbroken and victimized and damaged and broken. That sounds like a woman who's a money-grubbing whore. So this bribe attempt, Diddy's lawyers have it. Now, here's where this woman really fucked up. Now, you might have fucked over this case that they're trying to build against Diddy, because now his lawyers can go, well, this woman lied. Let's say they find another woman who lied and tried to stage something like this. Now you can start putting it in the jury's head, well, since we got these two women who lie, who's to say the rest of them? Who's to say it's not a conspiracy against Diddy? You may have really fucked this criminal case up. Now, it still seems like they have a slam dunk, so I don't think they've butchered it at all. But it doesn't help credibility. People like this, if they're found to be lying and knowing they lied, should go to prison. We should be discouraging that kind of shit. You should be discouraging it with punishment. I'm not talking about someone who may or may not and lost their case. That's different. Like, A jury can come back with a not guilty verdict for a guilty person. It's happened before. OJ. So, but in this case, this is a woman who was setting Diddy up. Like, from her own text messages, she was setting him up because he's got the money. That, to me, that sounds like someone who planned it. It's preordained, pre-planned, and she was trying to fuck somebody over. I don't know. Apparently, they have leaked a Will Smith and Diddy sex tape, says Clopogram. I mean, I want to say I'll believe it when I see it, but I don't think I want to see it, is the problem. Adam with $10.17. Thank you very much, buddy. We have broken the $700 mark for today, and we're also now 305 away from tomorrow morning's goal. And Adam says just 29 more of these, and we're at $1,000 by 11. Yeah, we're that's $10. Where would that put us? We're 295 away from 1K by 11 o'clock. Great job, guys. Thank you very much. You have, and you're also 305 away from a quad, which the evening show might wrap up tonight, which would be great. Yeah, you'll recall Allred and Graves held a news conference after filing the lawsuit, which was incredibly emotional. Talia sobbed as she talked about the physical and mental trauma caused by the alleged R. Since the lawsuit was filed, Diddy's former security head claims he has never met Talia Graves and was not working for Diddy at the time of the alleged assault. So the person she's accusing didn't work for Diddy at that time. So he's got an alibi. The ex-boyfriend now says she tried to bribe me with $3 million to say that he saw some tape that they don't have. I mean, she doesn't look good. She doesn't look good. Boy. Chad Buzamok says, I got here really late, but seems like I missed a lot. Yeah, buddy. We knocked out last night. We knocked out today. We knocked out tonight. And we're only 300 away from knocking out tomorrow morning. So Scott Chrissy Jones becoming a member for 1 month says, did I miss anything interesting? Today's show is definitely worth going back and checking out. It's been pretty good. I got to say, Johnny was fucking hilarious today. The gorilla milking shit, please. Fantastic. The gorilla milking bit today. Are you kidding me? Also, we've got, I think the Kamala stuff was really good. I think the obviously the Corinne Jean-Pierre stuff we did was really good. We had quite a few stories today that were pretty rock solid, and I think we're going to have a pretty solid evening show. Now, if you're an evening show watcher and you got here late, the morning show did take your overtime. So we've got, what is it? We're doing an hour today for last night and this morning. Tonight, no overtime because they got theirs taken away from them. Tomorrow, there's already an automatic 30 minutes for knocking out tonight. The only way the evening show can get overtime is if they finish off tomorrow. There. Chabra, no, I'm not going to bite on your. You're trying to get me to report fake news, and I refuse. Oh. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the attempt, though. It was a good attempt. I'm not shitting on the attempt. Oh, boy. All right, we got to get to, should we go into these 8 o'clock hour stories? We got, 10 minutes left? Why not? Oh, apparently China's been hacking Verizon and AT&T for years, and we didn't know it. I don't know if you saw that story, but yeah, China basically spying on the United States with impunity and getting away with it. It's amazing. You know, it's weird, but did you know that the Chinese Communist Party gave a shitload of money to Burisma back in the day? I bet you didn't know that. Yeah, it's kind of weird how that turns out. Like, we had a president who was really hard on China and like really tough on them. And then a new guy came in, and apparently China had given a lot of money to a company that president's son was on the board of. And then all of a sudden, we just really started taking it easy on China, started letting their spies work for our politicians who happen to be Democrats. And now apparently they just hack Verizon and AT&T, and they did it without us even knowing, or at least without us calling it out. A cyber attack tied to the Chinese government penetrated, sounds fun, the networks of a swath of U.S. broadband providers, potentially accessing information from systems the federal government uses for court-authorized wiretapping requests. Well, glad they didn't get into anything sensitive. For months or longer, the hackers might have held access to network infrastructure used to cooperate with lawful U.S. requests for communications data, according to people familiar with the matter. You know, just in case we were going to wiretap any Chinese nationals. They could get the heads up on it. Well, isn't that swell? These attackers also had access to other tranches of more generic internet traffic. According to the Wall Street Journal sources, the attack is being attributed to a Chinese hacking group called Salt Typhoon, or the Chinese Communist Party, as it's known. Jay Bra says, "Dear China, I'm really sorry for all the ching chong jokes." Relax. I don't think they're watching anymore. I think we got it taken care of, allegedly. Whether the hackers got access to actual lists of federal surveillance targets or their communications, or what they might have taken, is not clear. Officials said it is also not clear whether the subjects of the surveillance at issue were targeted in domestic criminal investigations or in national security cases, such as espionage, terrorism, or cybersecurity. So what I'm gathering is China was hacking into Verizon and AT&T broadband services, government wiretapping requests, but we don't know where, we don't know how, we're not quite sure who, and we're not really sure if they got into anything national security sensitive. So in other words, China hacked the fuck out of us, got a whole bunch of information, and we still have our heads planted firmly up our own assholes. Good. Are they the world superpower yet? Like, is it time for us to just admit that, you know, we're done? And it's almost like we're losing this fight and we don't even want to win it. We're just like, God, we're trying to, it's like a football game where they just keep throwing interceptions back and forth. Like, we have a 20-point lead against China in the fourth quarter, but we keep handing the ball back to them and like, here, win the fucking game. And they're like, really? Yeah, come on. Our password is 1234 exclamation point. Get in there. Man, it's good stuff. It's hard not to draw, again, conspiracies being what they are now, it's hard not to draw a straight line from Biden and Burisma to China and shit like this. I just feel like we got loaned out to, our buttholes got loaned out to China for the last 4 years, and it's going to take a while to recover. Bigot on Socialist Media writes, it's idiotic. I mean, allegedly, right? China spying on the U.S. Remember, just different cultural norms, says somebody. Yeah, just different cultural norms. That's all. Dive Bar says, it all sounds too easy. The only thing that gives me a little bit of solace is I'm sure the CIA is fucking doing the same exact stuff right back to them. Like, we're dirty fucks. Yeah, somebody says, good thing Biden and China are like this. 09 Canyon says, that's as surprising as Aaron eating a loaf of bread alone while hiding in the closet so he doesn't have to share with his kids. Wait a minute. Where did this rumor get started? I would always share my loaf of bread with my children, especially if they were hungry. I'd snarl a little first and ask them if they wouldn't rather have cereal or something, but I would share my loaf of bread. Sam Show says, this is my wheelhouse. I wonder what the actual attack vector was. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they have no fucking idea. Because remember, they just know where they hacked. They don't know what they hacked, how much information they got from the hack. Really, our government is just hacks. in this case. Bigot on socialist media says the West is stagnated and the East is kicking our ass right now. What, J-Bra? Once they killed Tupac, it wasn't a fair fight. McBuster says MacArthur was right. Yeah, you remember what MacArthur wanted to do to China. What's the actual phrase he used? He said he wanted to set up either an atomic belt or a radiation belt in China. What did MacArthur want to do to China? MacArthur wanted to bomb Chinese bases and factories in Manchuria and destroy the bridges crossing the Yalu River from China to North Korea. Sounds like a good idea. He believed this would allow him to destroy enemy troop concentrations, prohibit enemy armies from entering Korea, and destroy the enemy's source of supplies. I mean, sounds good, right? Because MacArthur had the North Koreans pushed back almost to the Chinese border, and that's when the Chinese went, we don't want the dirty fucking capitalists on our border, and they invaded. MacArthur was initially successful in driving back the North Korean forces over the 38th parallel. He made a controversial move, however, when he continued to push the North further and suggested bombing cities in China that were thought to be aiding the North Korean troops. Yeah, once you start, and then China gets the saber rattling from MacArthur, and then China's like, well, we're going to get involved, and then Truman's like, oh, fuck. This got out of hand, and then he fires MacArthur. Hey, Douglas, you've done a great job so far. What do you want to do now? Let's nuke the fuck out of China. Okay, you're fired. I'm not. We're not. Jesus, man. Approachable says Aaron would definitely share his loaf of bread with the kids if they knew he had it. He keeps that shit hidden in his bedroom where they can't find it. That way, they don't ask him for it. Yeah, but they eat fruit. It's better for them. Atomic Ray says Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T are three companies that still use BlackBerry, where over 1 million U.S. politicians are still using today. Well, it's not like the Chinese have had a hard time spying on our politicians. Hell, they just apply for jobs with them. McBuster says MacArthur did push his luck, but it would have worked if Truman wasn't a cunt. Maybe. Kind of a pussy, right? MacArthur was also successful driving American veterans out of D.C. He was a scumbag. Really? Oh, was that the during the Great Depression when all those veterans gathered in D.C.? Was he the commanding officer who did that? Wow. Shit. All right. Somebody says, damn, Aaron, you got to be getting hungry. Better hit up McDonald's or Quick Trip. It's been a long morning. Well, you guys have given us a fuckload of money, so I owed you at the very least a long 5-hour show. Thank you guys very much for all of your generosity. You've been great. Tonight, we have a stress-free little evening show for you. We're only 3:05 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Thanks for turning this into a great week on a Wednesday morning, guys. You're the best. Haters, see the way. We beat you again. Another win for the toe. Take it easy.